If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon, link is in the description.
Chapter 251, Chapter 249, 9 Snakes Shocked. Lee, Riffin mentioned earlier that he gave you something, Hancock inquired with a somewhat resentful tone. Could you please tell me what he gave you? Lee felt a tremor in her body upon hearing Hancock's voice, which carried a hint of resentment. Nevertheless, she quickly regained her composure and turned to Hancock with a smile. Snakeheim, I understand your curiosity. I'll show you the last gift Riffin left me, Lee replied with a smile. Miss Marigold, would you mind assisting me? Marigold was also intrigued by what Lee's will do, so she readily agreed. Of course, but how would you like me to assist you, Lee? Lee's smile widened as she assumed a fighting stance, bending her legs and lowering her waist. All I need is for you, Miss Marigold, to strike me with your weapon. Marigold raised an eyebrow, intrigued by Lee's request. All right, I'm also curious to see what you're capable of. Although the Boa sisters believe it, other Kuja warriors don't share that view. What? Lee, you want Marigold-sama to attack you? Lee, calm down. Although you have become stronger, Marigold-sama's power has also become stronger. Let her attack you, and you will be injured. Yet, if you want to show your strength, we should have other options. That's right. Even though you have obtained a special gift, we and Marigold-sama have obtained Riffin's mysterious potion, so you don't have much advantage now. After hearing Lee's words, all the fighters of the Kuja pirates began to persuade. Now, they all have a good impression of the Black Pearl pirates because of Riffin's G-Virus strengthening potion. Similarly, they thought that Riffin would share the G-Virus strengthening potion with them because Lee was a friend of Riffin. Therefore, they are especially grateful to Lee at this moment. Because of this gratitude, they naturally didn't want to see Lee get hurt. Don't worry, everyone, I'm confident. And, I'll be defensive, too. I don't want Marigold-sama to hit me in the gut. Just hit my arm. Lee put her hands together in front of her body and said confidently. Seeing this, everyone wanted to persuade her, but Marigold was the first to stand up. Lee, I will cooperate with you. Marigold laughed. She knew that Lee's armament haki had a breakthrough because of the strengthening of her system. So she thought that Lee was going to use armament haki to resist her weapon. Thank you for your trust, then let's get started. Lee said with a light smile. After hearing this, Marigold was also quite straightforward. She directly raised the giant polearm in her hand and slashed Lee's arm. Boom! Although Marigold didn't use all her strength, the giant polearm slashed on Lee's skin, causing a loud sound. Hey! The edge of my weapon is curled. Lee, your armament haki has improved 20 times faster than I thought. Is this the second gift Lee gave you? Marigold retracted her weapon, looking in surprise at the curled blade of her giant polearm. Hee, well, it's actually not like this. Lee resumed her relaxed standing posture and looked at the surprised expressions of everyone with a smile on her face. Just when she was about to explain the exoskeleton, Hancock's voice came. Just now, you didn't use armament haki, did you? On the side, Hancock, who had been watching, frowned slightly, and immediately walked up to Lee. What? You didn't use armament haki? Sister, are you sure? Look, my weapons are curled. If she didn't use armament haki, Lee's hand can't be so intact. There's not even a scratch on the skin of her arm. Marigold shook her head and said in surprise. No, I saw very clearly just now, she did not use armament haki. Lee, this should be the second gift Riffin gave you. Can you tell me what kind of power it is? Hancock's eyes were fixed on Lee, and there was a little envy for Lee in her words. As expected of Snakeheim-sama, I really can't hide it from your eyes. Yes, I did not use armament haki. Because now I have an exoskeleton derived from Germa 66 technology. The power of this exoskeleton has given me extremely strong skin and strong resilience. It's also because my skin has enough defense that I can resist Marigold-sama attack without using armament haki. After Lee finished speaking, everyone immediately showed a very surprised expression. Like the Kuja pirates, Blue Star's audience stared at the screen in Lee's live broadcast room with wide-eyed eyes. Lee live broadcast chat room. Green Pheasant audience, what? Why does Lee also have the power of an exoskeleton? Isn't that the exclusive power of Riffin's Black Pearl pirates? Eagle audience, could it be that Riffin's slave is also defined as a member of the Black Pearl Pirates by the copy space? Panda audience, ha ha ha, of course, don't forget, after signing the slavery contract, Lee is Riffin's, so she is also a member of the Black Pearl Pirates. Green Pheasant audience, I'm so envious. If I can get such power, I also like to be Riffin's slave. Cole Lima audience, if Riffin can treat me like Lay before, I am willing to sign a slavery contract with him. With this, even if I encounter monsters from the abyss on the road, I can have more power to save my life. Panda audience, hey? Didn't you gringos still say that Lee signed a slave contract with Brother Riffin because he forced him to do so? Why are you now taking the initiative to become Brother Riffin's slaves one by one? Panda audience, hee, after all, they are still scared. They were afraid of being killed by the abyss monsters that suddenly appeared on the road, so it didn't matter if they became Brother Riffin's slaves. Germa 66? Could it be the technological power of the North Blues Germa Legion? Sander Sonia asked in shock. As a think tank of the Kuja pirates, she has naturally heard the legend of North Blues Germa 66. That's right, that's what Riffin told me. He said it was rare to meet a fellow villager, so he gave me this power to prevent me from dying in the battle. In addition, this Germa 66 exoskeleton not only gives me strong defense and resilience. It also gave me this special ability. Lee clenched her fists, and at the next moment, followed her with a sharp sound. Her body was surrounded by blue and white electric lights. Lightning! Lee, did Riffin also give you a devil fruit? No, you are already a spring fruit user, it is impossible to eat another devil fruit. Marigold shook her head and spoke. But Riffin can use not only one, but many kinds of devil fruit abilities. He can also use the power of thunder fruit at the same time as Nami. Lee, you must have mastered the power of thunder fruit through some method, right? Sander Sonia approached Lee, wanting to confirm Lee's current situation. No way, thunder fruit's name is too big. Even among Logia users, the power of the thunder fruit stands at the forefront. If Lee possesses the thunder fruit's abilities, Sander Sonia believes that the Kuja pirates will usher in a huge advancement. Although I also desire the power of the thunder fruit. But unfortunately, this isn't the Thunder Devil Fruit's power. Sander Sonia-sama, this is a special ability that awakened when I obtained the exoskeleton. I can consume physical energy and generate electrical energy. Riffin mentioned that my current situation is akin to the electric shock blue in the Germa 66 legend. Lee observed everyone's surprised expressions and naturally felt quite satisfied. After all, the more people were surprised and envious of her power, the smoother the integration of the Kuja pirates into the Black Pearl pirates would be. Electric shock blue from Germa 66? I recall seeing it in a storybook circulating in North Blue. In the story, electric shock blue could discharge and even transform. Lee, can you also use armor to transform? Sander Sonia asked curiously. Unfortunately I can't, and Riffin didn't leave me with anything like that. Lee shook her head. That's right, I've never heard of any member of the Kuja pirates possessing such transformation armor. However, does Riffin still possess Germa 66's technological power? Could he be from Germa 66? Or did he steal the exoskeleton technology from Germa 66? At this moment, Sander Sonia became more curious about Riffin and the Black Pearl pirates. Lee smiled awkwardly. She knew the power of Riffin's exoskeleton came from the copy space, but revealing such a fact was not possible. It's fine if you don't want to tell us. Anyway, let's proceed with the sparring session. Lee, attack me with your full strength. I want to see how powerful you are now, Marigold said, stepping forward with a weapon in hand, wearing a smile. This proposal is also in line with what Lee's wants. She was eager to test her limits. In response, Lee's calf turned into a spring, and her forearms followed suit. Armament haki and blue-white electric light enveloped her. As she pressed her legs down, the energy from the spring fruit gathered kinetic energy. In an instant, Lee's body transformed into an afterimage, and she charged at Marigold with her fists clenched. Marigold's eyes flashed red, and her formidable armament haki wrapped around her giant polearm, blocking Lee's fists. Boom! A loud noise echoed as Marigold was sent flying, crashing into the sea like a locomotive. What? Marigold-sama was knocked into the air. How did Lee become so powerful? Could it be that Marigold-sama was careless and didn't use her full strength? Impossible, Marigold-sama used armament haki. No matter how strong Lee becomes, she shouldn't break Marigold-sama's weapon in one blow. Idiots, is this the time to argue? Marigold-sama can't enter the water, everyone, let's save her. Everyone jumped into action, wanting to rescue Marigold. However, someone moved faster than them. A figure, shimmering with blue and white lightning, leaped into the sea and swam towards Marigold. Hey! Was that Li who just jumped in? Yes, I saw it, it was definitely Li. But Li also has the water curse, right? Did Li lose her senses due to her newfound power? The female warriors exclaimed, trying to jump into the sea again. However, two figures suddenly emerged from the sea. It was Li and Marigold. Don't worry, everyone, I'll bring Marigold-sama back. Li waved to the Kuja warriors, a smile on her face, holding the shocked Marigold as they swam back. What? Li is swimming in the sea. I must be dreaming. Pinch me, I need to wake up. Idiot, this isn't a dream. Li is really swimming. Could it be that the curse is gone? Did Riffin lift Li's sea curse? No way, Riffin has such power. The elite fighters of the Kuja pirates lay on the boat's edge, discussing in amazement. Sonia and Hancock exchanged surprised glances, both realizing the significance of Li's newfound abilities. Chapter 252, Chapter 250, The Empress's Desire for Riffin. Perfume Yuta, Cabin. Empress Hancock's room. Li, is what you said true? Marigold asked, her surprise evident as she shed her wet clothes after the incident with Riffin's power. Are you now not afraid of sea water and sea stone? She looked at Li, who had just explained her newfound ability to swim in sea water, with great astonishment. That's right. Thanks to Riffin's power, I'm no longer afraid of sea water and sea stone, Li replied confidently. I no longer have the weakness of traditional devil fruit powers. Li observed the surprised expressions on the faces of the three Boa sisters and smiled. She understood that persuading Marigold and Sonia now wouldn't take much effort, considering the significant obstacle sea stone and sea water posed to devil fruit users. Hancock, however, had different feelings. It was evident she didn't like Riffin and his influence over Li. But in Li's mind, Hancock would eventually become a member of the Black Pearl Pirates, despite her reservations. Li continued, Riffin used his special ability on me. Now, I can swim and even take a bath without worry. Li too, felt a longing for a simple bath, a luxury she couldn't enjoy after gaining her devil fruit powers. Marigold, looking at the broken giant polyarm in the corner, sighed. So, Riffin gave you 3 gifts? She said, her tone a mix of awe and envy. If you consider this the 3rd gift, then yes, Li replied, touching the back of her head with a smile. Riffin really takes care of you. Sonia shook her head in amazement at Riffin's generosity. Their venture at sea hadn't yielded any traditional treasure, but in terms of power and influence, it was the most significant gain they had experienced in years. Hancock, who had been silent for a while, finally spoke. Li, if I agree with Riffin and make the Kuja pirates his allies, will he give us the same gifts he gave you? There was a tinge of envy in Hancock's voice. She desired power and, for some reason, didn't want Li to receive more from Riffin than she did. Yes, Li, if the Kuja pirates become subordinate to the Black Pearl pirates, Sonia added, her curiosity evident, will Riffin provide Germa 66 exoskeletons for all of our fighters? Will he make all of us immune to sea water and sea stone? Li hesitated. I don't know about the exoskeletons, but according to Riffin, they are a rare resource. He can't provide them for everyone. However, he's willing to grant such power to Snakeheim. The immunity to sea water and sea stone, too. Li understood deep down that Riffin couldn't distribute Germa 66 exoskeletons to every member of their crew. If he did, he could easily recruit large pirate groups as subordinates. Li gently caressed the tattoo of the Black Pearl pirates on her chest, realizing that this power was exclusive to those marked with the symbol. Marigold and Sonia seemed to accept the situation, resigned to the fact that the Kuja pirates would soon become a subsidiary group of the Black Pearl pirates. Hancock, after Li's explanation, placed her hands on her face, wearing an intoxicated smile. Riffin, he's thinking of me too, Hancock whispered, her expression revealing her bliss. By the way, Li, how did Riffin implant the Germa 66 exoskeleton in you? And how did you gain immunity to sea water and sea stone? Did Riffin use something like the G-virus strengthening potion on you? Marigold inquired, her curiosity piqued. Li shook her head. No, it's not. What was that like? Driven by curiosity, Marigold obviously did not intend to give up asking. This. I'm not very clear either, Lee said, hesitating. Riffin just left something on me. Left something on you. Hancock's frown deepened immediately upon hearing Lee's words. Certain indecent images appeared in her mind for no reason. Well, it's actually Riffin who left the tattoo of the Black Pearl Pirates on my body. Riffin seems to be able to provide me with some power through the tattoo. As for how it works, I don't know much about it, Lee said, finally relenting to the sister's insistent expressions. She slowly took off the cheongsam on her body, revealing the pirate tattoo on her chest. Is this the tattoo of the Black Pearl Pirates? Sandersonia asked, a hint of annoyance in her voice. Although Riffin is here to give you power, Lee, you are a member of the Kuja Pirates after all. It's really inappropriate to have tattoos of other pirates on your body like this. Sister, forget it. He didn't really take Lee away. He's just trying to give her strength. However, what is Riffin's ability that allows him to empower others through tattoos? And even if he wants to take Lee away, those of us who have been favored by him will have no way to stop it. Right, big sister? Big sister? Marigold turned to look at Hancock, and saw that she was staring at the pirate tattoo on Lee's chest. Snakeheim, do you have any questions? Lee felt a chill rising from the bottom of her heart as she was stared at by Hancock, who seemed strangely intense at this moment. Lee, tell me, did you willingly offer your body to Riffin? Hancock's voice was low but menacing. Otherwise, why would he choose to have your tattoo in such a private place? Wah! Lee froze in place, forgetting how to answer for a moment. Black Pearl. Riffin's personal consultation room. Jun slowly opened her eyes, propped herself up suspiciously, and looked around instinctively. Then she was attracted by Charlotte Smoothie, who was dancing provocatively at the center of the room. At the feet of Smoothie, all her clothes were still messily placed. Charlotte Smoothie. Jun became wary immediately, thinking she was caught by Smoothie. Calm down, Vice Admiral Jun. At this time, Hina, who took off her dark red suit and only wrapped a bath towel around her body, rushed forward to stop Jun from attacking Smoothie. Hina? Have you been captured too? Wait, that black threshold was made by your ability. Jun glanced at Hina before focusing on Smoothie again, who continued dancing on a black pole, and asked in great confusion. It was indeed created by Hina. Besides, Hina wasn't captured, and neither were you, Vice Admiral Jun. Look, Hina pointed to the opposite side of Smoothie. Jun looked along Hina's hand and saw a very familiar man. Riffin. Jun blinked, a gleam of hope in her eyes. Could it be, did you capture Charlotte Smoothie? Did you force her to dance like this? You misunderstood, Jun. It seems that petrification has made your head unclear, Riffin said. The Smoothie in front of you is not the real Smoothie but a transformation by Nojiko. Petrification. Jun frowned, puzzled. That's right, Jun Vice Admiral. We were hit by Empress Hancock's slave arrow earlier. Riffin explained the situation, and Hina filled in the gaps, detailing the events before Jun's petrification. Of course, in order to temporarily preserve the power of Munch Munch fruit to Marine, Riffin just explained to Hina and the others that the petrification effect was lifted by Hancock. Chapter 253, Chapter 251, For the sake of intelligence, Jun is going all out. So that's what happened. Jun nodded slightly. After sorting out her thoughts, she solemnly looked at Riffin and Charlotte Smoothie, who had left the black threshold and come to Riffin's side to pose for him. Riffin, now that you've defeated Charlotte Smoothie, why did you let them all go? That way, you can do whatever you want with them. Even though Nojiko can mimic Smoothie and the others, enjoying them yourself might be more appealing. Plus, if you hand them over to the Marines afterward, your chances of becoming a Shishibukai will increase significantly. As Jun contemplated, she realized she had missed Smoothie and the Kuja pirates departing, which left her feeling uneasy. She was now trying her best to get some words out of Riffin. Riffin, after signaling Smoothie to stand behind him, replied, "You're quite mistaken, Jun. You've forgotten that I won't force women on me. Moreover, even if I capture Smoothie and the others and hand them over to the Marines, do the Marines even dare to send them to Impel Down right now? Remember, you're currently preparing for a war with the Whitebeard pirates. Unless you want to fight 2-4 emperors simultaneously. Also, for your information, I can secure the position of Shishibukai even without capturing them. As for why I let them go, it's simply because I don't want to start a war with the Big Mom pirates, that would be very troublesome. Even if I were to imprison or kill Smoothie and the others myself, would my Shishibukai position really be more stable? Jun, do you believe the Marines and the world government would reward me with the Shishibukai position under such circumstances or take it away from me? After all, if they give me the position, they might provoke a war with 2 of the 4 emperors. Jun pursed her lips, understanding that Riffin's reasoning had its merits. Releasing Smoothie and the others might indeed have been a better choice for both the Marines and Riffin. Then can you tell me, after Hina and I were petrified, did Makita defeat Empress Hancock? Jun inquired. Although due to petrification, Jun lost part of his memory. But the fight between Makita and Hancock, she still remembered. So she wanted to know the outcome of the fight between Makita and Hancock, especially considering if Makita had defeated Hancock. This implied that at least 3 members of the Black Pearl Pirates possessed Shishibukai level strength. If Jun had witnessed Chopper pushing Smoothie back onto her ship at the end, her attitude toward the Black Pearl Pirates would be even more serious. But of course Riffin won't give her the answer she wants to hear without a price, so he retorted, "You don't need to know about that. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for getting charmed and petrified by the Empress. As a Vice Admiral candidate, you actually got petrified by a Shishibukai. Isn't that a little embarrassing?" Riffin shook his head, feeling the warmth from Smoothie on both sides of his cheeks, and said to Jun, "I just got careless, okay? Also I was weakened at that time." When Jun heard Riffin's words, she couldn't help but grumble inwardly and defended herself. "Having said that, Riffin, you managed to convince Hancock to undo the petrification of Hina and me. You must have used your strength to make the Empress compromise." Riffin's mouth arched but remained silent, waving his hand at Jun. "Let's not talk about it. Jun, now that you've recovered, can you please leave the room? As you can see, I have some important matters to discuss with Nojiko. If you don't plan to join, please leave." After speaking, Riffin left through the secret door. Jun lowered her head and sighed. "What is this?" Upon lowering her head, she noticed various unknown liquids on her body. She touched it and smelled it, then raised her eyebrows and looked at Riffin with interest. "Riffin, did you secretly lick my stone statue while I was being petrified?" "That's right," Riffin nodded without further explanation. "It's really interesting. No wonder Hina chooses to take a bath. She must have suffered the same treatment." "That's right," Riffin still didn't mention the munch fruit. "Riffin, you would actually do these things to my stone statue? Could it be that the reason why you didn't take Hancock's position, Shishibukai, is because you want to keep me on your ship for a while longer?" "Why do you think so, Jun? After all, if I stay by your side for a longer period, you will have one more opportunity to continue sweetening me, and you will have more time to attack me. I'm sorry, I'm not a T-Dolphin, and I'm not your licking dog. I don't want to replace Hancock, I just hope I can confront her in the future. Although you're very beautiful, you're still far from Hancock. Riffin, if you're deliberately having Nojiko serve you in my image, I'd be quite upset if you say that." Jun smiled lightly and shook her head while looking at the black threshold erected beside her. "How about this, Riffin? I can do a little dance using the black threshold. How about I dance a song for you and tell me what happened after Hina and I were petrified?" As Jun moved toward the black threshold, her jacket slipped off and fell to the floor. "Sorry, your price is too low, and I'm not interested. Besides, when Nojiko becomes like you, she will dance much better than you." Riffin shook his head lightly, looking at Jun directly, shamelessly. "Is that so?" Jun pursed her lips, and as she observed Riffin's growing impatience, her mood became more serious. She understood Riffin's emotional changes, realizing that no one liked being constantly interrupted and questioned while trying to have some fun. "Riffin, can't you really tell Hina and me, Vice Admiral Jun, what happened after we were petrified?" At this point, Hina, who was watching on the side, also joined her, asking for information, coming to Riffin's side. She took Riffin's hand and placed it on her thin waist, demonstrating bolder behavior and more allure than Jun. Jun discreetly nodded to Hina. Unfortunately, Riffin still had no intention of revealing the truth. "Even if it's you, Hina, unfortunately, I'm not in the mood to recall it now. I'd rather have fun than remember. Nojiko, since Jun Vice Admiral doesn't intend to leave, let's begin. It will also be a chance to experience the long-leg tribeswomen, Let's leave Jun Vice Admiral and Hina here to rest. Come on, Nojiko, we'll go to my private kitchen and make some juice while we're at it. Riffin's interest wasn't solely in the emotional effect of squeezing fruit, he was genuinely curious about the quality of the Smoothie brand juice that satisfied so many guests invited by Big Mom. However, he didn't want Hina and Jun, being Marines, to observe his and Nojiko's activities when it came to Nojiko using her devil fruit powers to mimic Smoothie. Hina felt a sense of panic when Riffin was about to leave. Hina, who has been completely obsessed with things between men and women, looks calm now. But her heart has long longed to embrace Riffin. Now she sees Riffin getting up and planning to leave. She thought she made Riffin angry, so he planned to keep her in the personal consultation room. Therefore, Hina quickly took Riffin's hand between her chest and said with pleading tone. Riffin. Please, please take Hina with you, okay? Hearing this, Riffin raised his eyebrows in surprise and looked at Hina. After a moment of thought, Riffin shook his head. Hina, you should rest. I'll come to you after having a private discussion and dealing with some private matters with Nojiko. Riffin patted Hina on the shoulder, leaned on her ears and whispered that made her earlobe red, don't worry, I will come and satisfy you alone. Then he removed his hand from her grasp, and left with Nojiko. Is he really going to leave Hina behind? Could it be that he is really impatient? Jun frowned, contemplating a solution. She realized the significance of the situation and that it would be more challenging to seek information if Riffin left at this point. A little later, as Riffin was about to pass by, Jun instinctively reached out and grabbed Riffin's right hand. Jun, is there something else? Riffin frowned and looked at Jun. That. Riffin, there shouldn't be a genuine sweet person inside the sweet stone statue, right? No, it's better if you allow yourself to sweeten me for real. Then tell me if Makita defeated Empress Hancock, okay? After Jun finished speaking, her body seemed to lose strength. Having said that, since the words have been spoken, Jun does not intend to take them back. If it's just sweetening, it's not a big deal. After all, you sweetened me while I was petrified. If you leave now, it will be even more challenging to obtain information later. Thinking this, Jun's gaze became more determined. Riffin, just tell me if Makita defeated Hancock. I can provide this opportunity. I genuinely mean it. As for your life principles, my actions won't contradict them. So, will you make an agreement with me, Riffin? Maybe you think that simply touching isn't such a beautiful thing. Nevertheless, I didn't agree to give everything to you, and I didn't ask you to reveal everything after we were petrified. Presumably, the price is also reasonable. With a charming smile, Jun buried her head in Riffin's arms while speaking. But knowing how to captivate a man, she pulled away Riffin's after a moment. Hey, Riffin, what do you think? Jun laughed. Chapter 254, Chapter 252, A Dangerous Agreement in Hina's Eyes, Jun may perish. That's an interesting topic. But speaking of agreement, I almost forgot. We have already made an agreement before, Jun, Riffin said, rubbing his nose, recalling the previous encounter as he spoke to Jun with a smile on his face. Agreement? Jun blinked, looking a little puzzled. Hehe, women can really selectively restore memory. In that case, I have to remind you. Earlier, when Robin and Smoothie were fighting, we made an agreement to let Robin showcase her fighting abilities against Smoothie in front of your eyes. In return, you will let me do skincare on your whole body. Don't forget this point. At that time, Robin even demonstrated the ability of Conqueror's Haki in front of you. I haven't even asked you to increase the price in return for me. So, you must not choose to breach our agreement. Riffin patted Jun's shoulder and said. There is indeed such an agreement. I have not forgotten, and I will of course obey. However, Riffin, if you use skincare products, you will only use what you have in your hands. Are you sure you don't want to feel me with it? With a ruddy face, Jun raised her hand to Riffin's lips with a chuckle. Obviously, it was intended to let Riffin use his mouth. Now that she has spoken out, Jun is now ready to go all out. On the side, Hina looked at Jun's appearance and couldn't help showing a little worry between her brows. Although Jun is still only superficially exchanging her own welfare for information from Riffin, if it continues like this, Hina thinks that Jun will really sink and degenerate one day. After all, she herself came here step by step. Then how about you use this? The corner of Riffin's mouth raised, and he also raised his hand to touch Jun's red lips as he said that. Riffin's move made Jun twitch her lips unpretentiously. She didn't think it would be a good thing if she used her mouth. After all, if you are not careful, it will really develop into an overly exaggerated situation. Thinking about it, Jun subconsciously looked down at Riffin's lower abdomen. Forget it, I'm not in the mood to bargain with you, Jun, now. Since you are so persistent and want to know, I'll tell you, but when I get the time, please also pay the debt owed to me properly. Riffin withdrew his hand on Jun's shoulder, paused, and continued, Makita didn't beat Hancock. Hearing this, Jun immediately frowned. Makita didn't defeat Hancock? But she clearly mastered the Conqueror's haki. Before we were petrified, she clearly performed with ease when facing Hancock. And Makita is quite obsessed with you, Riffin. In her heart, your charm is far greater than that of Hancock. Let her not even be swayed by Hancock's marrow mellow. It's hard to imagine her being beaten by Hancock, Jun muttered, looking suspiciously into Riffin's eyes. The current Jun is not the one she used to be when she didn't understand Conqueror's haki. After learning what Conqueror's haki means from the senior marine, she pays particular attention to Riffin, who holds Conqueror's haki. And after witnessing Makita Conqueror haki, her attention to Makita naturally became higher. If it is said that Makita will be influenced by Hancock's charm, Jun may also believe that Hancock can defeat Makita more easily. The truth, however, is that Makita was only initially seduced by Hancock's charm. But after that, Makita blocked the charm from Hancock once by relying on her love and respect for Riffin in her firm heart. Don't think I'm lying to you, Jun. What I can tell you clearly is, I came halfway and I beat Hancock on my own. Of course, Makita didn't lose, Riffin explained. Riffin understands that information such as him defeating Hancock is of little value to Jun. After all, his previous performances have proved his strength, and it is almost a certainty that he can beat Hancock. Even when the intelligence did not reach Jun's prediction, even if Jun is willing to use more means to please Riffin, she may not be sincere. So Riffin also has no interest in enjoying this kind of advanced welfare that does not have a sincere heart. Therefore, facing Jun's proposal, Riffin agreed nonchalantly. So that's what happened. You did it yourself. Jun pursed her lips, showing a disappointed expression just as Riffin thought. Have a good rest, Jun. You'll be on my ship for a while anyway, won't you? Maybe you will still get more information, but it's not certain, Riffin smiled lightly at Jun. Then he continued to lead Smoothie, who was transformed by Nojiko, and planned to leave the consulting room. Riffin, can Hina go together? Anyway, you have given the information. Hina won't ask any more questions. Hina took a step forward and hugged Riffin's arm again. Riffin turned his head helplessly. But when he saw Hina's face was rosy. And through the arm that was close to Hina's chest, Riffin could also feel Hina's faster heartbeat. Thinking of Hina's performance since she fell, Riffin now knows that Hina is already emotional now. Well, Hina. You go to your room and wait for me. After I talk to Nojiko about some more private matters, I'll come to you. At that time, you alone will be enough. Riffin raised his hand to stroke Hina's hair and said gently. Alone. Hina blinked, and thinking that she could finally hug Riffin by herself. Her whole body could not help but tremble. To know. In addition to Hina completely surrendering herself to the previous small fights, she can't hold Riffin alone. The rest of the time, every time she hugs Riffin, there are other people present. Riffin, this is an agreement. Hina knows that Riffin respects the promise. So she wanted to make sure with Riffin excitement on her face. Of course, this is our agreement. Do you now feel relieved? Yes, Hina understands. The corners of Hina's mouth rose slightly. Riffin, Hina will be waiting for you. At this moment, Hina is as devout as a wife who sends her husband away to work. Jun on the side saw this scene. After finally calming down, her mood became complicated again. For a moment, she don't know how to evaluate Hina's behavior. After Riffin and Nojiko left, Jun looked at Hina, who was happily running into the dressing room next door to choose beautiful clothes. After some hesitation, she stepped forward and asked. Hina, isn't your attitude towards Riffin too close now? Jun Vice Admiral. Hina was taken aback. It should be okay for Hina to do this, after all, Riffin is going to become Shishibukai. That's right, but he's a pirate after all. But what Jun Vice Admiral is doing now is not much different from Hina's. Hina, I don't want to blame you, but I feel that you seem to really like Riffin now. Hina, if something happens to Riffin in the future, as a marine, you will always have to say goodbye to him. Speaking of this, Jun seemed particularly solemn. That's right, Riffin is indeed going to become Shishibukai now. But Jun, who knows some secret information inside the marine and the world government, knows that Riffin cannot be Shishibukai forever. Not to mention whether Riffin will do something that will cause him to be removed from Shishibukai by the world government and marine like Crocodile. Only after the success of the second batch of Pacifistas researched by Vegapunk, Riffin may also be deprived of the Shishabukai's position. At that time, the marine is going to part ways with Riffin after all. Therefore, Jun didn't want to see Hina sinking further into Riffin's claw. After all, right now, Jun feels that the connection between Hina and Riffin has gradually become more than just a physical connection. It seems that even in terms of spirit, Hina is gradually thinking about Riffin. This. Hearing Jun's words, Hina fell into a long silence. At least, now Riffin and Marine are standing together, Jun Vice Admiral. Since this is the case, it is also possible to hug Riffin. Also, Hina may be able to ask for more things when she hugs Riffin. After a long time, Hina raised her head and looked at Jun seriously. Sigh. Since you said that, I have nothing more to say. It's just Hina, I hope you can at least understand that you are different from Riffin on a spiritual level. Jun shook her head and sighed. Hina understands. Jun Vice Admiral, if nothing else. I will go first. Hina found a very beautiful college-style clothing and planned to leave the consultation room and go to her room. Wait, Hina. Is there anything else, Jun-san? Well, I want to ask, are you really that comfortable when you are with Riffin? Did it really feel that good? Jun thought about Hina's madness for Riffin that she had seen before. And now Hina's nostalgia for Riffin. Finally, she asked out the doubts in her heart. Since it's hard for her to imagine. Hina, who was originally cold and even hated men, will become what she is now. After a little silence, Hina said with rosy cheeks, Jun Vice Admiral, Riffin, because of his strength and medical treatment, he is very knowledgeable about the human body's structure. He knows how to make a woman feel satisfied. At least when Hina and Riffin embrace each other, I feel really happy, Kia. Hina said that in the end, even her neck had turned red. What she didn't say, though, was that Riffin once commented on her, saying that her sex drive is more than other women. It is said that she is cold on the outside, but once the valve inside is opened, she will become uncontrollably passionate. And now, Hina has also gradually believed in Riffin's statement. After all, she was indeed more enthusiastic than Nojiko in this regard. Even at night without Riffin's company. She also has trouble falling asleep many times thinking of Riffin. Even in sleep. Riffin often appears in her dreams, and she dreams of Riffin gently stroking her cheek and her body. That's why please be very careful. If you don't want to be like Hina, please also treat it solemnly when completing the agreement with Riffin. Hina seemed to think of something, took a deep breath, looked at Jun, and said. Hina, is there something wrong with my agreement with Riffin? Jun noticed Hina's expression and heard Hina's words. Her expression immediately became serious. Jun Vice Admiral, Riffin is really very knowledgeable about the human body's structure. For massage, he also uses Nico Robin's flower fruit. When he is applying skincare products for you, I think you will experience far more joy than before. If you're not careful, maybe you can't help but sink down like Hina. As Hina spoke, her whole body shook. It's as if she was reminiscing about the treatment she got from Riffin. Really so exaggerated. Jun looked at Hina like this. Her expression immediately became a little flustered. She thought she just made an agreement with Riffin with a low degree of difficulty. But listening from Hina, it seems that this will evolve into a promise that if you are not careful, you will lose yourself. Anyway, Jun Vice Admiral, please be careful. Hina will go first. Hina nodded heavily at Jun, opened the door, and walked out of the consultation room to her room. Jun looked at Hina's back. After a moment of involuntary silence. For a while, she just shook her head and walked into the shower room next to the consultation room with a slightly worried expression. Going to clean her body of saliva from Riffin's munch fruit. At the same time, the other side. Riffin's private kitchen. Captain Riffin, how does it feel to have a glass of juice made with the ability of squeezed devil fruit? Nojiko touched her face and returned to her appearance, looked at Riffin in front of her, and said with a smile on her face. It's not bad. Sure enough, Smoothie's energy has a bonus to making juice. I just don't know what kind of juice she made using her devil fruit ability from animals and human bodies. Could it be really delicious? Riffin nodded and said after taking a sip of smoothie juice that combines various fruits and vegetables. Actually, I'm also quite curious about this aspect. Then Captain Riffin, it's time for me to use my fruit squeezing ability on you. Nojiko raised the corner of her mouth and stretched out her hands to Riffin after turning into Smoothie. Chapter 255, Chapter 253, Almost Squeezed Dry by Smoothie. Hours later, Hina's personal room, she walked back and forth in the room, looking towards the door from time to time. She was waiting for Riffin, who had not arrived yet. At this moment, she had already changed into the preppy girl's uniform she had brought from the dressing room of the consultation room earlier. Her grim, sexy face, matched with the youthful and beautiful college-style uniform, added a touch of lovely flavor. The snow-white thighs exposed under the extremely high skirt revealed Hina's original sexiness. She was such a superb beauty. In order to wait for Riffin, a man who was clearly with another woman, she even chose not to lock the door and waited wholeheartedly for Riffin's arrival. But, although the door was not locked, she was not worried about the sudden intrusion of men other than Riffin. After all, in the huge black pearl, only Riffin, the captain, had access to the women's bedroom and his various exclusive private rooms. Their women's bedrooms and various private equipment rooms were built on the first floor. The other men's bedrooms and equipment rooms were built on another floor. Why isn't Riffin here yet? Hurry up! A few more minutes passed, and Riffin still didn't come. Hina pursed her lips and looked towards the door. Perhaps, because of the thought of being able to have Riffin alone, at this moment, Hina yearned for Riffin's arrival more than any other time. On this, she actually felt something wrong in her heart. Just as Jun had worried, her emotional connection seemed to have been affected by the physical connection. The relationship in her heart, originally based on the physical aspect, had gradually evolved into a real affection for Riffin. However, even though she had noticed her changing feelings for Riffin, before leaving the Black Pearl, she had subconsciously tried not to dwell on the position between herself and Riffin. Suddenly, with a creak, Hina's door was pushed open. Riffin. Hina looked in surprise and saw Riffin. The complex emotions brought up by Jun's words disappeared after seeing Riffin. Now, the only thing left in Hina's heart was her deep affection for Riffin. But, upon seeing Riffin entering her room and leaning on the door frame, a hint of doubt crossed Hina's face. Riffin, what's wrong with you? Why do you look so tired? Hina walked quickly to Riffin's side, pulled his hand into the room, and closed and locked the door. It's nothing, it's just my first time experiencing the power of squeezing devil fruit and it made me a little overwhelmed. Riffin thought of the scene where Nojiko used the squeeze's powers earlier and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He had never thought that being squeezed could be so exhausting. It brought him ultimate pleasure but also drained him of a significant amount of energy. Furthermore, after Nojiko had transformed into Smoothie's body, it seemed that her basic abilities had become much stronger. Her skills, patience, and even her body's capabilities had improved significantly. The combination of her enhanced abilities and the squeeze's powers made her combat prowess skyrocket. Riffin had a tough time defeating the current Nojiko. In fact, he had consumed almost double the stamina he used to deal with her. And Riffin realized that if Nojiko herself were to use the squeeze fruit, she would be even more formidable. Riffin took out a stamina restoring pill from his medical bag and swallowed it. Riffin, are you really okay? Hina looked at Riffin's slightly tired face lying on the bed, concerned. No problem, this fatigue is nothing compared to a real battle. Hina, you understand that in a real battle, one's life is in danger at any moment, and there's always a risk of injury and pain. But fighting with Nojiko is different, it's more about pleasure than danger. You must understand what I mean. Riffin smiled and pulled Hina into his arms. Hina, unlike Nojiko, didn't have the same physical capabilities. Even in his current state, Riffin was confident he could handle Hina, but Jun's words had affected her. She was concerned that Riffin might one day go against the interests of the Marines and the world government, jeopardizing his Shishibukai position and their relationship. It's nice to be able to hold you like this, she said, leaning her head against Riffin's arms. After a moment, she blushed and added playfully, Riffin, it's nice to be able to hold you like this. Hearing this, Riffin couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. This woman might have actually fallen for me. He had initially believed that their relationship was purely transactional, with each of them taking what they wanted. However, seeing Hina's expressions and hearing her words, Riffin began to suspect there might be something more to her feelings. Riffin, after you become Shishibukai, will you always stay as a Shishibukai? Hina suddenly asked. Why are you asking this all of a sudden, Hina? Because, if you remain Shishibukai, Hina will have a reason to be by your side all the time. Do you want to be by my side all the time? Hina responded with a resolute nod. Yes, I do. Riffin couldn't help but tighten his grip on Hina, realizing that she really had fallen for him. Their complex relationship had taken an unexpected turn, and Riffin couldn't help but ponder the implications. Just as Riffin was contemplating how to respond to Hina's question, he heard a series of incredibly steady breaths coming from Hina in his arms. He looked down and saw that she had closed her eyes and drifted off to sleep. Seems like she's worked herself too hard, Riffin thought, shaking his head. He got up and gently covered Hina with a sheet. Her falling asleep at this moment was in line with his own wishes, as he was uncertain about how to answer her question. He knew that it was only a matter of time before he stepped down from his Shishibukai position. Sleep well, Hina. At least for now, the Marines and the Black Pearl Pirates can coexist peacefully. As for the future, even if the Marines and the Black Pearl Pirates become opposing factions, just know that won't harm you. Riffin lowered his head and lightly kissed Hina's forehead, then turned to look towards the door. An air door appeared where there was previously empty space, and Califa, dressed in a suit and uniform, stood beside it. Califa, what's the matter? Riffin inquired. Califa replied, there are certain matters that need to be reported to you, boss. Jun wants to use a Denden Mushi to send timed contact to Naval Headquarters, as was previously agreed. However, earlier, we encountered Smoothie from Big Mom's Pirates and Hancock from the Kuja Pirates. Both Makita and Robin displayed extremely strong combat abilities in front of Jun and Hina. So I felt it was necessary to contact you before Jun reported this matter to the Naval Headquarters. Riffin acknowledged Califa's information and said, it's your responsibility to allow Jun to communicate with Naval Headquarters. However, there must be members of the Black Pearl Pirates present to monitor her during the conversation to prevent any actions that could harm us. Califa then picked up clothes from a hanger and approached Riffin, using her bubble fruit powers to assist him in cleaning up any sweat stains. She helped him put on his clothes, ensuring that they were in perfect order. After all, it's in line with our previous agreement, Riffin explained. I understand. I'll monitor Jun and talk to Naval Headquarters from now on. After Califa put the coat on Riffin, she took a step back and said to him. That's not necessary, it just so happens that I have to find Jun to fulfill our previous agreement. So you can leave it to me to spy on her talking to Naval Headquarters. Riffin shook his head and said, then he stepped through the air door that Califa opened to the cabin aisle. Califa naturally followed closely behind Riffin. Boss, that Marine Hina, what are you going to do with her? She seems to like you, boss, very much now. Based on your character, boss, for a woman who likes you and has a certain relationship with you, you should take her with you, right? On the way? Califa asked Riffin while leading the way for him. Califa, you really understand me? After all, I'm your secretary, and it's my job to observe the situation around you. You are indeed an excellent secretary. Thank you, boss, for the compliment. So should I treat Miss Hina as an important potential crew member? Riffin replied, it might be challenging to have Hina as a crew member. While she has developed feelings for me, her strong attachment to her marine identity cannot be ignored. Her past actions and affiliations also suggest that, given the right opportunity, she could return to the Marines. I doubt we can easily change her course. Califa understood Riffin's perspective and agreed, you're right, boss. She's quite weak when it comes to her inner conflicts. If we don't take her under our wing, it's possible that her life could be in danger due to her marine responsibilities. For example, in the upcoming war between Naval Headquarters and the Whitebeard Pirates, her abilities might place her at risk. And there's a certain possibility that she will fall there. Califa paused for a moment and calmly presented her analysis to Riffin. Chapter 256, Chapter 254, Califa perfect plan for Riffin. That's really a problem, Riffin muttered. Do you have any suggestions, Califa? Riffin frowned and asked. Although Hina is not a companion, he now knows how much she likes him. So Riffin will not sit idly by Hina's safety. Moreover, Riffin doesn't want to lose Hina, who is such an excellent nighttime communication partner. Perhaps we can use the G-virus strengthening agent on her body, Califa suggested calmly, pushing up her glasses. Using the G-virus strengthening potion on her. Riffin exclaimed, Califa, are you kidding me? You should know what this entails, or do you have any special ideas? Riffin raised his eyebrows and looked at Califa with interest. Based on his knowledge of Califa, he knew that she wouldn't suggest this without a good reason. As his secretary, Califa always came up with solutions that benefited Riffin, whether it was related to the Black Pearl Pirates' affairs, or Riffin's personal hobbies and life preferences. Califa nodded slightly, leaned in closer to Riffin's ear, and whispered, Boss, the difference between that Marine, Hina, and other Marines is that she has a substantial intimate relationship with you. We can use this to our advantage. After strengthening Hina with the G-virus, we can tell her it's because you've been together and that you want to share some of your power with her. The Marines and the world government won't know the specifics of your ability. If they have doubts, they'll have to accept the answers we provide. Perhaps, to confirm this answer, they'll allow you to communicate with more attractive Marines and agents, and you'll enjoy more benefits. Riffin was pleasantly surprised by the suggestion and whispered back, Califa, you are truly resourceful, and you've come up with an ingenious plan. While Marine may not send female Marines my way, the world government will definitely send people for testing. Hearing this, Califa smiled charmingly and continued, Boss, I have another proposal. Given your intimate relationship with Hina, we can attribute her increased strength to your closeness. Let the outside world know that they can gain significant power through sex with you. This could lead to more opportunities for you to enjoy the company of different women, perhaps even enticing Miss Jun, who is waiting to meet you right now. With her proposal complete, Califa took a step back, pushed her glasses, and maintained her smile. Riffin was initially taken aback by Califa's bold ideas but then praised her, Califa, I'm fortunate to have a secretary like you. I've decided, we'll follow your plan. I'm curious to see if the Marine and world government will be fooled. Riffin's main purpose was to witness the amusing scene of Marine and the world government falling for the ruse. While he might take advantage of any beautiful Marines or spies sent his way, he also wanted to feed false information to fool them. Riffin knew that both the Marine and the world government were eager to learn the truth about his devil fruit abilities. Therefore, he intended to provide them with a reference, explaining that the strength of Black Pearl Pirates was due to his ability to share power and practice experience through the tattoos he'd left on his crew. Additionally, the enhanced abilities of female crew members were attributed to their intimacy with him. Riffin believed that this information might entice some individuals to seek out his tattoos. At this point, Riffin considered Hina's situation and contemplated giving her a tattoo and injections of G-virus strengthening drugs while she was incapacitated. He wondered if the pain from the G-virus strengthening agent could be masked to some extent by the intimacy between them. However, he decided to discuss this with Hina when they have fun next time. Riffin continued to walk behind Califa while touching his chin. In terms of the rapid increase in strength of the members of the Black Pearl Pirates, this can be used to explain it, he pondered. However, I can use multiple devil fruit abilities at the same time. It seems that it cannot be attributed to the same ability. After all, Blackbeard Teach doesn't have the tattoo of the Black Pearl Pirates on his body, but he also has the ability of the dark fruit. It seems that it is not only necessary to fabricate a shared fruit but also to fabricate a replicated fruit. If asked by the Marines and world government, it can be said that I have the power of two devil fruits. Blackbeard's dark fruit, Nami's thunder fruit, and Nojiko's clone fruit are all copied by me by copy devil fruit. Anyway, that guy Blackbeard can control two devil fruits. If I have one more, the Marines and world government can understand. Riffin thought to himself. Having said that, Riffin didn't think about asking the Marines, he had to be prepared to reveal all the things he made up when the time came. He could choose to tell the reasons he had prepared and let the Marine and world government officials guess. Captain Riffin, we are here, Califa's voice brought Riffin back from his thoughts. Captain Riffin, Vice Admiral Jun is inside, she continued. Then let's come in, Riffin replied. Califa took out the key to the massage room shared by the female crew from her skirt pocket and opened the door with her hand raised. Riffin, you are finally here, Jun greeted him with a smile as she was wrapped in a white towel, pulling Riffin into the room. Are you sure you're ready? Riffin asked as he looked up and down at Jun, and the various skincare products for beauty and body activation were placed on the counter beside him with great interest. After all, I still owe you 2 promises, Riffin. In order not to break the contract with the Marines and become a dishonest person in your mind, I can only actively complete the agreement, Jun explained. Jun then pointed to the massage trousers and said with a smile, how about it, Riffin? You can change, and we can fulfill our first agreement. Hearing this, Riffin shrugged and said, Jun, you're talking nonsense. Why do you say that, Riffin? Jun inquired. Jun, didn't you say you want the whole body? If you put on this thing, it shouldn't be considered the whole body. Jun looked at the clothes she had prepared for Riffin and then at Riffin himself before sighing. She had anticipated that Riffin might reject it, as it didn't fit his style of taking advantage of others. She reached out to Riffin's collar, but Riffin grabbed her arm. Let me go first, Jun. You want to do it first? Jun asked. That's right. Now that you've taken off the marine uniform on your body, it's just time for you to see the massage skills I've honed, Riffin said with a smile, pointing to the massage table. Lie down and as I massage you, you can call the Marines, he suggested. In this way, you can also save some time. Jun could only nod in agreement, looking at Riffin who was quietly eyeing her, specifically the white towel on her body. As soon as the towel left her body, a tempting scene was shown to Riffin. As expected, you're fucking sexy Jun, Riffin remarked. Then please lie down here, after your session is over, I still have to go and teach Robin and the others. Hearing his praise and eyes that want to devour her, Jun's face was red from shyness. Although she was prepared, she still couldn't hide her shyness being stared up like a prey. Jun climbed onto the platform, showing her snow-white back in front of Riffin, and chuckled to hide her embarrassment and said to change the topic. Riffin, may I ask if the class you are talking about is a serious class? Besides, speaking of being tall or something, I'm probably not as good as Charlotte Smoothie in your mind right now. Chapter 257, Chapter 255, Califa's motherhood explodes. Smoothie is indeed tall, but you Jun is not bad either. I believe that you also have your own advantages that Smoothie does not possess. As for the class or something, it is naturally a serious class, Riffin responded. Riffin wasn't in a hurry to use the skincare products. Instead, he placed his hands on Jun's back. As he caressed his finger on her back, Jun's body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Fortunately, Riffin did not make any excessive moves. He was simply helping her relax her nerves in a professional manner. Gradually, Jun also relaxed her body and began to enjoy the massage. Califa, who was nearby, gently pushed her glasses. Familiar with Riffin, she understood that he would do more than just a regular body massage. Once Jun's back was done, she would experience what Riffin referred to as his special technique. However, in Jun's case, Boss probably wouldn't massage her to the same level as with Nojiko. This was because Jun didn't really want to have any intimate involvement with Boss, Califa thought to herself. Just as her thoughts started to drift, Riffin suddenly turned her head and said, Califa, could you come to my consulting room? I keep some body conditioning ointments I recently made in the medicine cabinet. I noticed that Ms. Jun has some minor issues with her body, and she might need to use that ointment. Ointment, Califa nodded, I understand. With that, she opened the door and left. Using her door fruit ability out of Jun's view, she went directly to the nearby consultation room. She found the ointment that Riffin had mentioned. However, when she read the instructions on the side of the ointment, Califa's expression instantly turned odd. Treatment oil? It can make infertile women give birth? Experimental stage? Do they really need human experiments? Is Jun the boss's guinea pig? Could he have made it especially for her after making an agreement with Jun? But why make her give birth? Does the boss want to drink her breast milk? Califa had the unsettling notion that Riffin was using Jun like a cow, extracting fresh Jun milk every morning. She felt an odd sympathy for Jun. That being said, Califa was also curious about how Jun would react when she learned the truth. Such a scenario would be very interesting. If the boss actually drinks the product and Jun finds out about it, her reaction would certainly be entertaining. However, the boss might not actually drink it, and even if he did, he might not inform Jun. Califa contemplated how to make her boss drink the product and let Jun discover the truth. Tisk, it's truly bizarre that he created something like this. If it works, it could be a boon for women who struggle to conceive. That being said, Jun will leave eventually. Does the boss plan to use this on all the female crew members of the Black Pearl Pirates? Califa furrowed her brows and muttered to herself, worrying that as a member of the Black Pearl Pirates, Riffin might secretly use the product on her, even though she didn't have any children. What if this unexpectedly enables even the most unlikely couples to have children? Califa's thoughts began to take an odd turn. The idea of Riffin drinking the product she had created made her uneasy yet strangely excited. If the boss truly consumed what I produced, it would be like he's my child. This feeling makes me curious. But soon, Califa realized something was amiss. Strange, what's wrong with me? Initially, I wanted to avoid any significant contact with the boss. Why am I now willing to let Riffin taste what I've produced? This must be some form of maternal instinct, but it feels unusual. She considered whether her attitude had changed because she was accustomed to the crew or if she was influenced by Nojiko, who had taken on her role. I shouldn't end up like Nojiko in the future. Califa picked up Riffin's newly developed oil and fell into deep thought. After a while, she shook her head and made her way back to her workplace. I'll just follow my instincts. After all, there's no escaping the boss in the future. Califa murmured to herself. On the other side, where Riffin and Jun are located, Jun asked Riffin cautiously, Riffin, are you using some unusual substances on me? Riffin reassured her, don't worry, Jun. You can trust the medicines I've developed. So far, none of the medications and treatments I've researched for the benefit of the human body have proven harmful. With nimble fingers, Riffin worked on Jun's back, offering a warm smile. Jun frowned slightly, still not entirely at ease with Riffin's intentions. However, considering her current situation, she had to let go of some of her concerns. Riffin, you mentioned earlier that you would help Robin with a serious class. Are you planning to help her with her training? Jun asked. Riffin's smile deepened, and he replied, why, do you want to gather more information? What do you have to offer in exchange this time, Jun? Jun let out a quiet sigh and said, Riffin, even if I ask a few questions, can't it be for free? With my current condition, I can't promise to engage in activities I'm not comfortable with. Even if I did, it wouldn't be enjoyable for me, would it? Riffin raised an eyebrow and responded, you know me quite well, Jun. Forget it, it doesn't hurt to tell you a little bit. Riffin gave in, and he continued, I am indeed helping Robin with her training. She didn't gain her current abilities for nothing. When Jun received Riffin's response, a smile appeared on her face. Could you tell me what aspect of her abilities you're helping her enhance? Speaking of which, you are actually able to use the power of flower fruit, and naturally you can also give some help to its ability to develop fruit. Does it mean that you want to continue to help her develop flower fruit? No, she has already developed flower fruit to a considerable extent. So, you're going to help her develop her haki. Her armament haki has reached her limit. As for Conqueror's haki, it stands to reason that it has no way to develop enhancements through training. But you, Riffin, can let Makita and you also master powerful Conqueror's haki. I'm starting to think that you've mastered how to help your partner train their Conqueror's haki. Or, are you going to help Robin with her observation haki? Riffin remained silent. He understood the unique power of haki and its potential implications. He didn't intend to say that Robin only lacked an intermediate Conqueror's haki awakening scroll from Awakening Advanced Conquerors and Conqueror's Infusion. And Robin's observation haki. It has already reached the top level, reaching the level of being able to predict the future. If Marine or other enemies know that Robin's Conqueror's haki has reached this level, their attitude will definitely change a lot when they face off against Robin. The difficulty Robin faces when confronting enemies may also increase. Therefore, unless Robin's power has reached an absolute level, the Black Pearl Pirate's power has reached an absolute level. Otherwise, Riffin did not intend to easily disclose Robin's information to Jun. If they want to know the strength of Robin's haki, unless Robin's opponent uses his own strength to test it out. Riffin gave a small smile and evaded her question. I appreciate your curiosity, but you know I won't provide answers to your questions. Hearing it, Jun understood that Riffin was not willing to share too much information about Robin's abilities, so she stopped her questions. With her chin resting on her hands, she relaxed on the massage table under Riffin's skilled touch. The tension in her muscles gradually dissolved, and even the hidden injuries from her training started to heal. As she sighed contentedly, she spoke again, Riffin, it's a pity you became a pirate. Your advanced techniques could have made a successful massage parlor. I'd be a regular customer. Jun sighed while speaking. She was also thinking about how to pry Riffin's mouth open and get more information, or change another question. But she didn't expect Riffin to answer her. Riffin chuckled, well, I suppose I had a different calling. But since Robin will use what I taught her later anyway, I can reveal a little bit about what I was teaching her. To be honest, I saw potential in taijutsu in Robin. So I've been busy helping Robin practice martial arts recently. Jun raised her eyebrows, and turned to Riffin in surprise. And with her movements, the beautiful pair in front of her also appeared in front of Riffin. The corner of Riffin's mouth raised. Taking advantage of the situation, he raised his hand and grasped the two big melons in front of Jun. This touch. Immediately, the doubt that Jun was about to escape just now turned into an exclamation. Although Jun is mentally prepared. But her body shuddered from pleasure she didn't know exist. And it made Jun speechless for a while. It was only after Jun got used to it that she was able to talk to Riffin more calmly. Riffin, I don't quite understand why you're teaching Robin martial arts. Shouldn't her strength be primarily based on her devil fruit abilities and haki? Jun asked, still blushing. At that moment, Jun couldn't help but think of how effortlessly Robin had used her devil fruit ability and haki to defeat Smoothie easily. Chapter 258, Chapter 256, Akainu and Aokiji's Surprise. Riffin, I don't quite understand why you're teaching Robin martial arts. Shouldn't her strength be primarily based on her devil fruit abilities and haki? Jun asked, still blushing. At that moment, Jun couldn't help but think of how effortlessly Robin had used her devil fruit ability and haki to defeat Smoothie easily. Why do you think Robin can't practice powers beyond devil fruit and haki? Riffin inquired. I trained Robin as my second in command, he added. I also anticipate Robin's ability to confront your Marine's Marine Admiral in the future. Of course, I need to find a way to make her stronger. Although devil fruit and haki are sufficient for Robin to wield formidable power, Riffin continued, I believe that, once she masters the hand-to-hand techniques I've taught her, her strength and tactics will improve accordingly. Amidst Jun's relieved expression, Riffin gently released his hand, pivoting Jun's body 180 degrees so that her front faced him. Then, Riffin, Jun inquired, can you give us a glimpse of the type of hand-to-hand techniques you're teaching Robin? Jun was curious, knowing that Riffin possessed a wealth of martial arts knowledge. She wished to discover what technique Robin might master in the future, enabling the Marines to formulate a response plan should Robin become an enemy. Riffin replied, I'm sorry, Jun, but to answer that question, you'll need to offer more. He glanced back at Califa, who had returned to the room with the oil he had asked, and continued, all right, that concludes our conversation. You may need to speak with Naval Headquarters. If you don't call now, you might have to contact them after I make some major moves. That could lead to some misleading information, Jun. Riffin signaled to Califa, who understood and proceeded to dial Naval Headquarters on the Den Mushi. Jun had no choice but to temporarily abandon her questioning and concentrate on the phone call Califa gave her. On the other end, at Naval Headquarters, in Marine Marshal Sengoku's meeting room, the Marine Admiral candidate, Toki Cake, was engaged in a fervent discussion with Sengoku and Vice Admiral Tsuru. Marshal Sengoku, Vice Admiral Tsuru, when will Jun return? This Riffin is powerful and has a penchant for women. Jun is so beautiful, if he does anything to her, it could be. No, it's not safe for Jun to stay with Riffin. Marshal Sengoku, Vice Admiral Tsuru, let me take action. I'll bring Jun back from that pirate. Sengoku, seated with a deep frown, looked at Toki Cake, who had once again come to express his concerns about Jun staying with Riffin. It seemed as though Toki Cake had confessed his affection for Jun countless times in recent days. Calm down, Toki Cake. Jun will be fine. She reports to us periodically. Since Riffin aims to become a Shishibukai, he won't harm Jun, Sengoku reassured him. Sengoku thought that handling Riffin would not be a simple matter, as the Marines had not taken action against him yet. Thus, there would be no further troubles with the Black Pearl pirates. Yet, Toki Cake, calm down. Your anxiety won't help Jun, Vice Admiral Tsuru added. Just as Toki Cake was about to respond, a Den Mushi on Sengoku's desk rang. Hello, is this Jun? Sengoku, after a glance at Toki Cake, quickly answered the call. It's me, Marshal Sengoku, regarding the periodic report. Before Jun could finish speaking, the worried Toki Cake couldn't contain himself. Jun, are you okay? Did that Riffin do anything to you? If that scoundrel mistreated you, you must tell me. On the Black Pearl, Jun frowned. Toki Cake. After a brief pause, she shifted her gaze to Riffin. Riffin, who was currently massaging Jun's calf, heard Tokikaki's words and wore a mischievous smile. Toki Cake, calm down. Let's hear Jun's report, Vice Admiral Tsuru intervened, using her own abilities to soothe him. With Toki Cake now calmer, Sengoku resumed the conversation with Jun. Jun, let's proceed. Tell us about your situation with Riffin, he requested. Marshal Sengoku, Sister Tsuru, please rest assured that I wasn't mistreated on the Black Pearl. Jun assured them, trying to prevent any misguided actions. After a pause, she continued, Marshal Sengoku, Sister Tsuru, this time, the regular report is a bit special. Just before that, we encountered Charlotte Smoothie from the Big Mom Pirates, and Boa Hancock from the Kuja Pirates, Jun continued. There was a certain conflict between the three parties. Jun's words left Sengoku and others in the Marine Marshal's meeting room stunned. They were shocked. What? Sengoku exclaimed. The Black Pearl Pirates met Charlotte Smoothie from the Big Mom Pirates? And at the same time, you also encountered the Kuja Pirates? There was a conflict between the three parties? Jun, tell us what happened. Sengoku initially expected a routine report from Jun, so this revelation surprised him immensely. Outside the office, the three Marine Admirals, Aokiji, Akainu, and Kizaru, who had just entered the Marshal's office, heard Sengoku's surprised voice. They exchanged glances, sharing the surprise. Subsequently, the three Marine Admirals found seats in the office and waited to learn more about the Black Pearl Pirates. On the Black Pearl, Jun glanced back at Riffin and noticed that he didn't intervene. She then went on to describe the encounter between the Black Pearl Pirates and Charlotte Smoothie and Boa Hancock, as well as the conflicts that arose. Jun included the details of Smoothie being defeated by Robin and the clash between Hancock and Makita. As Jun narrated, the three Marine Admirals, who had just arrived at the office, became increasingly interested in the Black Pearl Pirates, particularly Marine Admiral Aokiji, who had prior contact with Riffin. Jun added, Riffin stated that he ultimately defeated Hancock and intends to continue guiding Robin in her training. He aims to make Nico Robin as formidable as a Marine Admiral. Nico Robin? Marine Admiral? Sengoku exclaimed. What are Riffin's plans? That's right, Jun replied. He seems interested in instructing Nico Robin in hand-to-hand technique and martial arts. Marshal Sengoku, Riffin excels in martial arts. With Robin's current strength, mastering powerful boxing techniques like 8-impact fist and fishman karate, combined with her devil fruit abilities, would make her even more formidable. After some contemplation, Jun added, just imagining Robin using martial arts, if she suddenly manifests a haki-infused hand and throws punches at her enemies, it's astonishing. People with weaker observation haki might not even see it coming. Sengoku pondered this, his brow furrowing further. Unexpectedly, not only has Riffin awakened Conqueror's haki, but this woman, Nico Robin, also possesses it. She instantly defeated Charlotte Smoothie. We have seriously underestimated her. Conqueror's haki? She has that kind of potential. Aokiji was also dubious. Akainu snorted and remarked, are the remnants of O'Hara becoming formidable after all? Kizaru, on the other hand, gave meaningful looks to his colleagues who had participated in the O'Hara Buster Call Aokiji and Akainu. It was as if he was implying that Robin had come to meet them. Is this directed at Marine Admirals? Let's see if that woman can reach the strength of a Marine Admiral, he said. Aokiji added, although Riffin and Jun took down Golden Lion, it doesn't necessarily mean Riffin is on par with a Marine Admiral in combat. He acknowledged the potential of Riffin and the Black Pearl Pirates. Marshal Sengoku, should we really make someone like him a Shishibukai? If we allow him to develop his power and skills further, he could become a significant problem. However, before Akainu could continue, Crane intervened, wearing a serious expression. Be attentive, Kazuzuki. Chapter 259, Chapter 257, Aokiji is highly interested in Robin's challenge. Jun is at Riffin's place. If Riffin were to hear this, Tsuru didn't think Riffin would respond positively. So she was worried that Riffin would do something to Jun because of this. However, as soon as her voice fell, Jun's voice rang again on the other side of the Den Mushi. Akainu Admiral, please be careful of what you say, Riffin is by my side. He said he was interested in what you had to say. He also mentioned waiting until he's raised Nico Robin to the level of Marine Admiral. He hopes you'll be kind enough to enlighten him to see if Robin has the power of a Marine Admiral. Of course, Admiral Aokiji, who also participated in the O'Hara Buster Call, can do it too. Akainu frowned suddenly when he heard this. He wasn't afraid of Riffin, he was just worried that Riffin might endanger Jun and Hina at this moment. Therefore, even though he felt that Riffin was arrogant, he only snorted coldly and didn't choose to reprimand Riffin for his arrogant remark. But Aokiji, after listening to what Jun said, showed a very interested expression. "Alala, do you want to challenge me? This is really interesting. I'm also very interested in Nico Robin, who can defeat Smoothie in seconds. However, if it's just at this level, I don't think there's any way she can beat me." Although Aokiji is known for his laid-back nature, he has the confidence to be one of the Marine's strongest combat forces. One of the 4 sweet commanders, Smoothie was not a concern for Aokiji. Though Nico Robin's victory over Smoothie had surprised Aokiji, he still believed he was superior to her. Jun's words didn't end there. After a while, her voice was transmitted to Sengoku and others through the Denden Mushi once again. "Kyuzan, you better be more cautious. Riffin said he intends to train Robin in combat. If nothing goes wrong, I think she'll become even more powerful. Also, Makita, who is with Riffin, has mastered Conqueror Infusion. And Robin has now awakened Conqueror's Haki too. Perhaps it won't be long before you see a Nico Robin who possesses formidable combat skills, a powerful Devil Fruit ability, and the ability to use Conqueror Infusion." After Jun finished speaking, she cast a deep look at Riffin, who was rubbing her belly. Although Riffin didn't say it, Jun had some extensive speculations about Robin's development. She even imagined Robin using Conqueror's Haki in her battles, as seen in her fight against Smoothie today. Riffin noticed Jun's gaze but didn't say anything. He just smiled, turned around, and walked toward the platform where various ointments were placed. "I see. So, Riffin is still teaching Nico Robin combat and Conqueror's Infusion. Wait, Jun, what did you just say? Makita has mastered Conqueror Infusion." Aokiji, who was sighing, suddenly had a gleam in his eye and asked Jun in surprise. In the office, the rest of them were equally astonished. "Jun, are you serious? Makita has really mastered Conqueror Infusion?" Sengoku's eyes widened as he asked. "Marshal Sengoku, I know this is very surprising. But I saw it with my own eyes before being turned to stone. That woman used the same area of effect as Riffin. So, although Hancock was ultimately defeated by Riffin, I believe Makita has the power to defeat Empress Hancock," Jun said solemnly. She even felt it. Riffin chose to defeat Hancock himself in the end because he was concerned that Makita might severely harm Hancock or even kill her, and therefore, Riffin had no chance to capture the most beautiful woman in the world. It's kind of scary right now. Should I say as expected of the first mate of the Black Pearl Pirates? Kizaru sighed with the corner of his mouth tilted. Although it was risque, Kizaru truly felt Makita's power this time. Has Makita also mastered the same Conqueror's Haki as Riffin? If Nico Robin gains such power in the future, we need to take them seriously. However, can the technique of Conqueror Infusion be taught? Aokiji raised his eyebrows and looked curiously at Sengoku, the only one in the room who had awakened the Conqueror's Haki. Unfortunately, Sengoku had no way to answer Aokiji's question. Because even he had not mastered such a skill as Conqueror Infusion. Sengoku frowned and quickly processed the information Jun had shared. After a while, he hesitated slightly and asked Jun. "Jun, has Riffin revealed how he teaches his partners? Or is it possible for him to disclose his teaching methods?" Hearing this, Jun looked at Riffin, who had come over with the ointment. She knew that Sengoku was directing the question to Riffin, not herself. "Do you want to know my teaching method? It's all right, but my fees are quite steep. I don't think you Marines can afford the price. Even if you know, and even if I'm willing to teach, you might not have anyone willing to come to me for training." Riffin thought of the content about shared fruit and replication fruit that he had fabricated when talking to Califa earlier. He said with a smile on his face. Riffin's sudden comment surprised Sengoku and the others. But soon, Sengoku reacted. "Riffin, from what you're saying, are you willing to reveal your teaching plan? Are you even planning to use this teaching plan to help train Marines? If that's the case, why don't you tell me, what kind of compensation do you want from us?" Sengoku asked in surprise. Because of Robin and Makita's performance, he was especially interested in how Riffin guides others in their training. In his opinion, if the price Riffin mentioned wasn't too outrageous, it was not impossible for him to consider a deal with Riffin. After all, it wasn't just about understanding Riffin's abilities and methods to make his partners stronger, it was even possible to have Riffin help train a formidable Marine. This Riffin put his elbows on Jun's thighs and thought while moving. He had invented his abilities. He also had the idea of revealing some fabricated abilities to the Marines through Hina. At this time, Sengoku came over to ask again, and Riffin immediately had other considerations in his mind. Not long after, he would develop Gecko Moria into his own subordinate pirate group. The Marines, on the other hand, might not want to see such a situation happen. Perhaps they would have other plans for Gecko Moria, who had lost his Shishibukai position. This was naturally not what Riffin wanted to see. Riffin, what do you want? Sengoku saw that the other end of the Denden Mushi had fallen silent, so he couldn't help but ask. Marshal Sengoku, if I say I want a devil fruit, you probably won't agree, just like last time. In that case, how about I ask you to make a promise? Riffin laughed. A promise? Hearing the mention of a promise from Riffin again, Sengoku was genuinely surprised. After all, he had already broken agreements with Riffin twice before. What kind of promise do you want, Riffin? Well, I haven't thought about it yet. Hey. Hehe, don't worry, Marshal Sengoku. Anyway, I haven't given you any information from my side, have I? So, you plan to give us information after you've decided on the conditions. That's right. Don't worry, I will think about it after the call is over. I believe I will give you an answer in a short time. After Riffin finished speaking, the corner of his mouth formed an even wider smile. He had already decided to wait until he successfully developed Moria into the captain of his subordinate pirate group. Then he would share the fabricated ability information with the Marines through Hina. Okay, it's time to end this call. I still have some unfinished business with Jun that needs to continue. Speaking of which, Ms. Jun, do you want to use this essential oil for tanning, or this essential oil for whitening? Riffin's words were transmitted verbatim to everyone in the Marine Marshal's office through the speaker. Originally, they had been thinking about Riffin and the Black Pearl Pirates' intelligence issues. So Riffin's last words left Tsuru and Toki Cake momentarily stunned. Tanning? Whitening? Wait, Riffin, what are you doing to Jun? Toki Cake stood up, walked quickly to Sengoku, and spoke into the microphone. A voice I've never heard before. Who am I talking to? Riffin asked, slightly puzzled. I'm Toki Cake. I see, you're a Marine Admiral candidate as famous as Jun. I've heard that you confessed your love to Jun 100 times, but you were rejected every time. Damn it, I was just temporarily rejected. You mentioned tanning and whitening just now, right? That's right, Jun and I discussed it. We'll help each other apply skincare products to each other body. Is there a problem with that? It's a big problem, you bastard. I didn't get such a chance even though I confessed to Jun 100 times. It's you who didn't get that opportunity, so it's different from my situation. It shouldn't be your business if I apply skincare products for Jun. It's my business. I'm Jun's suitor. I've confessed my love 100 times. But you failed, didn't you? Plus, let me advise you, don't be a licking dog, or you might end up with nothing. Bastard. Who are you calling a dog? I'm just offering some advice. It's okay if you don't listen. Besides, if there's nothing else, I'm about to start hanging up the call. BTW, I've already applied the oil to my hands. Damn it, stop you bastard. What if I don't stop? Asshole, I want to challenge you. I want to challenge you. Is that so, a challenge from the Marine Admiral candidate? Well, I accept your challenge. When I become a Shishibukai, I will come to you. Okay. I will make you regret it when the time comes. Riffin, if you lose, you're not allowed to go near Jun anymore, do you understand? If you can defeat me, on the other hand, if you lose, please don't pester Ms. Jun anymore. Asshole. Riffin's words infuriated Toki Cake. He even forgot that Riffin's strength might have reached a level that he couldn't handle. Chapter 260, Chapter 258, Jun Milk. Stop barking, Toki Cake. If you're upset with me, just challenge me when we meet. As for now, I still have to help Jun with skincare, so I won't talk to you for now, Riffin said with a light smile. Of course, he didn't accept Tokikaki's challenge casually. The reason why he accepted Tokikaki's challenge is because he wants to get related rewards by defeating him. After all, the position of the Marine Admiral candidate is as special as Shishibukai, 3 admirals, 4 emperors, etc. Even if Riffin has already defeated Jun, who is also the Marine Admiral's candidate, he can still obtain rewards by defeating the other Marine Admiral alternate Toki Cake, again. If he becomes a Shishibukai, it will be inconvenient for him to have another conflict with Toki Cake. But if Toki Cake takes the initiative to trouble him, he can accept the challenge and defeat him. After defeating Toki Cake, Sengoku and others couldn't use it to say anything. As long as he doesn't maim or kill Toki Cake, he will have no trouble. There is no harm in this matter. Bastard, you still want to attack Jun. Riffin's words made Tokikaki's blood surge. He almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. At this time, Tsuru came over. Jun, Riffin won't do anything to you, will he? Is it just a simple application of skincare products? Upon hearing this, Jun replied without the slightest hesitation, yes, Sister Tsuru. Please don't worry, I'm fine here. Jun had long known that Tsuta would worry if she knew, so she had already thought about the way to answer. Although she didn't intend to become like Hina, she was also embarrassed to tell Tsuru about the agreement between her and Riffin. After all, this agreement is slightly beyond the ordinances. Is that so? If that's the case, then I'm relieved. After being silent for a while, Tsuru nodded and said. Wait, Tsuru Vice Admiral, is that all you have to say? Aren't you going to stop Jun? Toki Cake widened his eyes when he heard Tsuru understatement, and asked him in surprise. No, I trust Jun. Tsuru waved her hand and walked to her seat. Toki Cake stared blankly at Tsuru's back and then looked at the denden mushi that had already been hung up. A few seconds later, Toki Cake spat out a mouthful of old blood. He sat on the ground with red eyes as if he had lost the pillar of his soul. Hey, are you okay, Toki Cake? Sengoku stood up and quickly asked. However, Sengoku's words didn't seem to reach Tokikaki's ears, he just stared blankly at the ground. It seems that the battle between Toki Cake and Riffin can't be avoided now. Kizuru shook his head, got up, and went to Sengoku, putting his report on Sengoku's desk. Marshal Sengoku, this is a report from my side. I still have something to do, so I won't stay. Wait, Borsellino, we need to discuss Riffin and the Black Pearl Pirates. Sengoku glanced at Kizuru and said solemnly. Once again, having learned about the stronger strength of the Black Pearl Pirates from Jun, Sengoku naturally intends to make some deployments regarding the Black Pearl Pirates. Not to mention, Riffin seems to have a challenge match with Toki Cake. Meanwhile, on the other side, aboard the Black Pearl, right, I understand, Riffin put down the tanning oil, chose the whitening oil, and began to apply it to Jun's whole body. Maybe it's because of the effect of the oil, or maybe it's because the phone has been hung up, or maybe it's because of Riffin's technique. Immediately, Jun felt an electric shock pass from Riffin's fingers to her mind. Especially when Riffin's hand came to her chest, this time, Riffin didn't just pass by casually but chose to focus on it. Jun pursed her lips, trying not to make a sound. She didn't know it at this time, Riffin's actions were all in preparation for using the ointment brought by Califa later. Alright Riffin, why did you upset Toki Cake and say you want to fight him? You shouldn't have a reason to fight him, right? Jun endured the instincts of her body while asking Riffin intermittently. She wanted to distract herself by speaking, so that she would try not to notice Riffin's movements and the feedback from her own body. Didn't I help you get rid of trouble, Jun? If I win, won't there be one less annoyance around you? Sigh, who made me fall in love with you, Jun? If you were surrounded by a man like him, I would feel uneasy too. So, don't thank me too much, Jun. Naturally, Riffin couldn't tell Jun that he wants to get rewards through Toki Cake. Instead, he had to find an excuse. When Jun heard Riffin's answer, she couldn't help but twitch her mouth. If possible, I really don't want to be liked by you, Riffin. In this case, maybe I can avoid being treated like this by you. As she said that, she once again looked at Riffin's hand that was walking on her body. For what Riffin said about liking her, Jun believed it. After all, in her heart, Riffin likes all pretty girls. Certainly, Jun also understands that if the girl Riffin likes is not his partner, Riffin might beat her up. But if it's really what you said, you won't be able to get information from me, Jun. Riffin smiled, after anointing Jun's whole body with the oil on hand and preparing to use the special ointment that Califa brought. Under Califa's interested eyes, he picked up the special ointment. Riffin, why are you looking at me like that? Jun watched Riffin's eyes fixed on her chest. She couldn't help but raise her eyebrows, and a sudden unease washed over her. Why are you so guarded against me, Jun? Did you forget our second agreement? Riffin said with a light smile. The second promise. Jun was taken aback, and immediately recalled the arrangement she had made with Riffin on her own initiative. Does it mean that you are about to start? Jun looked at Riffin's smile and then at her own chest, swallowing nervously. No, there is still some preparation to be done. Preparation? That's right. Riffin nodded and continued, Jun, do you think a woman will give birth if she is barren? Of course not, Riffin. Why do you ask that? It's a shame. Jun, it would be great if you said that you are breastfeeding now. What? Jun's beautiful eyes widened. She looked at Riffin, and then at Riffin's hand, which had been replaced with a new ointment that exuded a strange fragrance. Don't tell me. Jun swallowed and muttered in surprise. Yeah, that's exactly what you think. But you don't have to worry too much. This thing is still in the experimental stage. Maybe it won't work. But no matter what, you have to try it, Jun. What do you think, Jun? The corner of Riffin's mouth was raised, and the hand with the ointment had come to Jun's chest. Wait, Riffin, our two agreements should not include this. Jun still wanted to fight for it, so she quickly opened her mouth to persuade Riffin. How could it not be included? Our first agreement includes the agreement that I can use any skincare products on you, Riffin laughed. You mean that ointment on your hand? Of course, this is made of natural plants. You smell it, it has a fragrance. Riffin, do you really want to do this for the second promise? Of course, otherwise, wouldn't it be dry licking? But if it succeeds, won't I keep that state? Don't worry, the effect of this thing is only temporary, and it won't last for too long. Then, how long is it? Well, maybe a day, maybe a week, maybe a month. So, I may have to maintain a mother state for even a month? Do you want me to inhale the ointment until the duration of the ointment expires? How could it be? In that case, wouldn't I have breached the contract? I said I would only apply for it once. So, I have to endure such a long time of physical changes for you this time. Jun thought that she might have to go back to Naval headquarters in the body of a mother that was about to give birth. Thinking of the strange looks from Sister Tsuru and the other sisters that she might face, even she couldn't help but feel a burst of despair. At this time, Califa, who was watching from the side, spoke. Don't worry too much, Ms. Jun. If the effect of the medicine lasts too long, the boss will definitely help you end that state early. He won't let you go back to Naval headquarters in that state. As for the excess resources in your body after you complete the second agreement with the boss, I think the boss will help you deal with it. Just extract them ahead of time and store them. Saying that, Califa took out several empty bottles from the side counter and placed them in front of Jun. Seeing this, Jun's mouth twitched even faster. So, am I going to become a lactating mother? Jun sighed. After a long time. Boss, according to your agreement, I have stored the products left on Jun's body in the freezer in your room. Califa pushed open the door of the massage room again. After taking a look at Jun, who seemed to have been drained by the deed of having her milk sapped and the physical exertion, and was now swollen, she opened her mouth and said to Riffin. Well, thank you, Califa. Riffin wiped the remaining milk on the corners of his mouth and said with a smile on his face. Boss, tell me how it tastes. Califa pushed her glasses and asked with great interest. And her words also successfully brightened Jun's eyes, who had been in a state of trance. She pursed her lips and looked at Riffin with extremely complicated eyes. Not bad, better than regular milk. Otherwise, I wouldn't ask you to extract it and save it for me. The corner of Riffin's mouth raised, and he looked at Jun on the side. To be honest, Riffin was a little surprised. He thought it would have a fishy smell, but after actually tasting it, there was a strange taste. Riffin even thought about making cakes with the products from Jun. Of course, now he was just thinking about it. After all, Jun couldn't cater to him every time. After this time is over, the agreement between the two of them is over. In other words, Jun's brand milk is completely out of stock. What is squeezed out now is enough for Riffin to use a few times. However, Riffin thought, I can ask Nojiko and Robin to help. They should be quite willing to assist. I can even incentivize Califa a little. Thinking of this, Riffin couldn't help but glance at Califa. Boss, the look in your eyes makes me feel violated. Califa pushed her glasses and said with a smile. Why, I'm just admiring your beauty, Califa. Riffin shook his head and said. Is that so? I thought you were going to let me replace Ms. Jun to help you in the future. Now it seems that I misunderstood. Califa glanced at the corner of her eyes, and once again set her eyes on Jun's chest still dripping with milk. Chapter 261, Chapter 259, Big Mom invite Riffin to enter the new world. So, I can ask you for help instead of Jun? Riffin asked with excitement. Well, not for now, Califa chuckled, then turned her gaze elsewhere. Riffin shook his head regretfully. What he didn't know was that in fact, Califa already had the idea of helping Riffin after she saw Jun's state. Jun looked at her chest, then at Riffin, recalling in her mind once again how Riffin was in her arms like a child. Speaking of which, boss, why don't you call Bonnie? If you use her ability, boss, maybe you can really act like a child in Ms. Jun's arms, Califa suggested with a mischievous tone. Why you want to do it again? Jun was startled and quickly stood up while supporting herself with both hands on the platform. That's an interesting proposition, Califa. However, Jun's production capacity seems to have reached its limit for the time being. Now that I have become a child, I have no way to experience her not hugging me from a child's perspective. So let's wait. By the way, if that woman Bonnie knew that I had developed such an ointment, I don't know if she would like to experience it too, ha ha ha, Riffin laughed loudly. Riffin's question made Califa fall into deep thought. She thought again about her use of the ointment when Riffin applied it for her. Riffin, you said that my production capacity has reached its limit. Why, haven't they returned to their original state? Jun took a deep breath, stood up from the bed, pointed to her chest, and asked Riffin. I'm just saying that their production capacity is temporarily over. After more than 20 hours, your production capacity will be restored. You don't need to be that frightened. According to my observations on your body, the effect of the ointment I used lasts about half a day. In other words, you only need to produce it once, Riffin gave Jun a thumbs up and said with a smile. In this case, I have to prepare some containers, Califa pushed her glasses, her tone playful. Jun twitched the corner of her mouth, thinking that Riffin might take what she produced and drink it every morning. She felt a wave of emotions in her heart. After taking a deep breath for a while, Jun calmed down. Riffin, my side is over. Next, it's time for me to skincare for you. Jun deliberately emphasized the word skincare. She pointed at the bed she had used before after speaking. Since that's the case, I'll thank you, Ms. Jun, Riffin said. Califa, you don't have to stay here any longer. Go and do other things. Jun squinted after seeing Califa leave. She picked up the special ointment left by Riffin and applied it to Riffin's chest. She couldn't help but have a vengeful smile on her face, considering that Riffin might take what she produced and drink it every morning. It's just a pity that after some time had passed and Jun had almost finished the massage, Riffin's chest still hadn't changed. Are you puzzled, Jun? Suddenly, Riffin opened his eyes and asked Jun with a smile. Riffin, you know. Of course, I know. You just wanted to use the same ointment on me, didn't you? So, did you use some kind of ability to eliminate the effect of this ointment? Of course not. The reason my body hasn't changed is because this ointment only works on women. Only works on women. Why are you so surprised? Isn't this a matter of course? After all, men don't have the conditions to give birth, don't they? So my actions were all in vain. It's not in vain. After all, this ointment not only has the effect of an aphrodisiac but also has a skincare effect, although it is not as good as special skincare products. Jun sighed faintly when she heard Riffin's words. She understood that it was impossible for her to make Riffin suffer in Riffin's territory. Okay, you don't need to do it anymore. Consider this encounter as a rehearsal in advance. When you have children in the future, you may use this experience. Riffin got up from the massage platform and stretched lazily. This time, the agreement between us is considered complete. Thank you for your service, Jun. I enjoy it. But if you can let go a little more, I will be happier. Next, I have to teach Robin and the others. Next, take a good rest. Riffin patted Jun's shoulder while his other hand was on her swollen chest, pinching her pink bud. He changed his clothes under Jun's resentful gaze, walked out of the room, and headed towards Robin, Vivi, and others. Jun looked at the back of Riffin as he left. Although she wanted to understand how Riffin trained Robin and the others, she fell into hesitation for a moment. Meanwhile, on the other side, where Charlotte Smoothie is. After recovering and composing herself for a while, she finally picked up the Den Mushy and called her mother, Charlotte Linlin, to report her mission failure. So, you just fled and came back, Smoothie. Charlotte Linlin's voice, heavy with displeasure, reached Smoothie through the Den Mushy. I'm truly sorry for not being able to complete the mission, Mom. But there's a reason for it, Smoothie responded. Although I intended to use my strength to make Riffin and his crew submit, the power of the Black Pearl Pirates is beyond what I can handle. Riffin didn't even have to lift a finger. Nico Robin alone defeated me. Nico Robin has mastered the armament haki of the advanced class and Conqueror's haki. In addition, it seems that her devil fruit has awakened. I really couldn't handle her. Nico Robin's bounty was only 80 million berries, and Smoothie knew that failing against someone with such a low bounty would infuriate her mother. Charlotte Linlin's angry reprimand was expected, but after learning about Nico Robin's strength, even Linlin was taken aback. Smoothie, are you sure you're not exaggerating? This Nico Robin, with a bounty of only 80 million berries, possesses this level of power. After a moment of silence, Linlin furrowed her brows and inquired further. It's true, Mom. Even if it weren't for me, we have a new crew member who has social ties with Riffin. Without that connection, I might not have made it back to Toto Land. Smoothie glanced at Ada Wong, who was standing nearby. Even at this moment, she shuddered when she recalled how close she was to being strangled by Nico Robin. Mom, it's not just Nico Robin. Makita, the vice-captain of the Black Pearl Pirates, is also a formidable opponent. Makita exhibited Conqueror's haki that was even more potent than Nico Robin's. Our ship trembled under its power, and some of the structures on the deck sustained damage. When Linlin heard Smoothie's words, her eyes widened. What? Makita possesses a Conqueror's haki of that caliber. Mom, this is what we experienced firsthand. We also made another shocking discovery about Makita. Anything else unusual? Yes. That woman used Golden Lion Shiki's Devil Fruit ability. Shiki's Devil Fruit. Is this some kind of joke, Smoothie? Charlotte Linlin's disbelief was expected by Smoothie. Fully prepared, she explained everything to her mother over the Den Mushy. Mom, I understand that this may be hard to believe. After all, Golden Lion was recently killed by Riffin and the Marines. But we witnessed it with our own eyes. Makita even manipulated the floating clouds in the sky to create a colossal lion's head. On the other end of the Den Mushy, Charlotte Linlin's expression became increasingly perplexed. Could it be that Riffin acquired the devil fruit from killing Shiki? What are the odds that Riffin and his crew obtained Shiki's shortly after his death? Moreover, Makita's rapid development of the float devil fruit's abilities is extraordinary. Charlotte Linlin pondered aloud, her doubts growing. Mom, I suspect that Riffin might have a way to obtain the devil fruit powers of those he defeats. How could that be? I've never heard of anyone having such an ability. Mom, before Riffin became known in the seas, we were unaware of the existence of individuals with the power to wield multiple devil fruits. Smoothie's curiosity, which had long been buried, was reignited. Mom, Robin, and Makita are undoubtedly powerful. But the one who left me most astonished was Riffin. That man wields too many strong devil fruit abilities. As Smoothie spoke, she explained Riffin's fruit abilities in front of Charlotte Linlin, as well as Chopper's use of the Munch Munch devil fruit and Riffin control of the Darkness devil fruit. She also recounted his abilities of swallowing people to heal, as well as the powerful air cannon he could unleash. The more Charlotte Linlin listened, the more her eyes lit up. By the end of the conversation, she was sitting upright on her bed. A lower-ranking crew member was able to knock you back, and Riffin, in particular, has mastered a method of utilizing his crewmates' devil fruit abilities. Is it possible that he can also utilize the power of Shiki's devil fruit? What race is this person, and which devil fruit has he consumed? The Black Pearl Pirates are truly intriguing. It would be a shame if such an intriguing individual couldn't be persuaded to join Toto Land. Mama. Chapter 262, Chapter 260, One daughter is not enough. Give Riffin more. Smoothie, no matter what, Riffin must come to Toto Land, Charlotte Linlin declared. I don't care what method you use. If Riffin can't come to Toto Land, you should know the consequences. Through the Den Mushy, in the room, Charlotte Smoothie, Charlotte Citron, Charlotte Cinnamon, and others couldn't help but shiver when they heard Charlotte Linlin's words. Even through the Den Mushy, they could feel the pressure in Charlotte Linland's voice. After Smoothie's description of Riffin and Charlotte Linland's desire to make Riffin and the Black Pearl Pirates part of the Big Mom Pirates, even though Smoothie failed to invite Riffin to the tea party this time, Linland did not give up on the idea of continuing to invite Riffin. Could it be that I really need to use the method that Ada mentioned? Charlotte Smoothie thought to herself, feeling somewhat unwilling. The method Ada mentioned involved using more beauties from the Big Mom Pirates to seduce Riffin. Before Riffin went to Toto Land, someone from the Big Mom Pirate group could be sent to marry Fan. After all, Riffin had expressed a positive attitude towards marrying a beautiful crew member from the Big Mom Pirate group to his pirate group. This way, they could gradually lure Riffin to Toto Land, even if they were initially unwilling. Eventually, this woman from the Big Mom Pirates could leak the location of the Black Pearl Pirates to Charlotte Linland. Then, Charlotte Linland could personally invite Riffin to Toto Land. This approach met with Smoothie's approval, although she was a little reluctant to share Riffin with other sisters. She understood that if she didn't come up with an effective solution, she might face her mother's punishment upon her return to Toto Land. After being punished, she might lose the chance to become Riffin's wife. Thinking of this, Smoothie sighed and presented the solution she had thought up earlier, including what Riffin had said about letting a woman from the Big Mom Pirates marry into the Black Pearl Pirates and Riffin's interest in Smoothie, Cinnamon, and Garrett. Smoothie especially highlighted Riffin's interest in herself. What Smoothie didn't know was that although the method seemed promising, Ada could inform Riffin about the Big Mom Pirates' movements through the Reincarnator exchange group at any time. In other words, even if some members of the Big Mom Pirates went to the Black Pearl Pirates to become Riffin wives and spies, Ada could still inform Riffin in time, allowing him to decide whether to confront Charlotte Linland or choose to escape. After listening to Smoothie's method, Charlotte Linland fell into deep thought. Arranging someone to be with Riffin first is a good idea, she said. No, one is too little, we need to arrange a few more. If Riffin is indeed a special race, the offspring born from his union with my daughter of a different race will undoubtedly be even more unique. Even if he's not of a special race, a few people around him can gather information better. Since Riffin has shown interest in both Garrett and Cinnamon, let both of them go with him, Charlotte Linland concluded. In addition to this, we have to select some talents from Toto Land. Charlotte Linland's voice reached Garrett and Cinnamon through the Den Mushy, leaving them feeling uncertain about their future. They didn't share Smoothie's intense affection for Riffin and had reservations about leaving Toto Land and becoming spies, especially Garrett. But they couldn't defy Charlotte Linland's will. Mom, Riffin's Black Pearl is currently carrying people from the Marines, Smoothie reported. Riffin intends to replace a certain Shishibukai and become the new Shishibukai. Marine seems to have agreed to this. At this point, if we continue to contact Riffin, he might see us as a hindrance, Smoothie suggested. So, I propose that we return to Toto Land first. When Riffin arrives in the waters of the New World later, we can approach him. 7 Warlords of the Sea? That's quite interesting, Charlotte Linland mused. If Riffin becomes one of the 7 warlords and then a member of our crew, Sengoku's reaction will be priceless. Smoothie, I agree with your plan to return. Bring Ada back with you. Since she knows what Riffin likes, she can choose a suitable woman in our land. When the time is right, these women can make contact with Riffin. Mama. As Charlotte Linland let out a peculiar laugh, the Den Mushy's dial tone signaled the end of the call, easing the minds of the Big Mom Pirates, including Charlotte Smoothie. They knew that the probability of their mother punishing them upon their return to Toto Land had significantly decreased. Ada, it seems that once you arrive in Toto Land, there will be a beauty pageant hall waiting for you, Charlotte Smoothie remarked as she put down the microphone, turning to look at Ada Wong, who stood quietly beside her. I'll take care of myself, Miss Smoothie, Ada replied. However, I think, among the entire Big Mom Pirate group, Miss Smoothie, you should be the most attractive to Riffin. The only thing stopping you may be your identity, Ada chuckled softly. If my allure is really significant to Riffin, that's adequate. That's all, let's think about everything when we return to our territory, she continued. Before that, go ahead and talk to me about Riffin, Ada. With a chuckle, Smoothie shook her head and turned to leave the room towards the deck. Ada, called out by Smoothie, naturally followed closely behind. Chapter 263, Chapter 261, Ghost Princess appears. In the waters of the Devil's Triangle, 3 ominous sailing ships appeared. Marie, where are we? Why are there so many zombie monsters here? Weren't William Birkin and Golden Lion, who created these zombie monsters, killed by Riffin. Anoka muttered, her face displaying concern, exhaustion, and sadness. Because through the reincarnation communication interface, they know that zombies have strong viruses. Therefore, Anoka dared not approach the zombie at all after seeing them. I don't know, but these zombies seem unusual, Marie-Rose replied. I thought those creatures couldn't communicate, she added. Marie-Rose looked equally fatigued. They had been relentlessly pursued by Makoto Ito, losing their crewmates along the way. Now, as they approached the Eerie 3 sailboat, they were alone. Marie, what is that? Anoka suddenly pointed in a direction. Anoka followed her gesture and exclaimed, What, Anoka? Wait, is that a ghost? Marie-Rose raised her head, initially dismissive, but her eyes widened as she saw the apparitions nearby. 2 genuine ghosts were flying in the air, appearing particularly terrifying up close. Marie-Rose and Anoka exchanged fearful glances before turning to flee. However, before they could take more than a couple of steps, 2 white ghosts passed directly through them from behind. Anoka, I shouldn't have been born in this world. Marie-Rose, if there's a hole in the ground, I'd gladly jump in. The 2, penetrated by the ghosts, seemed to lose all strength and knelt to the ground. At that moment, a girl with pink twin tails and an umbrella approached quietly. Huro Captain Moria, we have new playthings. The girl covered her mouth and smiled lightly at Anoka and Marie-Rose. Her laughter acted like an alarm clock, jolting Anoka and Marie-Rose awake. They immediately rose and observed the girl attentively. Suddenly, they realized that the ghosts that had attacked them had now surrounded the girl. Real ghost? Anoka nervously asks. Could you be the ghost princess? Marie-Rose, though silent, had the same fear in her eyes, no longer displaying her previous audacity. Even she was apparently terrified of ghosts. Horo. Welcome to the thriller bark, everyone. I'm Perona, one of the mysterious 4, please surrender your shadows, both of you, Perona declared, ignoring Anoka and Marie-Rose entirely. Shadows. Anoka blinked, appearing puzzled. Why would we give up our shadows? Marie-Rose, not caring how Perona intended to take their shadows, merely wanted to get Anoka away from the terrifying girl. Before they could turn around, the ghosts passed through them again. This time, they knelt to the ground as negatively as before. Horo. You can't escape in front of my negative ghosts, Perona taunted. Negative ghosts. Marie-Rose said, her horror evident. She was at a loss for how to deal with this situation. At that moment, a shadow enveloped Marie-Rose and Anoka. Startled, they turned to see a tall monster, nearly 7 meters tall, with an evil expression and a crescent-like smile. Monster! Anoka cried out in horror, retreating. But then, she froze in place as she remembered Perona behind her. Damn it! Are you a human or a ghost? Marie-Rose questioned while resisting her terror. She stood up, while posing a fighting posture. Ghost! Perona shook her head. You're quite ignorant. Before you stand Master Gecko Moria, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Shishibukai. Marie-Rose's eyes widened. Gecko Moria. Anoka stared at the tall man in horror. Both girls were shocked. This is the territory of one of the 7 warlords of the sea. They exclaimed. While they realized that Perona and her ghosts were not actual real ghost, Moria's identity weighed heavily on them. Kishishishi, didn't expect to find new guests when I stepped out. I'll take your shadows without hesitation. Rest assured, I'll use them to create formidable zombies. Moria wasted no time, reaching out to grab the shadows reflected in the light by Marie-Rose and Anoka. How is it possible? How can our shadow be taken? Anoka watched her shadow being captured by Moria, her mind filled with confusion and fear. Like Marie-Rose, Anoka wasn't faring any better. The 2 could only watch helplessly as Moria retrieved his black shadow scissors and snipped off their shadows. They could only watch helplessly as their shadows left their bodies, wriggling in Moria's hands like sentient black entities. As the shadows departed, Anoka immediately passed out, and Marie-Rose's consciousness drifted further and further away. Just as she was about to close her eyes, she instinctively opened the panel of the Reincarnation Exchange Group and asked for help from her master, Helena. Kangaroo Marie-Rose, Miss Helena, help me, my shadow has been taken away. Blue Star. As Marie-Rose's live broadcast fell into darkness as she fell into a coma, mirroring Anoka's situation. Despite the blackout, the audience remained. Damn, is this Shishibukai Moriya's ability? Can he really grab shadows like tangible objects? Eagle audience, this defies science. Shadows have no mass, merely forming under sunlight with little connection to the body. How could Moriya grasp shadows? Hehe, why are we discussing science at a time like this? This upstairs has a great sense of humor. Gecko Moriya's devil fruit ability is fascinating. He can extract shadows without physical forms. According to his earlier words, he can use the shadows he captures to create zombies. Green Pheasant audience, if someone's shadow is severed, what will happen to them? Anoka-chan won't just die like this, will she? Kangaroo, damn it, even if Marie Rose didn't fall into the hands of that bastard Itu, she still end up falling in someone else. In the end, Anoka and Marie Rose were captured by Moriya due to Itu. Speaking of which, the girl named Perona has also special abilities. Negative ghosts. Being touched by this entity seems to induce an abnormal state, but it's unclear how far this ability can be extended. Green Pheasant audience, both Moriya and Perona's abilities are extremely terrifying. Even watching through the screen, I was still shocked. It's a shame that the two lovely girls, Anoka and Marie Rose, seem to be nearing their end. Kangaroo, no, they won't. How could Marie-chan fall like this? Isn't Riffin planning to confront Moriya? He'll surely help them. Hehe, the guy upstairs truly believes in Brother Riffin. Speaking of which, Brother Riffin's vision is quite astute, he's even considering recruiting Moriya, who possesses such a unique ability, as the captain of his subordinate pirate group. Yes, if Brother Riffin succeeds, the Black Pearl Pirates will become incredibly powerful. Green Pheasant audience, Moriya and Perona possess special abilities, no matter how strong Riffin is, he might fall short against them. Green Pheasant audience, indeed. Besides, Riffin's attempt to recruit Moriya for himself doesn't guarantee that Moriya will agree. Elephant audience, the one above is correct. I've just received the latest news from Aqua, the reincarnator of our elephant country from the Beast's pirates. Moriya once engaged in a fierce battle with Kaido. So even if Riffin can defeat Hancock, he may not be a match for Moriya. Camel audience, Moriya fought Kaido. That's incredible. Now Riffin is in real trouble. Green Pheasant audience, fascinating. Riffin made an interesting choice. When he approaches Moriya, he might regret it, haha. After learning that Moriya had once fought Kaido, the audience, except for those in Panda and other countries who hoped Riffin could assist Anoka and Marie Rose, began to doubt Riffin's ability to defeat Moriya. Nevertheless, they didn't realize that the encounter between Moriya and Kaido had occurred a long time ago, and the strength gap between the two had reached a terrifying level. Moriya and Kaido's previous rivalry would not impede Riffin's acceptance of Moriya. On the contrary, it would help Moriya become the captain of the pirate group under the Black Pearl Pirates. Chapter 264, Chapter 262, The Possibility of Copying the Female Giant. So what if Moriya has fought against Kaido? If he really reaches the level of Kaido, how could he possibly be willing to become 7 warlords of the sea, under the control of the marine and world government? In my opinion, Brother Riffin must have the ability to defeat Moriya's with his strength. That's right, even if Moriya is unwilling to become the subordinate captain of the Black Pearl Pirates, after Riffin defeats him, he can still take Moriya's devil fruit, and then Riffin will be able to control the shadow. To be honest, the fruit ability of Moriya seems to be quite strong. Riffin will definitely be able to exert the ability of this fruit to the limit. Kangaroo, whatever is fine, I just hope that Riffin can give Marie Rose out. Green Pheasant audience, and Anoka. Even if Riffin can't beat Moriya, I hope he can bring Anoka out of the predicament. Green Pheasant audience, upstairs, Anoka is just a woman, why do you care so much? If Riffin can die in battle, what is the sacrifice of a mere Anoka? In my opinion, whether it's Anoka or Marie Rose, it's better if both of them will die with Riffin, haha. Green Pheasant audience, yes, I agree. Kangaroo audience, I also think that if Marie Rose can die with Riffin, it will be considered a death deserved. Tisk tisk, in order to get Riffin out of the stage, the upstairs is so cruel to the reincarnator of their own country. Speaking of which, I am a little curious about Makoto Itu, who continues to search for Marie Rose and Anoka on the thriller bark. On this scary ship, I don't know what his final ending will be, haha. If this guy leaves the stage, Green Pheasant Empire will lose another top 100 reincarnation. Makoto Itu is really powerful enough, for the sake of a woman, he dared to stay on the terrifying thriller bark. It would be funny if this guy was caught by Moria later. If he meets brother Riffin, I don't know if he will be killed directly. It's not impossible. When facing his crew, this guy has often complained to them, said bad things about brother Riffin, and even looked at the reward orders of Robin and Nami lasciviously, and declaring that he would get them. With brother Riffin's personality, if he knew this, there is a high probability that he would kill that bastard. When people from the Green Pheasant Empire saw Panda's message, most of them began to worry about Itu. Although Makoto Itu's character is not good, he even intends to deal with Onoka, who is also the reincarnator of their country. But his strength is seen by the audience of the Green Pheasant people. It is no exaggeration to say that Itu is their hope to deal with the monsters of the abyss. Therefore, they naturally don't want anything to happen to Makoto Itu. It is a pity that although they hope that Makoto Itu, who does not know that the Devil's Triangle Sea area is Moria's territory, can leave here now, stay away from Moria, and stay away from the Black Pearl pirates who are about to arrive here. But they had no way to get in touch with Makoto Itu. They could only watch helplessly as Makoto Itu continued to search for Onoka and Marie Rose in the Dark Sea area of the Devil's Triangle. The other side. Black Pearl, Girls' Pool. Gungnir. Nojiko was wearing a cool swimsuit, and hit the direction of Riffin. The corner of Riffin's mouth raised, and he raised his palm wrapped with powerful armament haki to grab Nojiko's fist. Following the collision of one palm and one punch, a roaring sound erupted in the space immediately. The strong wind disperses in all directions, making Robin, who is practicing fishman karate in the swimming pool not far away, and Vivi, who is standing on the end of the pool practicing foxfire swordsmanship also look over. So strong, has Nojiko already mastered the Gungnir? I have to work hard too. Vivi murmured, her eyes became firm again. Working hard is one thing, but now go and congratulate Nojiko. Robin got up from the pool and came to the shore, patted Vivi on the shoulder, and walked towards Nojiko. Vivi nodded, put away the sword made of sand and followed. The three girls gathered together, and Riffin, who had just congratulated Nojiko, was a little bit speechless for a while, so he could only chuckle and walk to the side chair to lie down. Open Nojiko's personal attribute panel. Pirates, Black Pearl Pirates, Level 3. Name, Nojiko. Crew number, 04. Position, Nurse, Expert. Physical, 43,033. Physical level, A level. Devil Fruit, Clone Fruit Awakening. Martial Arts Skills, Kempo, Gungnir. Other Skills, Heikoku, Germa 66 Exoskeleton. Special Abilities, Advanced Armament Haki, Advanced Observation Haki. Props, Shiger. Loyalty, 100, Life and Death go hand in hand. Bounty, 80 million berry. Gungnir has already appeared in the column of martial arts skills. In this way, Nojiko's martial arts practice can also temporarily come to an end. Her physique has also grown to a certain extent. It seems that practicing Gungnir will also promote the growth of the physique. Having said that, her growth is still a little slow. Sure enough, it's better to find an opportunity as soon as possible for Nojiko to use her clone fruit to record the body data of a healing devil fruit user. In this way, Nojiko's nurse level will be able to reach the realm of masters, and thus obtain a huge increase in strength. At that time, when she uses Elbaf's technique, she will be able to make it even more powerful. When Riffin thought that after Nojiko gained a huge physical improvement, she would be able to use the power of Elbaf's technique freely. It is even able to bring out the abilities of other devil fruit users recorded with clone fruit to a more incisive level. There was a burst of excitement in his heart. Speaking of which, it would be great if Nojiko could also copy the body data of a female giant. With the giant's body and Elbaf's technique, Nojiko may be able to exert the power to easily defeat Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. Thinking of this, Riffin couldn't help but rubbed his chin and began to think about the female giant who could provide Nojiko with a copy of her body data. As Nojiko is a woman, Riffin naturally does not want her to copy the body data of a male giant like himself. Just thinking that Nojiko will become a man, with a man's body, is enough to make Riffin, who has a deep relationship with Nojiko, feel uncomfortable. Speaking of which, the new giant pirates in the future, the Navigator Gerd is a female giant. And she is a very beautiful female giant. It would be really great if I could meet her before Hatruden. Maybe not only can Nojiko copy her body data. It is also possible to invite her to become a member of the Black Pearl Pirates. Riffin thought in his heart. Up to now, Riffin still hasn't given up the idea of letting Giant join his Black Pearl Pirates. If he wanted to add a member, he naturally hoped it would be a female giant. Nowadays, the Black Pearl is already huge enough. Even a giant can live there. Therefore, it is completely feasible for female giants to come and become the crew of the Black Pearl. It's a pity that Gerd doesn't know where he is now. Speaking of which, the Marine does have a beautiful giant vice admiral. Perhaps I can take Nojiko to Naval headquarters and get that woman's body data. Thinking of this, Riffin raised his head and looked at Nojiko, Robin, and Vivi, who were chatting cheerfully not far away. At this moment, a message from another Reincarnator caught Riffin's attention. Kangaroo Marie Rose, Miss Helena, help me, my shadow has been taken away. Marie Rose's distress message, this girl must have been captured by Itu, right? Riffin frowned slightly and immediately shifted his attention from where Nojiko was to the Reincarnator exchange group. Kangaroo Helena, Marie, what's wrong with you? Are you in any danger? Eagle Ethan, interesting, did this woman get caught by Makoto Itu after all? Camel Nasser, tisk tisk, I really envy this guy Itu. And with Onoka added, this guy must have two more beauties beside him. Green Pheasant Otoshi, Marie Rose hasn't responded to the message for a long time, she must have been knocked out by Itu. Kangaroo Helena, shut up. Onoka, can you see my message? If you can, please reply as soon as possible. At this moment, Helena, who was busy dealing with her own affairs, already frowned, her eyes fixed on the personal screen. However, her news fell to nothing after all, and no reply was received from Onoka and Marie Rose. It's no wonder, after all, Onoka and Marie Rose were taken away by Moria not long ago. The two are still in a coma. Green Pheasant Kashumi, Makoto Itu, have you really caught Onoka and Marie? Kangaroo Helena, Makoto Itu, if you catch Marie and Onoka, I think we can make a deal, and I can exchange devil fruit or points for the girl's freedom. Green Pheasant Makoto Itu, although I really want to catch those two women, it's just a pity that I haven't run into them now. Kangaroo Helena, are you serious? Green Pheasant Makoto Itu, of course it is true, but I am also very anxious now. Those two are my prey. If their lives are in danger or found by other men, I will be worried. Kangaroo Helena, so can you tell me where you are? Green Pheasant Makoto Itu, so what if I tell you, can you still fly to me and have a face-to-face conversation with me, to confirm whether Marie Rose is on my ship? The sea area shrouded in darkness and directionless, if you have the ability to find it, come here. Riffin couldn't help raising his eyebrows when he saw Makoto Itu's message. A sea shrouded in darkness. And the shadow that Marie Rose mentioned earlier. These three people, could they be in Moria's territory? Riffin thought in his heart. Chapter 265, Chapter 263, Waving Lies. It's interesting if these three people were in the Devil's Triangle Sea area, which is Moria's territory. Does this mean that I can meet these three? Riffin thought about this, and the corners of his mouth curled up unconsciously. Riffin remembered the word shadow in Marie Rose's last message to Helena. Immediately, he realized that she and Onoka might have fainted because of Moria's ability. In other words, Makoto Itu, as he said, he did not capture Onoka and Marie Rose. If we can meet each other, I don't know if this girl Marie Rose will talk to me like in the Reincarnator exchange group. Speaking of which, in the Dead or Alive game, Marie Rose and Onoka were officially made into a couple. Unexpectedly, when they arrived in this pirate world, these two people could still form a pair. Also, if we can meet, let Nojiko record the body data of this pair. And Makoto Itu, if I kill this guy, I will be able to recover the chain fruit again, Riffin thought happily. Although Makoto Itu bought the chain fruit from him, it can be seen as taking care of his business. But that doesn't mean Riffin won't take care of him. Although Makoto Itu is not as impolite as Otoshi in his words, it is entirely possible to use the conflict between Makoto Itu, Onoka and Marie Rose to mediate between them. He can definitely help Onoka and Marie Rose get rid of the threat of Makoto Itu, and get some benefits from the two girl and make some contracts. As for helping Makoto Itu deal with Onoka and Marie Rose, Riffin has no such idea at all. On one side is the wretched man, and on the other side is a quirky girl and a beautiful and gentle female student. Riffin knows whom to choose to help without thinking about it. Captain Riffin, have you thought of something happy? Califa's voice interrupted Riffin's thoughts. It's Califa, Riffin said when he heard the sound, and his eyes widened the next moment. Califa, your chest, should I say, they have become quite plump? How did that happen? Riffin's exclamation made Robin, Nojiko, and Vivi, who were not far away, couldn't help but look over. Soon, the three of them also focused on Califa's chest and noticed that it was much larger than usual. How could it get bigger? Did the captain do something to it? Robin muttered in disbelief. She then walked towards Riffin and Califa, curious how it happened. Nojiko, also interested, also followed. Although Vivi's face turned a little red after hearing Robin's remark, she followed curiously. Faced with Riffin's question, Califa didn't say anything. Instead, she handed Riffin a cup with a smile on her face. Riffin took a sip and frowned. The taste is not like ordinary milk. It's not the taste of Jun either. Califa, did you? Riffin looked at Califa's chest and immediately had a bold speculation in his heart that made him feel a little excited. Does the taste suit your taste, boss? Califa pushed her glasses, her face rosy, and said to Riffin. Well, of course, it's pretty good. Riffin gave Califa a thumbs up and affirmed. Then, who is better, mine or Ms. Jun's? Of course, what you are offering me now is better. It has a charming and mature taste. Really, that's great. In this case, please drink these too. Don't worry about the portion, I have already stored a lot of this brand new drink in the refrigerator in your room for you. Seeing that Riffin had already drunk the contents of the cup, Califa raised her hand and took out a large bottle of the drink from behind. Califa, your output looks pretty good. But I'm curious, what made you suddenly change your mind and offer me such a drink? After Riffin took the bottle, he asked Califa curiously. Captain Riffin, is there something wrong with your drink? At this time, Vivi noticed the strange expressions of Riffin and Califa and asked with some doubts. About this, let me explain, Califa said, her face radiating a strange glow, and she shared her experiments with Jun and the source of the drink in Riffin's bottle with Robin, Nojiko, and Vivi. As for your question, boss, just take it as my whim. Although it was a whim, Califa knew it herself. She will do this because she wants to try to treat Riffin as a child. At this time, she even wanted to ask Nojiko to turn into Bonnie, and then use Bonnie's devil fruit ability to turn Riffin into a child. Then watch the kid version of Rifan drinking what's in the bottle. If Riffin knew what Califa was thinking at the moment, he would definitely turn into a child and ask Califa to drink in her arms. Then, Califa, I hope you can have this kind of whim a few more times in the future, Riffin said, taking another sip. Since that's the case, why don't we join in too? Califa, do you have more ointment of Captain Riffin's new work? Nojiko smiled, looked at Califa, and asked. It's natural, Califa responded. Before Califa came here, she had thought about the possible reactions of Robin and Nojiko, so she was prepared. She opened the package she was carrying, which was full of the special ointment. Nojiko didn't hesitate and directly picked up a bottle of ointment, applying it on herself in front of Riffin. Vivi stared at this scene with wide eyes, not knowing how to react. Then she saw Robin handed her a bottle of ointment. Here you are, Miss Wednesday. No, no, no. Robin, Are you really going to pass it? Obviously, Captain Riffin has worked so hard to guide you, Robin teased. But just use it as practice, Vivi. Don't forget the promise you made with your father back then. When you go back, you will bring the child with you. Since even the children have to be brought back, there's no harm in experiencing this a little bit now. There is a connection between the two after all. What do you think? Robin patted Vivi's shoulder and said something meaningful. Then she came to Riffin's side and stretched out the ointment in her hand in front of him. Captain Riffin, please help me. Hearing this, Riffin naturally wouldn't refuse. With pleasure, Robin. After a while, Riffin, who had already returned to the captain's cabin, looked at the several extra drinks in the refrigerator and sighed in his heart. At this moment, Nojiko hugged Riffin's waist from behind. Hey, Captain Riffin, now that my training is over, I can stay here with you for the time being. Captain Riffin, are you interested in trying something new? As she spoke, Nojiko pressed Riffin's back, extended her hand, and closed the refrigerator in front of Riffin. Hours later, Riffin looked at Nojiko, who was already asleep in his arms, with a very satisfied smile on his face. Fresh, indeed, is much better than cold milk, Riffin sighed, and then opened the Reincarnator exchange group, intending to learn about the latest trends of the group. Kangaroo Helena, Marie, please reply to me if you see this message. Camel Nasser, give up, Helena. Marie-Rose and Anoka haven't responded to your message for so long, maybe they have already left the copy space. Eagle Tina, not really, these two probably still have unused resurrection coins. Camel Nasser, hehe, maybe they have already used it, we just didn't know. Kangaroo Helena, shut up. I have been paying attention to the information of Marie-Rose, and there is no information in the copy space that suggests that Marie-Rose and Anoka are dead. Eagle Ethan, if the Reincarnator dies, there will indeed be a message prompt. Up to now, Marie-Rose and Anoka have not shown death notifications, and the two have not exchanged group messages in the reincarnation, which only shows that the two are still in a coma. Green Pheasant Ayani, Makoto Itu, Anoka and Marie-Rose are not imprisoned by you, right? Kangaroo Helena, Makoto Itu, you really haven't met Marie and Anoka? Or do you think the conditions I offered you are not enough? Panda Lee, I always feel that this man has a big problem. Green Pheasant Kashumi, Makoto Itu, if you really caught them, please tell the truth. In addition, Anoka is a reincarnation of the Green Pheasant country after all, and she is only a student. I hope you can let her and Anoka go. Helena, Kashumi, Tina and others are all contestants who have participated in the Dead or Alive fighting contest. The same goes for Anoka and Marie-Rose. Even Helena once hosted the Dead or Alive fighting exhibition. Perhaps because of the relationship between the female contestants, the girls have a good relationship. If possible, none of them hoped that Marie-Rose and Anoka would be caught by a man like Makoto Itu. If that's the case, the outcome will be too cruel for the two girls, Marie-Rose and Anoka. There's something wrong with these guys, Ito frowned slightly, watching Kashumi, Tina, and other women's speeches, his eyes couldn't help but flash a light of displeasure. Dead or Alive fighting contest, he naturally paid attention to it. Of course the reason why he paid attention to it is that there are many excellent female fighters of all kinds. Once upon a time, he even fantasized about wanting to have Helena, Anoka and others more than once. It is also for this reason that after meeting Marie-Rose and Anoka in the dungeon world, he has been chasing after them. Well, since you think I've caught Anoka and Marie-Rose, then don't blame me for making a fuss about this matter. Anyway, the two women, Marie-Rose and Anoka, should be in a coma now, and there should be no way to expose my lies. Ito gave a cold snort and immediately left his latest message on the Reincarnator exchange panel. Green Pheasant Makoto Itu, anyway, since you have noticed, I will stop pretending. That's right, I did catch Anoka and Marie-Rose. Dear Miss Helena, and other ladies who care about Anoka and Marie-Rose, what are you going to do? Kangaroo Helena, Makoto Itu, what do you want? Green Pheasant Makoto Itu, it seems that Miss Helena cares about Ms. Marie-Rose very much. That being the case, how about you signing a slavery contract with me? Eagle Helena, hey, isn't it a bit too much to sign a bond of slavery? Green Pheasant Makoto Itu, I am just making a suggestion, whether to accept it or not depends on Miss Helena herself. Miss Helena, if you would give me 2 devil fruits, I promise I won't do anything to Marie-Rose and Anoka. But if you can't deliver the devil fruit to me within the specified time, then you will become my slave. Well, you should be able to accept this proposal. 1 devil fruit per person, the price should be a bargain. Helena frowned tightly when she saw Makoto Ita's message. Meanwhile, Black Pearl. Riffin looked at Makoto Ita's message, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. This Makoto Ita really knows how to wave lies, Riffin shook his head. The next moment, he sank down to contact the Reincarnator exchange group and left a message. Panda Riffin, Anoka and Marie-Rose are unable to leave a message in the Reincarnation exchange group not because they were caught by Itu, they are in a coma for other reasons. Chapter 266, Chapter 264, Meeting Buggy on the Road. TL/N, it's my birthday today so 5 chapters for you guys. Riffin. What is this guy trying to do? Makoto Ita frowned upon seeing Riffin's message. Thinking that his plan might be foiled by Riffin, he quickly left a message in the Reincarnator exchange group. Green Pheasant Makoto Ita, Riffin, why do you say that? Anoka and Marie-Rose are really on my ship. Panda Riffin, you know yourself whether they are on your ship or not, you can lie to other people, but don't think you can lie to me. Kangaroo Helena, Mr. Riffin, do you know something? Green Pheasant Ayani, could it be that you caught Anoka and Marie-Rose, Riffin? Could it be that you want to do something excessive to them? Panda Riffin, Ayani, you really make me sad when you say that, we are old acquaintances, Do you think I will force women? Green Pheasant Ione, indeed, you will not do too much. But I know you like to take advantage of pretty girls. Kangaroo Helena, Mr. Riffin, did Anoka and Marie Rose really meet you? Panda Riffin, don't listen to Iona's nonsense, I haven't met any of Anoka and Marie Rose. Green Pheasant Makoto Itu, Riffin, since you haven't met Anoka and the others, why are you so sure that I didn't catch Anoka and Marie Rose? Miss Helena, I think it's better for you to make a contract with me, otherwise I don't mind touching Marie Rose and Anoka. To be honest, Anoka and Marie Rose are very attractive to me. After Makoto Itu saw Riffin's message, he felt a sense of urgency in his heart. In order to convince Helena to enter into a slavery contract with him, he didn't care about offending Riffin with his words. In his opinion, even if he offends Riffin, he may not be able to meet Riffin in the vast sea. Moreover, he had no respect for Riffin. If there was a chance, he would be willing to kill Riffin and take away his companions, especially the beautiful crew members of the Black Pearl Pirates. However, Makoto Itu didn't expect that his anxious tone would make Helena suspicious of him. Panda Riffin, I just guessed who they met through their messages in the Reincarnator exchange group. It is normal to lose consciousness after being bumped into by that guy. Helena, it doesn't make much sense for you to sign a slavery contract with Makoto Itu. If you are really anxious to make a contract with someone, you might as well make a contract with me. Maybe, I will have a chance to help Anoka and Marie Rose. When Helena saw Riffin's message, she couldn't help but raise her hand to stroke her forehead. According to Riffin, he seems to have a chance to get in touch with Anoka and Marie Rose. Riffin should be heading straight for the other Shishibukai by now. That is to say, is it possible that Anoka and Marie encountered a Shishibukai? If this is the case, even if Marie Rose and Anoka hadn't met Makoto Itu, they would still be in a bad situation. Thinking of this, Helena's brows not only didn't relax because of Riffin's explanation, but she frowned even tighter. Kangaroo Helena, Mr. Riffin, can you tell me who the enemies Anoka and Marie might encounter? Panda Riffin, sorry, I don't plan to say this. Riffin understood that if Anoka and Marie Rose's encounter with Moria was revealed in the Reincarnator community, it wouldn't help them. On the contrary, it might make Itu aware of the potential threat and choose to escape from the Devil's Triangle Sea. Therefore, he felt that it was completely unnecessary to disclose this information. Even if Helena knew, she wouldn't be able to help Marie Rose and Anoka. Kangaroo Helena, is that so? Then, can Mr. Riffin tell me, are Marie and Anoka safe now? Panda Riffin, I can't guarantee this. The people who attacked Anoka and Marie Rose may not harm them unnecessarily after taking away their shadows. But I heard that there is a lecherous cotter beside him, and that guy really likes young and beautiful girls. If Anoka and Marie Rose were to encounter him, the situation might not be good. Green Pheasant Makoto Itu, what? Someone wants to harm Anoka and Marie Rose? Damn, I won't allow it. Green Pheasant Ione, so, you really didn't catch Anoka and Marie Rose, Itu. Riffin, how did you know this? Kangaroo Helena, Shadow. I see, Mr. Riffin judged who they met through Marie's last message before losing contact. It seems that at your level, Mr. Riffin, you can access a lot of information that an ordinary reincarnator can't. Eagle Ethan, Shadow. I probably know who Anoka and Marie Rose met. Panda Riffin, it seems that Blackbeard Teach told you a lot, Ethan. Eagle Ethan, the two of us are on the same side, Riffin. The Marines have also told you a lot. Green Pheasant Makoto Itu, Ethan, do you know who took Anoka and Marie Rose? Can you tell me? I must rescue them before that pervert gets to them. Eagle Ethan, forget it. Ethan chose not to reveal what he knew. In his view, Itu was also a competitor. If possible, he would also like to see Makoto Itu meet his end at the hands of Moria. Kangaroo Helena, Mr. Riffin, if I ask you, can you help Anoka and Marie? Panda Riffin, well, it depends on the situation. But if you want me to work for you, you'll have to pay, accordingly. Green Pheasant Ione, you're still the same, you won't let go of any opportunity to gain benefits, Riffin. Panda Riffin, thank you for the compliment, Ms. Ione. I remember you still owe me a devil fruit. When do you plan to repay me? Green Pheasant Ione, I can repay you a devil fruit now. Riffin, please inform your crew that I am going to approach your ship, and I hope you can ensure that your crew won't treat us as enemies. Panda Riffin, it seems that you have seen my new ship, so I have to give you a warm welcome. After Riffin left a message, he immediately activated his powerful observation haki, sensing his surroundings in all directions. Soon, he felt a familiar aura in the sea area a few kilometers away from their ship. It's really Ione, but why did she return to the buggy pirates? Riffin rubbed his chin and muttered. Ione. Captain Riffin, is Ione coming back? Nojiko's excited voice suddenly reached Riffin's ears. Nojiko, you're awake. You can rest for a while first, you used up a lot of energy earlier, didn't you? Riffin said quickly. No, Captain Riffin. Since we've met Miss Ione again, then I have to record her body data. After all, before she left the Black Pearl Pirates, I didn't have the chance to get the clone fruit and record Miss Ione's body data yet. Captain Riffin, don't you want to experience the taste of Miss Ione's body? Nojiko teased, drawing circles on Riffin's chest with her fingers, putting her head close to his ear, and exhaling gently. If you put it that way, Nojiko, I have no reason to refuse, Riffin said with a grin. In that case, let's get out of here, Nojiko suggested with a seductive smile. Nojiko smiled and raised her hand to pat her own face to transform into Califa's appearance. Then she used the bubble fruit to clean up the sweat and odors on both of them. After making all the preparations, Riffin and Nojiko left her quarters and walked towards the deck of the Black Pearl. Ione, big sister, are you sure we want to go there? Yes, big sister Ione. That's the Black Pearl Pirates, and their captain's reward is 1 billion. If we go there like this, what if we get killed by them? The members of the buggy pirates gathered together, looked worriedly at Ione, who was standing at the bow, and said. Yes, Ione. The people on the Black Pearl Pirates are dangerous people. Are you sure their captain won't do anything to us just because he knows you? Buggy also came out from the crowd, looked at Ione solemnly, and asked. Although the buggy pirates were suppressed by Smoker and Garp when they were in Logue Town, they had a chance to escape with their men when Smoker and Garp left. Afterward, they met Ione again, who had left Riffin. Due to her personal attributes, Ione belongs to the crew of the buggy pirates, so she returned to their pirate ship. Relax, Captain Buggy. If you were the only ones going there alone, you would definitely be preyed upon by Riffin groups. But with me here, I won't let him attack you. And don't forget, Captain, we are being pursued by Marine's guerrillas. If we continue to sail freely on the sea like this, maybe we will still encounter them. If we're unlucky, we'll run into the Black Arm Zephyr you mentioned. If we can meet Riffin, even if Zephyr does catch up to us, we can rely on Riffin's strength to resist him and the Marine's guerrillas. Captain Buggy, under the circumstances, do you still think my proposal is not good? Ione turned around and said to Buggy. This. Buggy scratched the back of his head. The Black Pearl Pirates were ahead, and the Marine guerrillas, led by the former Marine Admiral Zephyr, were behind. Thinking of the horror of Zephyr he had seen before, Buggy's body trembled violently. Then Ione. Just do what you say. Buggy waved his hand, looked at the members of the buggy pirates behind him, and said. At this time, Buggy didn't know that the leader of the Marine guerrillas chasing them was not Zephyr, but Zephyr's subordinate, Rear Admiral Shozo. The Marine guerrillas led by Shozo did not continue to pursue the buggy pirates at this moment. Because they had already been attracted by Gasparde, who was once a Marine but had robbed a Marine warship and became a pirate. Similarly, Ione had no idea that her sister, Kazumi, was also among Gasparde's pirate crew. As Ione gazed ahead, her vision was completely occupied by the Black Pearl Pirates. Little did she know that they would meet again so soon. I can finally give this to him. Ione took out the sound wave fruit she had obtained by chance from her bosom, thinking to herself. Chapter 267, Chapter 265, Ione and the Evil Ointment. The Black Pearl gradually slowed down, allowing a small three-masted pirate ship not far away to approach. That flag is the flag of the buggy pirates. Riffin, do you know them? Jun came to Riffin's side, looked at the approaching buggy pirates on the sea, and said. Jun, it seems that you still don't know enough about me. If you've read the reports from Logue Town, you should know that Ms. Ione from the buggy pirates is related to me. Riffin looked at Ione and Buggy, who were getting closer on the opposite boat, and said with a light smile. I see. Is that Ione-san also your woman? I wish she was my woman, but it's a pity that she doesn't like me, just like you Jun, who always looks down on me as a pirate. There is no way to do this, if you are a Marine, Riffin, I will definitely like you. Thank you so much, although I know that you are comforting me, Jun, I am still very happy. I'm not trying to comfort you, Riffin. There are many things about you that attract me. The corner of Jun's mouth raised, and she consciously approached Riffin. Riffin didn't take Jun's words seriously, he smiled and looked at Ayane, who had already come close. Long time no see, Riffin. You really changed to a bigger ship. Ayane jumped from Buggy's pirate ship and landed on the Black Pearl where Riffin was. After Ayane, Buggy flew to the Black Pearl using his abilities. I also didn't expect we could meet again this soon. This one must be your captain, Buggy. Sure enough, as rumored, he has a big red nose. Riffin nodded at Ayane and looked at Buggy with interest. Although Buggy looked very weak, Riffin, who knew his details, knew Buggy's potential. In the One Piece world, at most, others have Conqueror's haki. But this one has the Conqueror's luck. This is an ability that Riffin is very envious of. Red nose. Damn, how dare you call me a red nose? Buggy's eyes widened, and he was about to rush towards Riffin angrily. However, just as he took a step, Ayane restrained him. Captain Buggy, in front of you is the great pirate Riffin, who has a bounty of 1 billion berries. If you rush forward, you will be easily killed. Ayane's cold words brought Buggy back to his senses instantly, like a bucket of cold water being poured over his head. Looking at the smiling Riffin, Buggy smiled shyly and quickly stepped back to Ayane's side. Buggy, you have to be careful. I only allowed you to come here for Ayane's sake. Without her, your pirate ship wouldn't even be able to get close to the Black Pearl. Even our Black Pearl pirates wouldn't need to make a move. The Marine Admiral candidate Jun next to me, and this Colonel Hina can throw you into the sea to feed the fish. While speaking, Riffin pointed to Jun and Hina standing beside him. Marine Admiral candidate. Buggy's eyes widened, and he looked at Jun in shock. He never imagined that there was a Marine on Riffin's ship, and a Marine Admiral candidate at that. Riffin, please don't scare my captain. Here, this is the Soundwave fruit that I obtained by chance. In this way, I only owe you 2 devil fruits. Ayane took a step forward and said to Riffin. Riffin walked over with a smile on his face. Suddenly, he noticed the bruise on Ayane's exposed arm. The smile on his face disappeared, and his brows furrowed slightly. You're hurt, Ayane. A few minor injuries, nothing serious. Ayane shook her head and said indifferently. Riffin knew, however, from Ayane's expression that the injury on her body was not minor. It might not be fatal, but it would certainly make Ayane uncomfortable. Don't be brave. I'm a doctor, you can't hide your injury from me. Come to the consulting room with me, and I will help you heal. Speaking of which, did you encounter pirates or marines? After Riffin asked Makita, Nami, and others to entertain Buggy, he ignored Ayane's objections and led her to the cabin. Nojiko, who wanted to copy Ayane's body data, naturally followed closely behind. Black Pearl, Riffin's personal consultation room. So, you encountered the marine gorillas. Ayane, are you afraid of being chased by the marine gorillas? Is that why you came here? Riffin sat on the stool, folded his hands, looked at Ayane, who was cleaning his saliva with interest, and said. Just now, Riffin perfectly healed her injury with the munch fruit. Of course, he had to swallow her for that convenience. So Ayane at this moment had already taken off her coat, and was only wearing a set of cool clothes. The live broadcast screen was also blacked out due to Ayane's attire. There's that factor in it. Presumably, with your strength and reputation, you shouldn't mind if we use your Black Pearl Pirate's name a little bit. Speaking of which, you've got the rather rare devil fruit ability, Riffin. To be able to heal my wounds so quickly. It's just that the saliva you left on me is kind of annoying. Ayane exhaled and said to Riffin. Hehe, there's a bathing place next door. If you feel uncomfortable, you can go to the next door to wash. But before that, let's talk about the fees. After all, I don't have such a big reputation as you said. It's fine for me to help you get rid of the marine gorilla threat, but you have to promise me one thing. Riffin glanced at Nojiko on the side and spoke to Ayane. Nojiko understood and immediately took out the oil bottle developed by Riffin from the medical counter beside him. Riffin, you want me to try your medicine again? Ayane raised her eyebrows, recalling the memory of Riffin asking her to try the growth ointment. That memory didn't make Ayane very happy, as the growth ointment didn't have the desired effect on her figure, which had already been finalized. No, I've already found someone to test this thing. It's the Marine Admiral candidate Jun you saw earlier. The medicine's efficacy has been confirmed. And this thing is more potent than the growth ointment. Riffin raised the corner of his mouth and said with a smile on his face. Riffin, you really are improving. You're actually able to ask a Marine Admiral candidate to test the medicine for you. However, I always feel that you have some ulterior motives. Miss Nojiko, can you tell me what the function of this ointment is? When Nojiko heard Ayana's words, she turned to look at Riffin. After seeing Riffin nodding, Nojiko turned around and explained the effect of Riffin's special ointment to Ayana. Riffin, you actually developed such a questionable ointment? Besides, you even want to drink it. Speaking of this, Ayana was at a loss for words for a moment. Riffin did not hide the fact that he developed the special ointment because he still planned to stock up on some Ayana brand milk in the future. If he concealed it, Riffin felt that even if Ayana used the ointment and changed her body, Riffin would not be allowed to taste it. Miss Ayana, how can you say that I developed a questionable ointment? Do you know how many mothers in the world can't feed their sons or daughters due to physical reasons? Do you know how much it bothers them? And the ointment I developed can help them bid farewell to such troubles. Don't you think that the so-called questionable ointment has a transcendent effect? Believe it or not, after we return to our hometown, I will sell this thing, and many people will be willing to buy it. Riffin folded his arms and spoke very seriously. Seeing Riffin's expression, Ayana shook her head with a headache. Riffin, don't you want me to be like that Jun, leaving a souvenir in your fridge? After closely examining Riffin's special ointment, Ayana asked. Well, it depends on how it tastes. If the products you produce taste good, I want you to leave a souvenir for me. If the taste is not good, we better forget it. Riffin waved his hand and said. Seeing Riffin's disgusted expression, Ayana couldn't help twitching her mouth. What do you say, Ayana? The decision is in your hands. Riffin stretched out his hand and smiled. Ayana looked at Riffin, and then at the special oil. After a long pause, she sighed. Riffin, you are really annoying. So, you agreed, Miss Ayana? But just this once, Riffin. Understood, then let me apply the ointment for you. Recently, my technique has improved again. No need, Miss Nojiko can help me. Besides, when Miss Nojiko is helping me, please leave. How can this be possible? As the master of the Black Pearl Pirates, I naturally want to entertain the guests myself. If you insist on staying, then there will be one less drink in your refrigerator. Okay, let's do as you say. In order to secure Ayana's milk, Riffin shrugged and agreed. Miss Ayana, please lie down here. Nojiko came to Ayana's side and, after lightly stroking Ayana's face with her right hand, she said with a smile on her face. Please wait, Miss Nojiko. I have to wash the saliva off first. Ayana pointed to the saliva on her body and then turned and walked to the next bathroom. Looks like we'll have to wait a while before we can start working. Captain Riffin, before that, do you want to enjoy her first? Nojiko raised her left hand and patted herself on the face, using clone fruit to transform into Ayana's appearance. Then, she walked up to Riffin with a smile on her face and straddled Riffin's lap. It's not appropriate, Nojiko. Riffin looked at Nojiko's changed face and then at the closed bathroom door next door. Captain Riffin, don't you want to see Miss Ayana's surprised eyes and shocked expression? You don't have to worry about Miss Ayana's reluctance to use the special ointment after seeing us. With her personality, since she promised you, Captain Riffin, she will do it. Nojiko took Riffin's hands, placed them on her waist, and spoke to Riffin with a seductive smile. Riffin, seeing the usually reserved Ayana suddenly displaying such a seductive expression, felt his heart racing. Fuck. Riffin was seduced and leaned in to kiss Nojiko's rosy lips. Chapter 268, Chapter 266, Ayana's long-term milk support. Grand Line. Black Pearl, Riffin's private consultation room. Riffin, what on earth is going on? Ayana emerged from the bathroom, clad in a bath towel, and stood there, dumbfounded, as she saw Riffin and Ayana in an intimate embrace. Are you done with your bath, Miss Ayana? Using the clone fruit ability to assume Ayana's appearance, Nojiko peeled her red lips away from Riffin's and looked back with a hint of regret. It seems the time is still too short. Nojiko shook her head, disappointed. With that, Nojiko rose from Riffin's lap. This tone. Are you Nojiko? As expected of Miss Ayana, she recognized me immediately. So, what's the deal with you? As you can see, now I can use your body data. Nojiko smiled, patted her face with her left hand, and, in the next moment, reverted to her original appearance. Transformation technique? No, is this your devil fruit ability, Nojiko? That's right. With a touch of my right hand, I'll turn into your form, and touch with my left hand, and I'll be back to my original form. So, you recorded my appearance just to kiss Riffin. Not only that, but if there's enough time, I'd like to use your appearance for more intimate moments with Captain Riffin. Nojiko, you've changed, you've become like Nico Robin. After a moment of silence, Ayana said to Nojiko helplessly. After speaking, Ayana turned and gave Riffin a stern look. Ultimately, it's because there are people like you that she became like that. Don't worry, Ayana, I'll let Nojiko get closer to me in your form because you are beautiful enough. So, should I thank you for thinking highly of me? Hehe, you're welcome. Who are you to say what I can and can't do? I didn't thank you. Damn you, you can go out now. No problem, Nojiko, I'll leave you to help our Miss Ayane improve her figure. Riffin looked at Nojiko and said, then he pointed to the prepared container nearby. He left the consultation room to make space for Nojiko to apply the special ointment to Ayane. Let's begin, Miss Ayane. Nojiko approached a corner of the hospital bed with the ointment and looked at Ayane with a smile. Nojiko, were you serious before? You really want to become me and be intimate with Riffin? Ayane sighed and lay down on the hospital bed, removing her bath towel. Miss Ayane doesn't want me to do this. Nojiko began applying the ointment to her hands and began the process the same way Riffin had applied it to her. In an instant, Ayane felt an electric shock-like sensation from her chest. If I won't allow you to be like me, will you do it? Of course not. So, it's pointless for me to stop you, is it? Indeed. As for your question, I answer in the affirmative. Sigh, now I think Riffin made you eat the clone fruit for this kind of thing. I don't deny it. But the clone fruit is not as simple as you imagine, Miss Ayane. Nojiko smiled at Ayane, and once again used the clone fruit to become her. Could it be that the clone fruit has other special features? Ayane looked at Nojiko's face curiously and asked. Do you want to know, Miss Ayane? It's natural. As expected, Miss Ayane is very curious about things and individuals related to Captain Riffin. After all, he is incredibly powerful and mysterious. So, what's your answer, Nojiko? Hehe, if Miss Ayane is willing to ask Captain Riffin to give you a massage, maybe he will allow me to reveal the secret of the clone fruit. When Ayane heard this, she fell into silence. Outside the door, Riffin, using observation haki to monitor the situation in the consultation room, heard what Nojiko said to Ayane. He silently gave Nojiko a thumbs up in his heart. The fact that the clone fruit can imitate other abilities is one of the Black Pearl Pirate's secrets. However, Ayane is an individual, not an organization like the Marines or the world government. When the time comes to focus on warfare, the characteristics of the clone fruit may be revealed. Therefore, if Ayane agrees to Nojiko's proposal, Riffin is also willing to share a little secret with her. After a long silence, Ayane let out a long sigh. Sigh. It seems I'm always at a disadvantage here. Then let's consider it the price paid for my curiosity. Nojiko, let Riffin replace you. Once upon a time, Ayane had the idea of using her own body to repay Riffin and had even taken action. However, Riffin had refused to be intimate with someone who didn't truly desire it. Compared to an intimate action, Riffin's massage was much more acceptable. After contemplating it, Ayane became less resistant. Of course, this was also because the person in question was Riffin, who had helped her significantly. If it were someone else, Ayane would have already taken forceful measures. Nojiko smiled and nodded in agreement. But before she could open the door, Riffin had already unlocked it and entered the room. Miss Ayane, please relax and leave the rest to me. Riffin rolled up his sleeves and walked towards Ayane with a smile on his face. Looking at Riffin's face and Riffin's clawed hands, Ayane suddenly felt a little regretful. And as Riffin's hands fell, a shiver far stronger than that brought by Nojiko spread from Ayane's chest to her whole body. Wait, Riffin, first, satisfy my curiosity first. Ayane tremblingly said intermittently. No problem, Miss Ayane. Not only can I tell you the ultimate ability of clone fruit, I can also tell you something about the identity of Buggy, the captain you're following. I have to say, Ms. Ayane, you have chosen a great captain. Riffin laughed. Hey? Does Buggy have any special identity? Ayane knows that Riffin has a very wide range of intelligence capabilities, and Buggy is related to her development in the dungeon space. So, it's only natural that she'd be curious about who Buggy is. Buggy certainly has something special, and it's very special. Ayane, you may want to choose an extraordinary captain as a springboard for you to improve yourself in the dungeon world. But, you have chosen a rather remarkable guy. Speaking of which, this is information that is not even given in the copy space. It took me a lot of effort to get this information. Miss Ayane, after I tell you, you have to thank me very much. As Riffin said that, he applied more force to his hands, making Ayane moan. You greedy man, what more do you want? Or have you changed? Even if a woman isn't sincere to you, you'll be hungry and throw yourself to her? Ayane asked, frowning. That's not true, I just hope that you will agree to what I need in the future. Like providing me with your fresh milk. Riffin said with a light smile. Ayane. Meanwhile, on the other side. Devil's Triangle Sea area. Damn Riffin, you actually hinder me. Don't give me a chance, otherwise I will definitely kill you. And you, find them quickly. If you can't find those two women, I will throw you overboard. In this dark place, if there is no me, you can think about your end. Makoto Ito, the reincarnation of the green pheasant country, punched the edge of the ship and said viciously. When the crew on his pirate ship heard this, they couldn't help shaking their bodies, and hurriedly speeded up the work at hand. They are afraid it will provoke Ito's dissatisfaction. Makoto Ito is different from Riffin. Riffin treats his crew with a gentle attitude. As for Makoto Ito, he only pretended to be gentle when he first invited his crew. When the crew actually joined, he would turn pervert, become extremely irritable, and rule the pirates with fear. Because of his strength, no one dared to resist him. Humph, what bad luck! Where did those two women go? If it wasn't for them, I wouldn't be lost in this place. Marie-Rose, Anoka, wait for me, after I find you, I will definitely ravage you two until I'm satisfied. After Makoto Ito saw that the crew started to work hard, he finally felt better. But even so, he was already bored with the Devil's Triangle Sea area where there's only fog in his view. At this moment, a very strange voice sounded beside him. Excuse me, have you encountered any troubles? Who? The unfamiliar voice made Makoto Ito violent immediately, and instinctively used the chain fruit to condense two chains in his hand. But just when he raised his head to attack in the direction of the sound, his eyes suddenly widened to the maximum. Skeleton! Ito shouted with his mouth wide open. Yes, as you can see, I am indeed a skeleton. By the way, my name is Brooke, what's your name, ma'am? The skeleton who called himself Brooke gave a gentleman's salute to the woman next to Ito, and asked with a smile on his face. It's just that Brooke's smile looks like a devil's crooning to others. Ah! Help, ghost! The woman who was kidnapped by Ito to satisfy his desire screamed and fainted on the deck. Ghost? That's rude. I'm a skeleton at best. Brooke looked at the woman who fainted from fright, and scratched his afro hair in embarrassment. Ghost? Impossible. There can be no ghosts in this world. You must be a devil fruit user. The proof is that you have a shadow, hey. Ito came to his senses and immediately shouted at Brooke. However, when he looked down at the solace of Brooke's feet, he saw that under the reflection of the fire, there was no shadow under Brooke's feet at all. Chapter 269, Chapter 267, The Ghost Ship in the Devil's Sea. Are you really a ghost? Damn it, get out here. Makoto Ito waved his chain in fear, attempting to keep Brooke away from him. Brooke, regretful, shook his head and then leaped off the boat, traversing the water before landing on an old, dilapidated pirate ship that exuded an eerie aura. Ghost ship. And he ran on the sea. Damn it, do ghosts actually exist in this world? What are you all waiting for? Hurry and set sail, let's get out of here. Ito shouted at his crew, who acted in haste. The entire crew was gripped by fear of Brooke's presence. After more than 10 minutes of hard sailing, the crew finally managed to reach a piece of land. This should be safe. Ito heaved a sigh of relief. However, he was oblivious to the fact that a translucent figure had silently boarded his ship and was standing on the deck behind him. As Ito relaxed his guard, a heavy blow struck him from behind, causing him to collapse on the deck of the pirate ship, unconscious. Meanwhile, the live broadcast room that was showcasing his actions was also plunged into darkness. Makoto Ita's live broadcast room saw a rapid decline in viewers. In a short time, there were only a few Green Pheasant viewers and some official representatives of the Green Pheasant country still following Makoto Ita's live broadcast. Time passed. In the consultation room of the Black Pearl Pirates, Nojiko had already left, leaving only Ayane and Riffin behind. Can the clone fruit record and use the bodies and abilities of other devil fruit users upon awakening? As expected, the awakened devil fruit is an incredibly powerful ability. It seems you've acquired quite a few items that can awaken devil fruits. Riffin, the awakened abilities in your pirate group must be quite potent. While Ayane squeezed fresh milk into a container and observed Riffin, she couldn't help but feel somewhat awkward. Especially at this moment, Riffin was still in a state where Nojiko's use of Bonnie's ability was working. It made Ayane feel as though she had taken care of a child. Awakened devil fruit abilities are indeed quite powerful. However, the typical devil fruit awakening relies on the user's ability and will to reach their peak. Even an awakened devil fruit user through props cannot match the power of a user who has undergone the natural process of awakening. But they are not to be underestimated. Riffin sipped on the freshly squeezed drink Ayane had just prepared and commented, "It tastes good. Ayane, remember to stock up on these for me." Seeing this scene, even the cruel Ayane couldn't help but twitch her lips. Thinking that she had promised Riffin to provide her milk permanently in order to understand Buggy's identity, Ayane sighed deeply again. "My practice is far from enough, and I accidentally agreed to this guy because the massage was too comfortable." Ayane thought to herself. She knows herself well enough. Although Buggy's status is special, but if it is in the usual state, she will not agree to Riffin's proposal. The reason she agreed was not only because of Buggy's identity, more significantly, Riffin's massage skills, which had momentarily left her with little control over her will. However, I didn't think Buggy was a member of the Roger Pirates. And Redhair Shanks, currently one of the 4 emperors, is his best friend. But his behavior is completely at odds with his identity. Ayane shook her head, sighing softly. "So, if you continue to accompany Buggy, you might get caught up in a massive whirlwind. Ayane, this doesn't align with your idea of low-key development." Riffin, using his float devil fruit ability, levitated in front of Ayane and looked at her seriously. According to the original storyline, Buggy would make an appearance at the Summit War. Before that, he even visited Impel Down. If Ayane remained by Buggy's side continuously, whether she followed him to Impel Down or accompanied him to the Summit War, it would be quite dangerous for her. Riffin didn't want to put Ayane, an old acquaintance who occasionally provided benefits, in harm's way. "Are you concerned about my safety, Riffin?" Ayane watched Riffin's petite figure and his serious expression and couldn't help but smile. Afterward, she set down the container in her hand, extended her arms, and embraced Riffin, treating him as if he were a real child. Then, Ayane gently stroked Riffin's hair as if she were holding a genuine child, her thoughts wandering. "Riffin, you really are a mystery." Riffin, who returned to Ayane's embrace, made a move on her. In an instant, a strong pull enveloped Ayane, causing her to experience an electrifying sensation. Surprised, Ayane quickly raised her arms and turned Riffin 180 degrees, allowing him to sit with his back against her. "Such a shame." Riffin smacked his lips and turned to look at Ayane behind him. "I do worry about your safety. You still have 2 more devil fruits to give me, you know. And if you can't give the remaining 2 devil fruits within the specified time, you'll belong to me. At that point, I'll have the right to worry about you, won't I?" Upon hearing this, Ayane smiled and shook her head. "Even if I were to sign a slavery contract with you and become your servant, you wouldn't make a move on me unless you completely abandon your principles." Ayane knew Riffin well. She believed that, even if she were in such a situation, Riffin would not act against her unless he had given up on his principles. Seeing Riffin again, Ayane has a deeper understanding of Riffin. The current Riffin is much stronger than when they parted. There are many more beauties around him. It can be said that if Riffin wanted it, he can sleep with many beauties together. But even so, Riffin did not do this. This is why Ayane thinks that Riffin has not changed. It's really not a very pleasant thing to be easily seen through. Riffin sighed, leaning his head up against 2 soft cushions. "But sometimes there are benefits to being recognized as a man of principle. It's like how you can rest in my arms now. If it were someone else, maybe I wouldn't compromise even if I died." After Ayana sighed, she continued. Riffin, thank you for your reminder. But I've been with the buggy pirates for far too long. If it is another pirate group, I may not be able to stay so happily. But Buggy is weird, but he is not difficult to get along with. If it were someone else, my situation would not necessarily be better. In addition, the identity of Buggy may also have some beneficial effects on me in the future. However, I still have to thank you. I believe in the strength you helped me gain earlier. I should be able to handle a lot of problems. Ayana put her hands on Riffin's abdomen and said with her chin resting on Riffin's head. Although you said that, you were injured by the marine gorillas not long ago, didn't you? Riffin shook his head and continued. Forget it, I already knew you wouldn't leave the buggy pirates. It's because you agreed to my request so simply this time and gave me benefits. I'll give you a bonus too. Hearing this, Ayana raised her eyebrows. Riffin, what do you mean? Before Ayana could finish her sentence, she saw Riffin in her arms take out a syringe filled with lavender liquid from somewhere and stick it on her thigh. Chapter 270, Chapter 268, Helena volunteered to become a slave. Riffin, what are you doing? Ayana watched Riffin inject the liquid from the syringe into her body, frowning slightly. She didn't think Riffin would do anything to hurt her. She was just worried that some strange potion would be given to her again. After seeing Riffin create an ointment that can make women lactate without getting pregnant, Ayana felt that even if Riffin came up with a drug that could make a woman pregnant directly, she would not be too surprised by it. Don't worry, this thing is not some strange potion, Riffin seemed to see through Ayana's thoughts and said with a smile. Ayana, this thing can strengthen you to a certain extent. The price to pay is nothing more than a short period of pain. By the way, you have to keep this potion a secret for me. Riffin supported Ayana's legs with both hands, using his ability to levitate himself again. He turned around, put his forefinger on her lips, and said to Ayana. Ayana frowned, just as she wanted to ask more. The sudden pain made her frown even more. Lie down, I'll massage you. It might help you relieve the pain, Riffin suggested. Riffin, since it's a massage, can you not put your hands on my chest? Ayana frowned and said. Hehe, this is also part of the massage, Ayana, Riffin replied as he moved Ayana to the hospital bed and began the second round of the massage. Ayana's mood, caught between joy and pain, became extremely awkward, especially when Riffin looked at her face with interest. In desperation, Ayana decided to open the Reincarnator communication panel to shift her focus away from Riffin. Fortunately, as soon as she opened the Reincarnator exchange group, there was information that caught Ayana's attention on the panel. Riffin, it seems that someone is talking about you on the Reincarnator exchange group. Really, then I can't miss such information. But seeing you in such pain, the massage really can't stop, Riffin replied, and with a grin, he used the flower devil fruit ability to sprout multiple hands, massaging Ayana all over. Afterward, Ayana continued the conversation with the Reincarnators. Green Pheasant Anoka, I have no shadow. What should I do now? Kangaroo Helena, Anoka, are you okay? Where is Marie, who is traveling with you? Is she safe and sound? Kangaroo Marie Rose, don't worry, Miss Helena, we're all still alive. But our shadow was taken away by that big guy. Kangaroo Helena, your shadow was taken away? Did you encounter the devil fruit power that manipulates shadows? Green Pheasant Anoka, yes, Sister Helena. Even if we stand under the fireworks now, there will be no shadow reflected. Eagle Weskier, after the shadow is taken away, will the shadow never exist? Devil fruit is truly an interesting thing, different from science. Kangaroo Helena, anyway, as long as you two are safe and sound. But that Masato Itu is still looking for you, so you have to worry a little bit. Kangaroo Marie Rose, it's all the fault of Riffin. If he hadn't sold the devil fruit to Makoto Itu, we wouldn't have been chased by him. If we hadn't been chased by him, we wouldn't have lost our shadows to that monster. Green Pheasant Anoka, in that monster's territory, Makoto Itu should not be able to do anything to us. Maybe, his shadow has already been taken away. Kangaroo Helena, if that's the case, that's good news. Marie, Anoka, I have been hearing that the one who took your shadow is a monster. Do you know his identity? Green Pheasant Makoto Itu, damn it, what the hell is going on with that bastard? Ethan, do you know something, who is the one who can control the shadow? Eagle Ethan, interesting, so you've really had your shadow robbed, Itu. Kangaroo Marie Rose, hee hee, retribution, this is the retribution for chasing us. Green Pheasant Anoka, that's right. You will meet Shishibukai Moria, this is your own retribution. Green Pheasant Makoto Itu, that bastard is, one of the 7 warlords of the Sea Gecko Moria. Damn, why didn't anyone tell me sooner? Kangaroo Marie Rose, if I told you, wouldn't you just run away? Hee hee, you can enjoy the days without shadows like us. Eagle Weskier, Ethan, you seem to have known for a long time that the 3 of them are in Moria's territory. Do you know how having their shadow taken away will affect them? Eagle Ethan, hee hee, I just heard about it. It is said that those who have their shadow taken away by Moria will not be able to survive in the Sunday. Green Pheasant Anoka, what? I can't stand under the sun? How do I explore the sea? Kangaroo Marie Rose, damn it, it's all the fault of that bastard Makoto Itu, and that Riffin, damn it. Kangaroo Helena, be careful of what you say, Marie. Helena, being a smart thinker, immediately realized that Riffin might be heading to Moria's territory. She understood that Riffin had the potential to become a Shishibukai and she wanted to prevent any trouble. And Helena believed that Riffin could be of help and decided to reach out to him. Kangaroo Helena, Mr. Riffin, are you also on the Grand Line right now, targeting Gecko Moria? Panda Riffin, so what if it is, and so what if it's not? Kangaroo Helena, with your strength, you should be able to defeat Moria. If possible, can I ask you to help me with Marie and Anoka's safety? Kangaroo Marie Rose, Miss Helena, I don't need that guy to get out of my current troubles. Big deal, I'll use resurrection coins. Kangaroo Helena, think about that man, Jiu, who was killed by Riffin and then resurrected among Big Mom's pirates, and then died again. In addition to him, many people have died due to random resurrection. So, it's better to be humble with Riffin, Marie. Eagle Ethan, indeed. That guy may be even worse than Makoto Itu. You were quite rude to him. Be careful that he may lock you in a dungeon and ravage you directly after seeing you. Why don't you ask me, my captain is a Shishibukai, maybe I can help you and Anoka get out of Moria. How about it, do you want to make a contract with me? Kangaroo Helena, I don't think 2 Shishibukai can sit down and trade amicably, and you want to ask Blackbeard. I expect Riffin to help more than you. Panda Riffin, you really think highly of me, Miss Helena. But why do you think I would be willing to help? Ethan is right about one thing, your maid was very rude to me. Kangaroo Helena, I can make a contract with you, a contract similar to the one you have with Ione. After Helena's message, she glanced at the devil fruit in her closet. Although she only had 1 devil fruit at the moment, she believed that, in time, she would be able to acquire more devil fruits. Although devil fruit is precious, if Marie can save a resurrection coin, Helena thought it was worth it. Kangaroo Marie Rose, no, Miss Helena. I cannot ask you to make such a sacrifice for me. Kangaroo Helena, Marie, if you still think of me as your master, listen to me here. Kangaroo Marie Rose, but that Riffin is so obscene. If you can't repay the devil fruit, then you. Panda Riffin, calling me obscene or something, that's really too much, Miss Marie. I thought I was a gentleman when I treated ladies. Besides, Miss Helena, Miss Marie Rose is quite right in saying that there is no need for the 2 of us to enter into a bond of slavery. If there is a contract to be made, it should be between Miss Marie Rose and myself. How about it? Do you want to make a bond of slavery with me, Miss Marie Rose? For just 2 devil fruits, I can save you 1 resurrection coin. Black Pearl, Consultation Room. After Ayana saw Riffin's message, she couldn't help but glance at Riffin. At this moment, she seemed to see the picture of Riffin signing a bondage contract with her. Sign up a slavery contract. Before the contract is concluded, this man will not do anything. If you're polite enough to him and you're not an enemy, he won't even take advantage of you. If enough devil fruit can be produced, Anoka can sign a contract with him. But Marie Rose, with the way she talks to Riffin in the exchange group, if she really falls into Riffin's hands, she will probably be taken advantage of a lot. Ayana's thoughts drifted as she observed Riffin's actions. Her gaze prompted Riffin to momentarily shift his attention from the communication panel back to her. Seeing Ayana's contemplative expression, the corner of Riffin's mouth slightly raised, and he continued with his actions, focusing on her pink buds, bringing her back to her senses. Chapter 271, Chapter 269, Anoka and Marie Rose Contract. Kangaroo Marie Rose, what? I will not make a contract with you. My master is Miss Helena, and I will definitely not be your slave. Panda Riffin, really? Then we have nothing to talk about. If nothing else, I'm about to go offline. Kangaroo Helena, wait, Mr. Riffin. I think we can discuss this further. If you enter into a bond of slavery with me, you can benefit regardless. Don't you agree? Panda Riffin, maybe. If I make a contract, I will get 2 devil fruits from you. But I think it's better to focus on my own affairs. Since Miss Marie Rose is the one in crisis, if you want me to help, she needs to request my assistance. Helena frowned slightly when she read Riffin's response. This Riffin is a very principled man, she murmured to herself as she turned her attention back to the Reincarnator communication panel. Kangaroo Helena, Marie, just do as Riffin suggests. If you manage to escape, I can find a way to hand over the devil fruit I have to you. Eagle Ethan, Helena, you really have a devil fruit. No wonder a chairwoman of a big consortium like you is willing to enter into a slavery contract with Riffin. I fear the contract has just been concluded, and you will have it completed. Bertina Armstrong, so, this woman didn't take any risks. Panda Pigeon, even so, Mr. Riffin can indeed gain rewards. Kangaroo Helena, Ethan, Tina, you're mistaken. I do have a devil fruit, but I only have one. In other words, I also took a certain risk to enter into a slavery contract with Riffin. Kangaroo Marie Rose, Miss Helena, please don't make such a decision for me. How can I trouble you, Miss Helena? Kangaroo Helena, Marie, although you are my servant, I see you as my younger sister. As an older sister, isn't it normal to help my younger sister? Green Pheasant Kashumi, Miss Helena's behavior is really touching. Kangaroo Marie Rose, Miss Helena. Panda Riffin, it seems that Ms. Marie Rose still needs some time to make a decision. If that's the case, then I'll wait. I'll continue to monitor the reincarnation exchange panel. By the way, does Ms. Anoka, who is with Ms. Marie Rose, need help? If you have a devil fruit, I'll do my best to help you out of danger. Riffin's destination is the Devil's Triangle Sea area. In other words, it won't be long before he encounters Anoka and Marie Rose. He didn't mind trying to gain something from both Anoka and Marie Rose when he invited Moria. This gain could be a devil fruit, or it could be their cooperation. Green Pheasant Anoka, hey. Me. Panda Riffin, that's right, you. But if it's Ms. Marie Rose, she needs to pay me 2 devil fruits to save her. Kangaroo Marie Rose, damn it, you're asking me to pay twice as much as Anoka. Panda Riffin, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not being polite to me. Think about it, Marie Rose. I'm not far from your location. Maybe I'll appear in front of you the next day. If you haven't made a decision by then, not only you won't be safe, maybe you will also die that day. We are both from the Blue Star, but we're also competitors, so don't blame me. Green Pheasant Makoto Itu, what? Riffin, are you already arriving at Gecko Moria's location? Makoto Itu, who had been silent for a long time, was shocked when he saw Riffin's message. He had no desire to meet Riffin face to face, as Riffin had killed many reincarnators and was not someone he wanted to encounter. If he still had a shadow, the moment he saw Riffin's message, he would consider leaving the Devil's Triangle as soon as possible. Unfortunately, now he had lost his shadow and had no way to leave the area, which made him nervous about meeting Riffin. On the Black Pearl, Riffin glanced at Makoto Itu's message but had no intention of replying. He had planned to meet with Makoto Itu and potentially execute his plan. That's why he hadn't mentioned his arrival in the Devil's Triangle until he saw that Makoto Itu lost his shadow. Riffin was now ready to meet Makoto Itu and deal with him as needed. Kangaroo Helena, is Mr. Riffin really heading for Gecko Moria? It seems he's already covered a significant distance towards Gecko Moria's territory. Marie, it's time to make a decision. In the thriller bark. Marie Rose looked at Helena's message and involuntarily clenched her fists. She didn't want to make a contract with Riffin, but Helena had already helped her, and she couldn't find a reason to refuse. I am really going to agree with that guy. Marie Rose couldn't help but feel awkward at the thought of compromising with Riffin. Marie, what should I do? Anoka asked, with a hint of uneasiness. Anoka, this decision has to be yours. I don't know what kind of person Riffin is, although he appears open, and he seems to like women. Maybe he's different from Makoto Itu, who has been chasing us. But Panda and Green Pheasant countries have tense relations. Anoka blinked, her brows furrowing slightly. Panda and Green, will that man Riffin hate me because of the tension between our countries? No, that guy treats Ayane, who is also from Green Pheasant like me, with respect. He shouldn't have a reason to harm me. No, it doesn't matter. I have to get out of this dangerous situation first. If the contract isn't concluded, he'll arrive soon. If he has malicious intentions, he can act without a contract. With this thought, Anoka became resolute in her decision. She didn't yet know what Riffin was doing with Ayane, but she had made her choice to make a contract with Riffin. Black Pearl. Riffin was attentively monitoring the exchange group when a sudden reminder in his mind furrowed his brow. Panda Riffin, Kangaroo Marie Rose has submitted a bond of slavery application with the following terms. You assist Marie Rose in getting out of trouble, and she agrees to provide you with 2 devil fruits within half a year. If you successfully help her but she fails to provide the promised devil fruits, she will become your slave. Panda Riffin, Green Pheasant Anoka has submitted a bond of slavery application with the following terms. You help Anoka get out of trouble, and she agrees to provide you with 1 devil fruit within half a year. If you successfully help her but she fails to provide the promised devil fruit, she will become your slave. In the end, Marie Rose agreed. Riffin thought. Anoka also accepted. This way, I can acquire at least 3 devil fruits. His lips couldn't help but curve into a smile. Without hesitation, he accepted the offers sent by the two. Soon, corresponding notifications appeared in the message bars of all the reincarnators. Green Pheasant Kazumi, so you agreed after all. Green Pheasant Makoto Itu, Riffin, you. Are you really coming? Can you tell me how long it will take you to arrive? Kangaroo Marie Rose, Riffin, I hope you'll keep your promise. Green Pheasant Anoka, Mr. Riffin, our safety depends on you. Kangaroo Helena, Mr. Riffin, now that the contracts are in place, could you please rescue Marie Rose and Anoka as soon as possible? Panda Riffin, don't worry. I'm not far from their location. Anoka, Marie Rose, find a safe place to stay before I arrived. And avoid Moria's castle. Although Riffin didn't want Makoto Ida to know the precise timing of his arrival, he prioritized reassuring Helena, Anoka, and Marie Rose. Kangaroo Marie Rose, humph, I don't need your advice. Seeing Marie Rose's continued haughtiness, Riffin raised his head and smiled at Ayane. Congratulations, Riffin. That girl Anoka should be quite to your liking. Now you can form bonds with other reincarnators. But Marie Rose, she's very petite, and I suppose you're not interested in that type of woman. Indeed, I prefer more mature ones, Riffin replied. Marie Rose, from what I've seen in the dead or alive fighting competition, doesn't particularly catch my interest. Not to mention she's quite a tsundere. Riffin was casually dismissing Marie Rose's appeal, though in his heart, he was still interested in teasing her. Really? I'd like to see your reaction after meeting Marie Rose. Will you still say the same thing? After all, she's quite lovely, Ayane suggested. Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted their conversation. They both turned to see Nojiko pushing the door open. Nojiko, has Frankie arrived yet? Riffin inquired. Captain Riffin, following your instructions, I've informed Frankie. Nojiko reported. He's outside, eagerly awaiting your arrival. Once you and Miss Ayane are ready, we can proceed. Nojiko smirked and motioned towards the closed door. Chapter 272, Chapter 270, Surprise Marine Gorillas. The devil fruit sent by Ayane. Let Riffin finally have a useless devil fruit to help Frankie open his final invitation. Previously, Riffin believed the timing was right. So he had asked Nojiko to handle some matters in advance and notified Frankie to come here to complete the final copy of the invitation. Traveling to the past. Ayane blinked, looking very puzzled. Ayane, it's because you are willing to provide me with your milk forever. This time, I will give you another piece of information. Let me tell you first, I won't answer your question. How much you can understand depends on your own understanding. Of course, this is so that the relationship between the two of us can develop amicably. I hope that you will try not to disclose the information I'm about to show you next. Especially the Reincarnator exchange group. While speaking, Riffin sat cross-legged on the table beside him. Although his current clothes seemed a bit too loose, he didn't bother to change them. Telling Ayane about the final invitation, Riffin didn't have too many obstacles in his heart. Leaving aside the close relationship between the two, even telling Ayane about the final invitation would not have much impact on him. After all, opening the final invitation was a challenging task that required the consumption of precious devil fruit, something not just any reincarnator could do. On the other hand, Riffin felt that Ayane was getting closer to becoming his ally. According to the current development, it would be difficult for Ayane to hand over enough devil fruit to him within the time stipulated in the contract. In this world, sailing was a time-consuming endeavor. Up to now, Ayane and Riffin had made an agreement, and half of the time had passed. In the remaining time, Riffin didn't think that Ayane could find 2 devil fruits. After all, not everyone could accurately retain an enemy's devil fruit through the dark fruit ability, like him. Special information. Ayane pursed her lips and took a deep look at Riffin. After a while, she nodded slightly. Riffin, you have successfully aroused my curiosity. Under such circumstances, it's really difficult for me to give up the right to see what will happen next. I will keep my promise with you. I hope you will show me your secret information. Ayane's eyes were serious, and she said in a serious manner. Riffin smiled and nodded upon hearing Ayane's answer. Afterward, Ayane went to the dressing room beside her and changed into clothes suitable for her current body condition. When everything was ready, Nojiko opened the door of the consultation room. The next moment, Frankie's eager face and Chopper's curious expression appeared at the door. Captain Riffin, is what Nojiko said true? Frankie asked with joy and surprise. Can I really save Tom-san with your special power? It's of course true, Chopper and the others should have told you, Riffin replied. Sorry, Frankie, for making you wait so long. Your matter has indeed been delayed for too long. Let's get started now. Riffin waved to Frankie and let him come over. Then he took out the devil fruit he got from Ayane and stretched it out in front of Frankie. However, just as Riffin was about to activate the access to the copy space to open the invitation copy that Frankie needed, Califa suddenly appeared at the door of the consultation room. Boss, something happened outside the Black Pearl, she said. There are 2 marine guerrilla ships heading this way. While speaking, Califa scanned the people in the room with her eyes. After seeing Riffin's childlike body affected by the fruit of age and Ayane's chest that was a circle bigger than usual, a sharp light flickered in Califa's eyes. At this moment, she seemed to understand something. Marine guerrilla? So, it's from the Marines? Why did they come here at this time? Frankie frowned. He was preparing to meet his regret and teacher, Tom, who had died because of his own actions. And Califa's report made him feel conflicted. On the one hand, he wanted to see Tom as soon as possible. On the other hand, he felt that it might not be easy for Riffin to deal with his affairs first when there was a possibility that the enemy was approaching. Marine guerrilla. Could it be that they came to chase us? Ayane frowned when she heard Califa's report to Riffin. Not long ago, the buggy pirates were hunted down by the marine guerrillas, and she was injured at that time. Even though she was one of the top 100 reincarnations and was favored by Riffin, her strength was still weak compared to the marine guerrilla vice admiral and elite fighters with advanced weapons. It was no exaggeration to say that she and the buggy pirates had escaped safely, which was a blessing in disguise. At this moment, hearing the news of the marine guerrillas again, Ayane was naturally quite surprised. However, it was just a surprise. With Riffin here, she didn't feel intimidated. She didn't think that after feeding Riffin with her breast milk, he would ruthlessly turn her over to the Marines. I don't think so. The guerrilla ship in the rear is chasing the one in front. I think some pirates may have snatched the marine guerrilla ship, which is why the guerrilla ships are chasing each other. Califa looked at Ayane and then at the empty needle tube not far away. The corners of her mouth involuntarily raised slightly. Captain Riffin, let's take things easy for now. You seem very concerned about the marine guerrillas. Why don't you deal with them first and let me go see Tom-san after? At this time, Frankie, who had been thinking for a while, suddenly spoke to Riffin. For me, I've been waiting for a long time, so waiting a bit longer doesn't matter. It's not necessary for you to wait, Frankie. I've seen it with observation Haki. The marine guerrillas are still some distance away from the Black Pearl. We have plenty of time to finish what you have here before they arrive. Also, I'd like to see how things change after you meet your teacher Tom. Riffin waved his hand and said with a light smile. So far, Riffin's observation Haki could easily cover the scope of a small island. From his perspective, he could clearly calculate the time when the marine guerrillas ship would arrive at the Black Pearl. Frankie's final invitation dungeon was not a difficult one, and it would suffice to handle the world government officials and agents who wanted to forcibly take Tom away. This was nothing to Frankie, who now had the devil fruit ability. What's more, Frankie's final invitation was not difficult, and others could also lend a helping hand. At this moment, Riffin suddenly frowned and looked at Ayane in surprise. Riffin, why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Ayane raised her eyebrows and asked Riffin with some doubts. Ayane, do you know Kazumi? Riffin raised the corner of his mouth and asked with great interest. Kazumi? Riffin, why did you say this suddenly? Hearing the name Kazumi, Ayane immediately frowned. Hehe, my observation Haki heard the name on the marine gorilla. She was called Kazumi by those who traveled with her. Also, my observation Haki heard her say your name. Ayane, you and this Kazumi should have a close relationship. Riffin said meaningfully. As a time traveler, Riffin naturally knew that Ayane and Kazumi were sisters related by blood and had an awkward relationship. Kazumi's appearance on the marine gorilla's ship surprised him. At the same time, it piqued his interest in what would happen when Ayane and Kazumi finally met. Chapter 273, Chapter 271, Nami is about to discover the secrets of Riffin and Nojiko? This is interesting, the reincarnation of the Green Pheasant country is actually heading in the direction of Brother Riffin. What's more interesting is that the relationship between Kazumi and Ayane seems to be very special. These two are also ninjas, so they probably came from the same ninja village. Goat audience, these two have appeared in Blue Star's Death or Life fighting contest, and they are very powerful fighters. At that time, I felt that these two seemed to have some special abilities. Now it seems that my thoughts at that time were true. I am also very concerned about these two. According to my investigation, these two should be sisters. And that Kazumi seems to be a betrayal ninja, and that Ayane is the one who chased her down. Damn, the big brother upstairs is so powerful. Can you also understand the situation of the ninjas of the Green Pheasant country? After all, I am also a person from the dark side, and I know a little about some things that the public does not know. The dark side? Buddy, can you tell me about it in detail? I'm curious. Sorry, I can't disclose too much information. If you want to know something, you can find it out through the live broadcast room. Since Kazumi is heading towards Riffin, there must be something going on with Riffin and Ayane. Compared with this, I want to see Frankie complete the final invitation mission. Frankie is quite strong now, and if he completes the final invitation, he will definitely be even stronger. Similarly, I also want to see it. Judging from the situation shown in Kazumi's live broadcast room, she, her captain, and the marine chasing them are not very powerful people. Judging from the situation of the Black Pearl pirates, dealing with them can be said to be a piece of cake. Speaking of which, Ayane has already buried one foot in the end of becoming a slave of Riffin, so this Kazumi, I don't know if her situation will be same as Ayane. Not sure, but I very much hope that Riffin will take her down. Look how beautiful she is. Riffin, are you joking me? Kazumi is really on board the marine gorilla ship. Ayane frowned, looking straight at Riffin with her eyes. I'm not going to make fun of things that are easy to poke around. You know, if you go out and have a look later, you will be able to know whether what I said is true. The corner of Riffin's mouth raised, he looked at Ayane's expression of wanting to confirm, and continued. But it's better to do it later, I'm going to help Frankie with his invitation first. If you go out at this time, there is no way to observe the information you want to know. When Ayane heard Riffin's words, the steps she was about to take immediately stopped. She turned her head and frowned at Riffin. In that case, can you please hurry up? Of course. Riffin shrugged and glanced at Frankie. Frankie understood, nodded, and came to Riffin. Afterwards, Riffin took the devil fruit in his hand again, and contacted the copy space. Riffin, do you want to sacrifice the sound wave fruit to open Frankie's final invitation copy space? Open. Successfully opened Frankie's final invitation mission, the former capital of Seven Waters. With the prompt sound of copy space, golden light shines from devil fruit in Riffin's mind. The devil fruit instantly transformed from a physical body into a pure energy body, enclosing Riffin, Frankie, Nojiko, Chopper, Ayane and other people present. Ayane stared at this scene with wide eyes, afraid that she might miss something. It started, I can't wait. Green Pheasant audience, Riffin, this guy is going to start the crew's final invitation again, isn't this a bit too frequent? Goat audience, Riffin is still the same Riffin, I just came back and he gave me a big shock. Camel audience, damn it, does this guy Riffin want another powerful crew member? Hehe, of course. This time, Frankie will definitely gain a particularly powerful strength from the future. Frankie is now an expert level shipwright. Do you think Frankie will directly obtain master level shipwright skills after the final invitation? If this is the case, Frankie's power will take a big step forward. Not only that, Brother Riffin will also get quite a good bonus. Camel audience, how is it possible? Riffin just got a master level ship doctor, how could he have a master level shipbuilder so soon? Green pheasant audience, that's right. Chopper needs to awaken Munch Munch Fruit to become a master level ship doctor. How could Frankie reach the master level because of a final invitation task? You all are dreaming. Wait and see. Even if Frankie can't become a master shipwright this time, he will definitely be able to reach that level in the future. I believe that Brother Riffin has a plan for cultivating Frankie in his heart. Under the attention of a crowd of Blue Star audiences, Frankie's copy of the final offer was successfully opened. When he saw Tom appearing in front of him again, and he was being escorted forward by the world government agents led by Spondum, Frankie rushed towards them on the spot. It's just that before the intervention time came, the fist he attacked the world government agents directly penetrated through their bodies, and did not cause any harm to them. Frankie frowned, and immediately looked at Riffin. Let's look at the fragments of memories from the past first, Frankie. When we can intervene, I will naturally tell you. At that time, you just need to beat them to the ground. Riffin pointed to the black-clothed agent led by Spondum, and said. Hearing this, Frankie took a deep breath, and fixed his eyes on Spondum and others. As if he was afraid that he would miss the time to intervene. Riffin, from your words, is this the past? And also be able to intervene in events that have occurred in the past. If you interfere with events that happened in the past, will it change the future? Ayana looked at the kid Riffin who lost his seat because they came to the copy space, and asked after holding him in her arms. Hush! Ayana, take a good look, you will understand. Riffin smiled and said with a mysterious smile. Seeing this, Ayana could only turn her head to look at Frankie. Fortunately, the copy space didn't make both Ayana and Frankie wait too long. After more than 10 minutes passed, everyone saw that the young Frankie was knocked into the air in order to prevent the sea train from taking Tom away. Intervention time finally arrived. Frankie, do it, it's time. Riffin, who was already standing on the sea train at the moment, glanced at Frankie who was also on the sea train beside him, and said. I've been waiting for this. Slow beams. Frankie let out a loud roar, and sent out several slow beams of light. The world government agents led by Spondum didn't even have time to react before being hit by the light. With their movements slowed down by the slow light, they have no way to resist the current Frankie's power. A few minutes passed, and all the agents fell to the ground, together with the former Spondum. Ha ha ha, so that's the case, there is such a thing. I didn't expect that I, an undead, would still be able to return here. And there is even a chance of resurrection. Frankie, you really followed an amazing captain. Boy Riffin, then I won't delay you, I will trouble you later. Whether it's me or Frankie. Tom patted his belly and laughed and said to Riffin. After Frankie's explanation and the information given by the copy space, Tom already knows the current situation. Regarding the resurrection, he did not postpone it, but chose to simply accept it. But in his heart, he felt that it didn't matter even if he couldn't be resurrected. To be able to meet Frankie, he is already quite satisfied. Don't worry Tom-san. I will definitely let you come back to this world. It's my promise to Frankie. If I can't fulfill this promise, I'm ashamed to be piloting the Black Pearl that Frankie helped me build. Riffin nodded and said. Is the ship Frankie built called the Black Pearl? Ha ha ha, with a captain like you, it will definitely become a dream ship. Frankie, my time is almost up. Since you chose to get on the ship, you have to help Riffin as a shipwright. It's a pity that I don't have enough time to teach you everything I have learned. Tom shook his head and said with some disappointment. At this moment, his body has gradually become transparent. Apparently, the time of parting was coming. Riffin also felt quite sorry when he heard Tom's words. Tom was able to build a sea train on water, his skill is unquestionable. If Tom has time to teach Frankie all his skills, Riffin feels that Frankie will go further on the way to upgrade his shipwright skills to master level. Don't worry, Tom-san, I will definitely do it. Frankie rubbed the tears in his eyes and said to Tom excitedly. Tom patted Frankie on the shoulder, and after leaving the necklace with his own soul imprint in his hand, he quietly turned into a spot of light and disappeared into the copy space. And with Tom's departure, the copy space of Frankie's special invitation mission also shattered. Everyone, once again returned to the original place. Meanwhile, in Riffin's mind, relevant prompts also sounded instantly. Riffin, congratulations on completing Frankie's final invitation mission, special rewards Frankie Growth Scroll, Primary Observation Haki Awakening Scroll X2. Using the Frankie Growth Scroll, Frankie will get the future power. Using the Primary Observation Haki Awakening Scroll, you will be able to awaken Observation Haki initially. I got 2 Observation Haki Awakening Scrolls. Alright, it happens to be able to help Frankie awaken his Observation Haki. The other Observation Haki Awakening Scroll can also help Nami awaken her Observation Haki. After Nami's Observation Haki is awakened, she will be able to take a step closer to master level as a navigator. However, with Nami's character, after she awakens her Observation Haki, she will probably use her Observation Haki to spy on me. In this way, the secret relationship between me and Nojiko will be exposed under her nose. It seems that I need to talk to Nojiko about this. Riffin thought in his heart. Chapter 274, Chapter 272, General Frankie's schedule is up. Panda Riffin, the loyalty points of your shipwright Frankie have reached the highest point. Congratulations, you can now use the Devil Fruit ability that Frankie has mastered. At the same time, you will get Frankie's knowledge of shipwrights. The personal attributes of shipwright Frankie have been refreshed, please check it yourself. Pirates, Black Pearl Pirates, Level 3. Name, Frankie. Age, 34 years old. Crew number, 10. Position, Shipwright, Master. Physical, 13,306. Physical level, B level. Devil Fruit, Slow Fruit. Other skills, Germa 66 exoskeleton. Special ability, none. Loyalty, 100, life and death go hand in hand. Bounty, none. The sound of copy space sounded in Riffin's mind. He could clearly feel the extra knowledge about shipbuilding and human body transformation in his mind. At this moment, Riffin even felt that he could transform his body into Frankie's. What's more, he can use Munch Fruit's ability to decompose and synthesize to transform himself into a more thorough and powerful Frankie. Let's forget it, it might be possible to become stronger for a while by becoming a reformer. But the human body can also be strengthened through exercise. And I also have the copy space power-up. There is no need to transform my body into a robot. Riffin shook his head secretly. Although he can transform himself to be much cooler than Frankie, Riffin feels that a mechanized body is not as good as a pure body. He didn't want to exercise with a remodeled body when he was making out with Nojiko in the future. It turns out that it's not about changing the past to influence the future. But by making up for past regrets in a separate space, and at the same time gaining the possibility of resurrecting someone in the future. At this time, Ayuna pursed her lips and muttered. Similarly, seeing Frankie's excited mood, Ayuna can probably guess the change in his loyalty to Riffin. With the possibility of reviving important people, Frankie will definitely assist and help Riffin with important people in his future voyages. Even though she couldn't see Frankie's personal attribute list, Ayuna felt that Frankie's loyalty points to Riffin might have already reached 100. Consume a devil fruit in exchange for a loyal member of a crew. If it is an ordinary devil fruit, this business is also a good deal. Nami, Robin, Chopper, and others probably experienced something similar to Frankie. From this point of view, there is no way for Otoshi to recruit Nami, Robin, Chopper, Frankie and other Destiny crew members back. Just when Ayuna thought so, Riffin raised his hand and pressed Frankie's pirate tattoo. Riffin, you use Frankie Growth Scroll and Elementary Observation Haki Awakening Scroll on Frankie. Enhancement started, enhancement completed. Frankie's personal attribute has been refreshed, please check it yourself. Name, Frankie. Age, 34 years old. Crew number, 10. Position, Shipwright, Master. Physical, 23,306. Physical level, A level. Devil Fruit, Slow Fruit. Other skills, Germa 66 exoskeleton. Special ability, Observation Haki. Loyalty, 100, life and death go hand in hand. Bounty, none. Riffin, your talent Strengthen the Crew, equal return has been activated. Beginning to strengthen. It has been detected that you have awakened Observation Haki. This time the elementary Observation Haki Awakening Scroll has been automatically replaced with 500 physical points. Enhancement has been completed, your personal attribute has been refreshed, please check it yourself. Pirates, Black Pearl Pirates, Level 3. Name, Riffin. Age, 25 years old. Position, Captain. Talent, Strengthen the Crew, equal returns. Points, 1000 points. Physical, 114,101 points. Physical level, SS level. Devil Fruit, Dark Fruit. Martial Arts Skills, Marine 6 Styles, 6 King Gun, Kampo Kenpo, Nukama Kenpo, Fishman Karate, Fishman Jiu-Jitsu, 8 Impact Fist, Dragon Claw Fist, Gung Near. Kendo Skills, Divine Departure, Fox Fire Style, Odin 2 Swords Style, Music Sword Style. Other Skills, Heikoku, Germa 66 Exoskeleton, Anti-Drug System. Special Abilities, Advanced Armament Haki, Advanced Observation Haki, Advanced Conqueror's Haki, Conqueror's Infusion, Listening to the Voice of All Things. Bounty. 1 Billion Berry. Props, Small Bark, Teleportation Pointer, Enhanced Magic Weather Stick, Sandai Kaititsu, Odo, Shiki Sword, Zoan Devil Fruit Awakening Scroll, Double Devil Fruit Power Awakening Scroll, Advanced Conqueror's Haki Awakening Scroll, Primary Observation Haki Awakening Scroll. Partners, Makita, Nico Robin, Nami, Nojiko, Karina, Jewelry Bonnie, Nefertari Vivi, Tony Chopper, Frankie, Califa. Slaves, Ada Wong, Lee. Trading Center, Slippery Fruit, 10,000, Ox Fruit Giraffe Form, 5,000. Fortunately, Frankie's physical points have increased by 10,000 points. Frankie Growth Scroll was not in vain. Riffin looked at Frankie's form in a flash of white light and changed into what he would look like in the next 2 years, and thought happily in his heart. When Nami once obtained the power of the future, although she obtained a huge improvement. But that's based on the premise that she doesn't have much power. But now, before Frankie used the Frankie Growth Scroll, he already had more physical points than Nami had after using the Nami Growth Scroll in her village. Riffin was worried that even if the current Frankie uses the Frankie Growth Scroll, what will be changed is only the modified weapon on his body, and he will not get physical points. But as a result of the strengthening, Frankie still got quite good physical rewards. Although no weapons like General Frankie were issued to Frankie. But Riffin had in mind the extra knowledge of mechanics once again shared with Frankie's shipwright skills. He understood that it would be quite simple for the current Frankie to create General Frankie. Therefore, Riffin has no regrets in his heart, only the joy of getting Frankie's physical points improved. Is this my future body? It's so super! Putting his hands together, Frankie shouted excitedly in his signature pose. It's amazing! Frankie, you have become even more different after gaining the power of the future. Chopper's eyes lit up, equally excited. Precisely because he wanted to see for the first time what Frankie would look like after gaining future powers. Chopper chose to come to Riffin's consultation room with Frankie. The future Frankie is really less and less human. Califa pushed her glasses and sighed. When she was in the capital of Water 7, Califa felt that Frankie was quite strange. As for now, Califa has a hard time seeing Frankie as a human being. Hey? Are you calling me a pervert, Califa? Thank you so much for your compliment. Frankie turned to look at Califa and smiled. I'm not complimenting you. Califa shook her head and turned to look at Riffin. Boss, Frankie's matter is over, should we deal with the marine gorillas matter? Oh, the marine gorillas. I almost forgot about it. Although I want to create the General Frankie in my mind now. But as expected, we still have to deal with the enemy first. Riffin, leave the enemy to me to deal with. Now I'm full of energy. Frankie said to Riffin and put the necklace with Tom's soul imprint into his body carefully. Then he led Chopper out of the consultation room and ran towards the direction of the Black Pearl deck. Future power. So, can you get the power of the future? Is this the real utility of traveling to the past? After Frankie and Chopper left, Ayana finally came to her senses and said in amazement. At this moment, she suddenly felt that the devil fruit consumed by Riffin was really a bargain. A not very powerful devil fruit can give a person the power of the future. If it were Ayana, she would choose the same way. After all, the powerful power in the future will not make her have the weakness of being unable to swim. At this time, Ayuna didn't know that any devil fruit user in the Black Pearl Pirates had lost the weakness of the traditional devil fruit weakness. Is Miss Ayuna surprised? Since this is the case, how about making a decision to stay on the Black Pearl? Maybe you'll see more things that surprise and delight you here. And Ms. Ayuna has already received the gift from the boss, right? It should be quite satisfactory to you. Otherwise you wouldn't be willing to give boss your milk. As Califa said that, she walked to the container containing Ayuna brand milk, and poured the drink into a kid bottle. Afterwards, Califa came to Riffin with a kid bottle and handed it to Riffin's mouth with a smile on her face. After speaking, Califa also glanced at the needle tube that was previously filled with the G-virus strengthening agent, inserted into Ayuna's thigh, and injected with the agent. Riffin raised his eyebrows, but he didn't refuse, but put his mouth in his mouth with a smile on his face. Seeing the movements of Riffin and Califa, Ayuna couldn't help but blushed a little more. Chapter 275, Chapter 273, Marine Betrayal. Although Riffin is not holding her chest while drinking it, but what was contained in that bottle was actually something squeezed out of her chest. Therefore, Ayuna still felt very embarrassed. Especially when Riffin was drinking the drink in the bottle, he looked in her direction deliberately. Seeing this, Ayuna involuntarily turned to throw the needle, so she happened to see the needle that Riffin stuck in her thigh just now. Think of the pain caused by the medicine in the needle before. She frowned for a while, but soon showed an expression of enlightenment. In a place where Califa, Nojiko, and Riffin couldn't see, Ayuna had already opened her personal panel. On the attribute bar of the panel, she clearly saw that her physical points had increased a lot. Riffin, what's going on? Your medicine actually has the same power as the points given by that thing. Ayuna looked at Riffin in surprise, and asked. That thing, of course, is copy space. Of course Riffin understood what Ayuna said. It seems that the effect of the medicine has been fully exerted. Ayuna, don't ask too much, don't think too much. You just need to accept this gift and abide by our agreement. After Riffin answered Ayuna, he put the mouth of the bottle in his mouth and sucked it again with enjoyment. Soon, Riffin showed a very satisfied and nostalgic smile. Let's go, Ayuna. Let's go out and find out who the marine guerrillas who chased your buggy pirates group took the ship this time. As Riffin said, he planned to use Haki's ability to release the Fruit of Age to restore himself to his original state. But at this time, Califa was the first to stop Riffin. Boss, since you have become like this, and using a milk bottle, how about becoming more thorough? Califa said with a chuckle, and then looked at Nojiko. Nojiko, use Bonnie's fruit ability again. Make the boss a little smaller. Just in time, let's take a look at what the boss looked like when he was just born. Hearing this, Nojiko also showed an expression of interest. As it happens, I made baby clothes earlier. It was originally intended to be used by you and my children one day. I'll let you use it for now. As Nojiko walked towards Riffin, she shook the baby clothes in her hand. Wait, you're pregnant, Nojiko. Riffin froze for a moment, and looked at Nojiko in surprise. Hee, are you nervous, Captain? Don't worry, I don't have any children yet. I just think that if we go on like this, there will always be children sooner than later. What do you say, Captain Riffin? As Nojiko said, she used clone fruit to transform into a sleepy Bonnie. And used the power of age fruit on Riffin. A pink light enveloped Riffin's body. The next moment, Riffin's originally 5 or 6-year-old body shrank rapidly again. In a blink of an eye, it became the size of a newborn boy. And Riffin's cute appearance also made the eyes of Nojiko and Califa in the room shine brightly. Although Ayuna was not as excited as Nojiko and Califa, she also looked at Riffin curiously. It's really, really cute. Califa took a step forward, reached out and rubbed Riffin's chubby face. Indeed, if only my future children could be this cute. Nojiko said longingly. It will, the boss is so good looking, and Nojiko is so beautiful. Whether you give birth to a boy or a girl, it must be quite cute. Califa said with a smile. If you Califa can have 1 or 2 children left with your boss, it will definitely be very beautiful. Nojiko raised the corner of her mouth and looked at Califa with the same smile. At this time, Nojiko did not forget to attack Califa for Riffin. Regarding this, Califa just smiled and did not speak. By the way, can you two stop rubbing my face all the time? Riffin said. Can you still talk like this? I thought you could only cry. Ayane raised her eyebrows and said with interest when she heard Riffin's voice. Captain Riffin's haki is strong enough, and he can use haki to undo the effects of some abilities. With his precise control over haki, it's easy to control himself and keep the baby's body back to the state where he can talk. By the way, Miss Ayane, do you want to help Captain Riffin change clothes? Nojiko said, and handed the baby clothes in her hands to Ayane. Why me? Ayane frowned. After all, you seem to be very suitable for the role of mother now. Nojiko looked at Ayane's chest that had grown from the ointment with a smile on her face. No, forget it. Although Ayane also found Riffin in front of her very interesting. But thinking of seeing Kazumi, and seeing her holding a child. In that case, Kazumi may have some misunderstandings. However, Ayane did not finish speaking. Nojiko directly pushed Riffin in her hand into Ayane's arms. Ayane frowned even tighter, she looked at Califa and Nojiko who were looking at her nonchalantly, and then at Riffin who was looking at her with big eyes. Without any choice, she sighed and picked up the baby clothes sewn by Nojiko to change for Riffin. Maybe it's because of Riffin's cute appearance, or maybe it's because what Riffin is drinking at the moment is indeed her milk. When changing clothes for Riffin, Ayane suddenly felt a strange feeling of intimacy with Riffin. Ah, looking at it this way, I really feel that the two are a mother and son. Nojiko folded her hands together and put them on the side of her face, and said with a smile on her face. Mother and child. Ayane raised her eyebrows and murmured. Her cold look made others wonder what she was thinking. Come on, everyone. The marine gorillas should be arriving soon. We have to go and meet them. Califa took a deep look at Ayane who was holding Riffin in her arms, turned around and walked towards the door of the consulting room. Then, Miss Ayane, please take care of Captain Riffin. Nojiko patted Ayane's shoulder with a smile on her face, looked at Riffin who was leaning the back of his head on Ayane's chest, and followed Ayane's pace. Ayane pursed her lips, looked down at Riffin, then looked at the bottle in Riffin's hand, sighed lightly, shook her head, and put it in Riffin's mouth. Then she stepped out of the door of the consulting room. Black Pearl, on board. When Riffin and others came to the deck through the cabin, a marine gorilla ship had already docked beside the Black Pearl. On the deck of the Black Pearl, there were also some more people. You guys are unlucky, the ship I snatched is leaking. Your ship is not bad, even better than ordinary marine warships. If you want to hold on to your lives, just hand over the ship to me honestly and work for me. A tall man with disheveled hair and slightly embarrassed pointed at Makita and other members of the Black Pearl Pirates standing in front of him and said with a sneer. Behind him, are two young men in navy uniforms with their hands handcuffed by sea stone. They were all controlled by a woman beside him who tied her long hair into a single ponytail and wore a capable ninja suit. Hey? Didn't you guys hear me? I told you to hand over your ship to me. Makita and the others did not show fearful expressions because of his words, but they all looked at him with strange expressions. Captain Gasparde, forget it, this ship is not something we can snatch. The woman with the single ponytail frowned slightly, and persuaded Gasparde with a worried face. Shut up, Kazumi. In this sea, there is no ship that I cannot snatch. Don't forget, I took you in when you were in danger. Aren't you going to repay your favor? In that case, obey my orders obediently. The man named Gasparde snorted coldly, and shouted loudly without looking back. Repay the favor? So far, what I have done should be enough to repay the favor. And this ship, these people. The female ninja named Kazumi sighed, raised her head and glanced at the pirate flag on the sail of the Black Pearl. Looking at the very familiar faces of Makita and the others, Kazumi's expression became even more complicated. Gasparde, isn't this the captain of naval headquarters? How did he appear here, and he's still dressed as a pirate captain? After Makita, Robin, and other people, Jun frowned and looked at Gasparde at the opposite and said in a low voice. Jun Vice Admiral, you have been away from naval headquarters for a while. It's normal not to know. This man betrayed Marine, and Marine has now offered a bounty of 95 million berry. Hina also whispered. Is that so? Then this guy is really unlucky, to meet Riffin not long after becoming a pirate. Jun sighed. Ha ha ha, is this guy an idiot? He came here to snatch this ship. Buggy clutched his stomach and laughed out loud on the deck. Originally, the Buggy pirates were having a banquet with the Black Pearl pirates. So Gasparde's sudden arrival also surprised Buggy. But when he heard that Gasparde was going to snatch the Black Pearl, he couldn't help laughing. Buggy's smile ignited the entire Buggy pirates like a lead wire. Everyone laughed. The same is true for Makita and others. You bastard, die! Gasparde heard everyone's ridicule, and immediately used the ability of jelly bean fruit to turn his arm into a hardened jelly bean spike and stab Makita, who was closest to him. Chapter 276, Chapter 274, Kashumi's curiosity about the relationship between Ayane and Riffin. Makita saw that Gasparde was attacking her. Grinning, she directly punched Gasparde's spikes. This time, Makita didn't even use armament haki, nor did she use any moves. Under the suppression of absolute power, Gasparde's hardened candy spikes were destroyed, and Makita's fist fell into Gasparde's body. What a strong force! Unfortunately though, my body is made of candy. Your strength is great, but it is impossible to hurt me. Gasparde was first surprised by Makita's strength, and looked down at Makita's fist that was trapped in his body. Then he raised his head and looked at Makita mockingly. However, it was Makita's other fist glowing with black light that came to his face. Boom! There was a muffled sound. After Gasparde's face was hit by Makita's armament haki fist, he immediately flew upside down as if hit by a hammer. And slammed into the edge of the Black Pearl. With your destitute strength you actually wanted to attack the Black Pearl pirates. Makita rubbed her fist and said to Gasparde with a sneer. Puff! Gasparde spat out a mouthful of blood, and looked at Makita in horror. Armament haki, how could there be an owner of armament haki in the first half of the Grand Line? Wait, what did you just say? Black Pearl pirates. This is, the Black Pearl. Gasparde opened his mouth and stared at Makita with wide eyes. At this moment, he finally realized it later, and matched Makita's face at this moment with the photo of Makita reward orders. Then there are photos of the faces and reward orders of Nico Robin, Nami, Jewelry Bonnie, and others. Really a member of the Black Pearl pirates, then this ship. Gasparde swallowed, and raised his head to look at the flag of the Black Pearl in horror. When he saw the waving flag of the special pirate group belonging to the Black Pearl, Gasparde spat out a mouthful of blood again. What a pity, General Gasparde. Just left the marine, became a so-called free pirate, and met such a difficult opponent. Well, do you regret your actions? At this time, Jun led Hina out of the crowd and stood in front of Kasumi and Gasparde. Jun Vice Admiral, Colonel Hina. That's great, Anne, we're saved. Pirate, I advise you to let us go, otherwise you will be miserable. Binz, who was wearing sea stone handcuffs, saw Hina and Jun, and immediately shouted happily to those behind him. Vice Admiral, Colonel. How could a marine be aboard the Black Pearl pirates? Did you get caught by the Black Pearl pirates? Kasumi frowned, and looked at Jun and Hina in confusion. Unfortunately not, we should be counted as passengers of this ship. Jun smiled and said. Passengers. Gasparde looked at Jun and Hina, then at Makita and the others who showed no hostility towards Jun and Hina. Thinking of some information he got from a marine before, Gasparde didn't care about the injuries caused by Makita's attack. Immediately jumped up, quickly walked to the side of Binz and Anne. Pointed at the necks of both Binz and Anne with the arm turned into candy spikes. Jun Vice Admiral, I really didn't expect to meet you in this place. This can be regarded as fate. How about it, since you are a passenger of the Black Pearl pirates? Can you use your relationship to get them to prepare a ship for us and let us leave safely? Just to keep these two Zephyr disciples safe. You should know that these two are the only two survivors of Zephyr's last students. Gasparde said with a grin. Hearing this, Jun immediately frowned. But before she could speak, Riffin's childish voice came over. Beat that guy. The three people around him don't need to do anything. As soon as Riffin finished speaking, Nojiko's figure rushed over quickly, and directly punched Gasparde on the head. Gasparde was struck again with armament haki's fist wrapped around him, and this time Gasparde passed out. So fast. Kasumi opened her eyes wide and looked at Nojiko, who suddenly appeared beside her, and her body instinctively became alert. However, her vigilance was in vain after all. After Nojiko knocked Gasparde unconscious, she quickly stretched out her right hand and stroked Kasumi's face. Kasumi only felt a breeze passing by her side, and Nojiko's right hand had already touched her face. Kasumi's heart froze, and she quickly took 2 steps back. Nojiko smiled at Kasumi, who showed a frightened expression, and after using clone fruit to record Kasumi's data, she ignored Kasumi. Instead, she walked to Anne's side, raised her right hand again and touched Anne's face. After doing all this, Nojiko turned around and looked at Califa who was walking towards this side, and Kazumi who was holding Riffin in the baby state. Ayane, you are indeed on the Black Pearl. Kazumi followed Nojiko's line of sight, and immediately saw Ayane. Ayane's previous message in the Reincarnator exchange group made her understand that Ayane might have come to the Black Pearl Pirates. That's why she didn't stop Gasparde from coming to the Black Pearl Pirates. It's just that she never thought that Gasparde had already lost his mind while being hunted down by the marine guerrillas. Even though the two of them threatened the pursuers behind them with Binz and Anne to retreat, they made them suspend the pursuit of the people on the marine guerrillas. But Gasparde still hasn't recovered from the nervousness. That's why he threatened Makita and others to hand over the Black Pearl the moment he landed on the Black Pearl. Even if Kazumi wanted to stop it, under the watchful eyes of Makita and others, she didn't dare to make unnecessary moves. She was worried that any of her actions would cause attacks from Makita and the others. In that case, she might not be able to see Ayane. Wait, who is this kid? Seeing Ayane walking in, Kazumi was about to say something when her eyes were drawn to Riffin in her arms. And after seeing Ayane's slightly swollen chest, Kazumi's brows were even more tightly wrinkled, and a trace of doubt gathered in her heart. Beforehand, this is not my child. Kazumi, why did you appear here? You didn't bring this guy named Gasparde to attack the Black Pearl Pirates, did you? Ayane noticed that Kazumi was looking at her chest, and hurriedly spoke, trying to divert Kazumi's attention. That's right, we have been here for less than half a year. Even if Riffin did something to you, you shouldn't have children. Kazumi raised her chin with one hand, lowered her head and muttered to herself. That's not necessarily the case, there may be some devil fruit's power that can shorten the time of childbearing. Riffin looked at Kazumi who was thinking seriously, and said with interest. Makita, Robin and others heard Riffin's voice at this moment, and they all knew that the person in Ayane's arms was Riffin. So they all looked over curiously. Devil fruit. Indeed, this possibility cannot be ruled out. Ayane, could it be that he is really your child? Kazumi raised her head to look in Ayane's direction and asked. Of course not, Riffin, please don't talk nonsense. Ayane stomped her feet and said with a blushing face. Ayane, you call him Riffin. Kazumi blinked, becoming more and more puzzled. This guy is Riffin, he just became like this because of devil fruit ability. In order not to let Kazumi continue to misunderstand, Ayane said quickly. So that's the case, then what's going on with this? Kazumi nodded, raised her finger and pointed at Ayane's chest. Ayane froze, facing Kazumi's question. She didn't know how to answer it for a while. Fortunately, at this time, Riffin helped her answer. It's just getting some more nutritious substances. Ayane's performance, you can take it as overnutrition. Speaking of nutrition, this stuff is pretty nutritious, too. After Riffin finished drinking the milk in the bottle, he spoke to Kazumi. After finishing speaking, Riffin looked at Ayane who was holding him. Ayane noticed Riffin's expression and the empty milk bottle in his hand, and her face was instantly blushed. Seeing this scene, Kazumi was naturally quite surprised. After all, she had never seen such a reaction of blushing in Ayane since she grew up. Ayane and Riffin, what happened to them? Kazumi frowned slightly, and secretly decided in her heart to explore the relationship between Riffin and Ayane. Although she became a traitor in Ninja Village for a certain purpose. And Ayane chased and wanted to kill her for it because of Ninja Village's rules for dealing with rebels. But Kazumi still cared about Ayane after all. Someone is here, prepare to entertain guests. Frankie, don't you want to test your strength? Just try with the person who will come later. Suddenly, a red light flashed in Riffin's eyes, and he looked towards the direction of the targeted navy ship and said. When everyone on the Black Pearl heard this, they immediately followed Riffin's line of sight, and Kazumi did the same. Jun, on the other hand, looked curiously at Frankie who was eager to try. The guy has changed so much in appearance. Have he transformed himself with new technology? Riffin asked him to test his strength, could it be that his strength has also become stronger? While Jun was thinking, she also used her observation haki to look in the direction Riffin and the others were looking at. Soon, she caught two aura swimming towards the Black Pearl under the sea surface. Hey! These two breaths are Shizo of Zephyr Gorilla, and Vice Admiral Momonga of Naval Headquarters. They are here to capture Gasparde and rescue Anne and Binz. Wait, Riffin asked Frankie to test his strength, so he wanted him to attack Momonga and Shizo. Thinking of this, Jun immediately became nervous, and opened his mouth to ask Riffin to cancel the action. Chapter 277, Chapter 275, Black Pearl adds another powerful crew member. Before Jun could speak, two figures jumped up from the sea, one after the other, and landed directly on the deck of the Black Pearl. The person who came was Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Momanga and Captain Shizo of the Marine Guerrillas. Momanga and Shizo knew this place was the Black Pearl long ago. Therefore, when the two came to the deck, they did not intend to do anything. However, that's only towards Riffin and his group. After seeing Kazumi who was escorting Anne and Bins, Momanga and Shizo immediately rushed towards Kazumi, one on the left and one on the right. The two are fast, even though Kazumi is a powerful ninja, and after coming to the copy space, she got a good power boost. But after all, she has not yet reached the realm of Momanga and Shizo. Facing the surprise attack of the two of them, it was even difficult for her to react. Ayana frowned, and her observation haki instantly locked onto Momanga and Shizo, who drew their swords. Although the relationship between her and Kazumi is extremely awkward, Kazumi is her older sister after all, and she can't watch Kazumi being attacked by Momanga and Shizo anyway. Riffin, who was being held by Ayane, sensed her condition. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, and when he raised his hand, a white lightning shot at Momanga, who was closer to him. The powerful lightning pierced through Momanga's blade that was slashing at Kazumi, and landed on his body. In just an instant, Momanga was electrocuted and fell on Kazumi's toes. At the same time, Frankie also attacked Shizo that was closer to him. He saw him use his ability to wave a dull light at Shizo. Although Shizo paid attention to the situation of the Black Pearl pirates, but Momanga's fall made him lose his focus for a moment. And Frankie's attack is extremely tricky. When he found Frankie's slow light approaching, it was too late to dodge. As the slow beam penetrated his body, Shizo's movements immediately became extremely slow. But at this moment, Kazumi finally came to her senses, and subconsciously raised her hands to press Bins and Anne to the side of Riffin, who had previously attacked Momanga. Ayana looked at Kazumi, who was standing in front of her, and even wanted to walk away. But Riffin raised his little hand and put it on Ayana's chest and shook his head. Although Ayana was unwilling, she could only stand where she was. His movement has slowed down. Is this Frankie Devil Fruit? Jun was relieved to see that Momanga didn't suffer much damage, and Shizo only slowed down temporarily. It's just that when she turned her head curiously to Frankie, who used his ability to slow down Shizo's movements. But she saw Frankie grinningly and posing his hands to Shizo. And in Frankie's empty hand, a ray shining with golden light is condensing. Don't! Jun panicked and wanted to stop it. However, it was too late. Frankie, free laser beam! Frankie snarled, and the powerful line shot straight to Shizo. Shizo, which was still affected by the slow effect of the slow beam, had no time to dodge. He didn't have time to condense armament haki on his body for defense. That powerful golden ray had already hit him. Boom! There was a loud bang. Accompanied by a huge explosion, the body of Shizo flew out like a kite. His body didn't stop until he hit the solid ship's edge. This is a laser. Damn, it's so fierce. Eagle audience, what the hell is going on? Could it be that Frankie ate some devil fruit? Goat audience, could it be that this is a laser fruit? Is there a possibility that this is actually Frankie's technological power after transformation? Green pheasant audience, how is it possible? How can there be technology in the dungeon world that can do things like emitting lasers? Why is it impossible? The exoskeleton armor of Germa 66 may exist, and such things as laser weapons may naturally exist. Frankie has really become a powerful cyborg now. I'm really curious about what Frankie called General Frankie before. I always feel that it will be a very powerful thing. Of course, Frankie can shoot lasers at once, maybe the so-called General Frankie will be a Gundam. Lasers. Frankie, was that a laser? Chopper opened his mouth wide and looked at Frankie with golden eyes. That's right, super. How about my newest body? Frankie withdrew his hand after seeing Shizo lost his ability to move and fell to the deck covered in blood. Seeing Chopper looking at himself curiously, Frankie immediately strikes his signature pose. Handsome, so amazing. Chopper immediately praised Frankie without any hesitation. This also makes Frankie even more happy. Hina was surprised that Shizo Vice Admiral fell to the ground in one fell swoop. What the hell happened to him? The cigarette in Hina's mouth dropped to the ground, and she stared blankly at the excited Frankie. His body has changed a lot. Compared with what we saw before, it is a completely different concept. That guy Riffin, did he do something to him with his power? Or did Frankie use his own technology to transform himself to instantly defeat Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral? Jun frowned and muttered. Although Shouzo was knocked to the ground, fortunately his life was not in danger. And Frankie did not attack again, which made Jun a little relieved. Of course, the surprise in her heart also reached a very high level in an instant. She couldn't understand how Frankie went from a small shipbreaker in Water 7 to a man who could defeat Naval Headquarters in such a short time. That pink light is undoubtedly Frankie's Devil Fruit ability. For the laser, it may be the ability brought by his transformed body. It's somewhat similar to the pacifist's rays. But the ray capable of knocking out Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, Frankie is stronger. If this ability is really brought about by transformation, it will be troublesome. Jun looked at Frankie, frowning more and more. She understands that if Frankie's ability comes from transformation, he may be able to use this transformation ability on other people. In this way, the Black Pearl Pirates will have a terrifying power bonus. Maybe, Riffin can also have a cyborg army. Just thinking about such a scene makes Jun tremble with fear. Is this person Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral? No wonder they have such power. However, a Vice Admiral was defeated by a single member of the Black Pearl Pirates. Kazumi glanced at Frankie with admiration, and muttered. You must know that in the previous pursuit, she has experienced the troubles of Shouzo and Momonga. At this moment, seeing a person who made her very troublesome when she first arrived was defeated so easily, how could she not sigh? Also, thank you for your help just now, Riffin. If it weren't for you, I would have been hit by that man. Kazumi turned around and smiled at Riffin, then at Momonga who was looking at the bloody Shouzo in shock. It's nothing, just a wave of a hand. Riffin shook his head and said with a light smile. Meanwhile, the buggy pirates. Wow, so powerful, he knocked down this guy in an instant. As expected of a member of the Black Pearl Pirates. By the way, this guy wasn't offered a bounty by Marine, but he was able to defeat that guy, and that guy is Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. The Black Pearl Pirates are indeed the most popular pirate group recently, even those who have not been offered a bounty have such a strong combat power. In my opinion, this big brother named Frankie can already be rewarded with a reward of 100 million berry. Too powerful. Speaking of which, this guy was the one who chased us earlier. Of course, it's because of this bastard that many of our brothers lost, and Ayana's big sister will also get a head injury. When everyone in the buggy pirates saw the fate of Shouzo, they all made exclamations of wonder. Although Buggy didn't speak, he looked at Frankie in surprise. As a member of the Roger Pirates, he knows what Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral means better than anyone on his own ship. That's the elite supporting Marines back. But it was such an elite that Frankie defeated so easily. And before Frankie got the power of the future and changed his figure because of the power of the future, Buggy had fun with Frankie at the banquet. At the moment, while Buggy was surprised by Frankie's strength and figure, he also felt a little doubt. Oh, it turns out that the injury you received earlier, Ayane, was caused by this Vice Admiral. That's interesting. Riffin's eyes shone involuntarily when he heard the discussions among the members of the buggy pirates. When Jun saw this scene, a bad premonition flashed in her heart. Thinking of the close relationship between Riffin and Ayane at this moment, she quickly stood up and came to Riffin. Wait, Riffin, please stop attacking. Jun opened her hands and said anxiously. Chapter 278, Chapter 276, Shouzo's questioning. Oh, it turns out that the injury you received earlier, Ayane, was caused by this Vice Admiral. That's interesting. Riffin's eyes shone involuntarily when he heard the discussions among the members of the buggy pirates. When Jun saw this scene, a bad premonition flashed in her heart. Thinking of the close relationship between Riffin and Ayane at this moment, she quickly stood up and came to Riffin. Wait, Riffin, please stop attacking. Jun opened her hands and said anxiously. Jun Vice Admiral. Momonga clutched his abdomen, supported his body with difficulty, and looked at Jun, who was standing in front of the members of the Black Pearl Pirates and others. At this time, Frankie's fruit ability has already disappeared. He has returned to his original speed. However, the serious injury on his body made it difficult for him to even stand up. Having said that, when seeing Jun calling a baby Riffin, Momonga was still quite surprised. Vice Admiral Momonga, are you all right? After Shozo stood up again, he quickly went to Momonga and helped him up. Momonga is Zephyr's student, and this time the marine guerrilla activities, he came for their support instead of doing other tasks. As the commander of the marine guerrillas, Shozo felt quite guilty when he saw Momonga in a panic. Immediately, he looked viciously at Frankie and the other members of the Black Pearl Pirates. I'm fine, Shozo. Don't be impulsive, these guys are not the group we chased before. Knowing Shozo's temper, Momonga quickly shook his head at him. Hearing this, Shozo nodded slightly. Even so, his anger towards Riffin and his party still remained undiminished. Meanwhile, the other side. Don't worry, Jun. If the two on the opposite side don't make other moves, we won't do anything on our side. I still want to be a Shishibukai after all. I won't embarrass you Marines too much. Riffin smiled and said. That's good. Jun let out a long breath when she heard Riffin's words. However, as soon as her words fell, Shozo's slightly angry voice came over. Are you Riffin? Shozo helped Momonga to the front, staring at the young Riffin with a pair of big eyes. Yes, it is indeed me. Any comments, Marine? Riffin said with a light smile. You, why are you in such a state? Shozo frowned. I shouldn't need to report to your Marine what state I am in. Or do you think the way I am now gives you a chance to beat me? As Riffin said, the blue-white lightning ignited again in his hand. Seeing this scene, Shozo frowned even tighter. The power of Thunder Fruit. Is this guy really that Riffin? Could it be that this guy was turned into a child by Jewelry Bonnie's ability? Shozo thought in his heart, and turned to look at Bonnie in the group. And seeing Jewelry Bonnie and others looking at Riffin's current state with interest, Shozo can only regard Riffin's state as a joke among the crew. Why did you become like this? Don't concern us Marines. But why did you attack us? Isn't there a deal between you Black Pearl Pirates and Marine? After turning around, Shozo immediately asked. As Zephyr's disciple and the commander of the Marine Guerrillas, Shozo respects Zephyr quite a lot. And Zephyr's family all died because of the pirates' revenge, which caused Zephyr to hate the pirate very much. Shozo also suffers from this. Therefore, Shozo naturally doesn't like Riffin, who is a pirate. The tone of voice also naturally became not very pleasant. Why did you guys jump on board without saying hello? If you want me to say, you guys should be dealt with as enemies who attacked us. Like the one lying on the deck. Makita snorted coldly. Seeing Makita's appearance and hearing her words, Shozo felt even worse. Fortunately, he also knew that this was the Black Pearl Pirates, so he restrained his temper. Makita, let me do it. Riffin smiled at Makita and looked at Shozo. Shozo, you're not hurt. My control over lightning is very precise. And that Vice Admiral only has minor damage. How about, let's turn the story of the battle over. After all, it's your fault for boarding our ship, isn't it? Letting Frankie find someone from the Marine to experiment with his ability, it is naturally impossible for Riffin to say it. At this moment, he was thinking about how to deal with Shozo, Momonga and the group in front of him. You bastard! Is Momonga's injury considered minor? Seeing Riffin's indifferent expression, Shozo immediately yelled. And these words also made all the female members of the Black Pearl Pirates glared over. All of a sudden, Shozo felt his heart cold, and the blood flow in his body instantly accelerated a lot. Fortunately, Riffin waved to everyone in time, and the eyes of everyone looking at Shozo softened a little, giving Shozo some time to breathe. The woman on this boat is terrifying. The silent Momonga wiped the cold sweat from his brow and thought quietly. At this time, he only hoped that his old buddy Shozo would not continue to offend Riffin. Chapter 279, Chapter 277, Force Anne and others to stay, guide Zephyr to the door. Ahem, I'm fine, Shozo. Momonga first patted Shozo on the shoulder, and then looked at Riffin. Riffin, the previous ones were all misunderstandings. I don't think we have any reason to fight anymore, and you're right it's our fault first. After Momonga finished speaking, Hina also came to Riffin's side. She put her hand on Riffin's palm, and looked at Riffin with a worried look on her face. Relax Hina, as I said earlier. I have no plans to fight anymore. Naturally, Riffin could see that Hina was worried that he would continue to expand the conflict with the Marines, so he said to comfort her. But just as he finished speaking, Shozo spoke again. Humph, since that's the case, shouldn't we let our people back? And Gasparde who fell over there, that female pirate. And the people of the buggy pirates, shouldn't you give them to us? Shozo pointed to Anne, Bins, Gasparde, Kazumi, Buggy, and even Ayana behind Riffin. This operation of the marine guerrillas was originally to capture the buggy pirates. But later, because of the news of Marine's Gasparde, they changed their targets to pursue Gasparde and Kazumi. Seeing that all the pirates who they want to catch were on Riffin's Black Pearl pirates, Shozo naturally doesn't want to give up. After hearing Shozo's words, Kazumi immediately frowned. It was Buggy, who just laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, are you marine retard? Our buggy pirates are friends with the Black Pearl pirates. Didn't you see, we are having a banquet. You guys actually want to catch us. I said, it's not just muscles in your head. Didn't you see, the one next to me is the great pirate Riffin who is offering a reward of billions of berry. Also, did you see that the one holding Riffin is Ayana from my buggy pirates? Buggy used the chop chop fruit ability to separate his hands from his body, came to Riffin and Ayana respectively, pointed at them and said. No, no, it's okay if you want to catch Buggy. They just happen to have a party on my ship. That doesn't mean they're my friends. As soon as Buggy finished speaking, Riffin immediately vetoed it. Click. Buggy's body was still in place like a stone statue. Vaguely, people can even see the cracks on his body. Really, then I will arrest them now, and you Black Pearl pirates won't stop it. Shozo frowned, staring into Riffin's eyes and asked. He can't beat Riffin, and the Black Pearl pirates. But he is confident that he can rub the buggy pirates to the ground. Of course, the premise is that Ayana does not make a move. In Shozo's heart, without the help of Momonga, Ayana is also a difficult opponent. Certainly. Riffin said with a smile. When Buggy heard this, his body immediately broke away from the state of the stone statue. They saw him kneeling beside Riffin with a look of despair on his face. No. Riffin, aren't we friends? Aren't we still having a party? Please, don't do this to me. And Ayana, don't you have a good relationship with Riffin? Can you talk to him and tell the Marines not to arrest me? While talking, Buggy crawled towards Ayana with tears and snot all over his nose. Seeing Buggy's disgusting appearance, Ayana immediately frowned, hugged Riffin and dodged Buggy's grabbing hand. She didn't want Buggy's snotty hand touching her ankle. Seeing Buggy's appearance, Riffin sighed for no reason. Who would have thought that in the original One Piece world, the future Shishibukai, and Buggy, one of the future 4 emperors, would fall in front of him in such an appearance. However, it's really inappropriate to arrest someone at a banquet. So, Marine, can you spare the buggy pirates this time for my sake? Riffin laughed. Riffin, you are a good guy. When Buggy heard Riffin's words, he immediately stood up excitedly. There was a smile on his face again. Damn it, who will give you a pirate face? If it weren't for you pirates, Mr. Zephyr's family would not have been killed. Shozo roared angrily. At this moment, he felt that Riffin was playing tricks on himself. Since you can't catch Buggy, and Ayana, you can't catch her either. After all, Ayana is still taking care of me as a baby. And that Kazumi, she has something to do with Ayana, so I can't give it to you either. As for this Gasparde, I can't hand him over to you for the time being. As if Riffin didn't hear Shozo's complaint, he said to himself. Just kidding, there is a special paramecia devil fruit on Gasparde's body, candy fruit. Before taking out his ability, it is naturally impossible for Riffin to give him to Marine. As for Kazumi, she is Ayana's older sister after all. For Ayana's sake, Riffin couldn't let her let Marine's people take her away while he was there. Bastard, you are really lying to me. Shozo shouted angrily, pointing at Riffin and shouting. As soon as his words fell, Riffin directly raised his hand and a bolt of lightning hit Shozo's body. In an instant, Shozo passed out on the deck of the Black Pearl due to the strong electric current. Riffin, you said you won't make any more moves. Seeing Shozo who was choked black, Jun became worried again. Don't worry, Jun. I just thought this guy was too loud, so I put him to sleep. If you don't believe it, you can go and see him, he is still breathing. Riffin withdrew his hand that blasted the thunder and said nonchalantly. After communicating for such a period of time, Riffin has already understood that Shozo is an impulsive person. For a marine who is so entangled, he has no interest in continuing to communicate. When Jun heard this, she hurried to Shozo's side. After confirming that he was only stunned, she let out a sigh of relief. Riffin has almost become a Shishibukai now, and helped to participate in the subsequent war between Naval Headquarters and Whitebeard pirates. Jun really doesn't want any trouble. Riffin, I don't understand. You said that you want to save the buggy pirates, I can understand. As for that Kazumi, you said that she has a relationship with Ayane, and you want to keep her, and I can understand that. But why do you want to keep this gasparde? He should have nothing to do with you. I saw it earlier, he still intends to threaten you. Sitting on the deck, Momonga asked Riffin while clutching his wound. Faced with Momonga's doubts, Riffin smiled, but did not answer him. Instead, he turned his head to look at Ayane. Ayane, please do me one thing. What do you want to do, Riffin? I want a fruit. No. One more thing to ask of you. What else do you want? It's nothing serious, I just want you to help me take this gasparde and me to the cabin. Ayane nodded slightly, then took an apple from the prepared Master Nojiko and placed it between Riffin's hands. Then she kicked gasparde with one foot after another and walked towards the cabin. What is your captain doing? Why is he taking gasparde away? Momonga frowned, and looked at Makita, Robin, and the others standing on the deck with a puzzled expression. You don't need to know, you just need to wait quietly. Also, I need to remind you. Our captain hates being spied on by people he doesn't like. If someone uses observation haki to spy, we will kill you. Robin crossed his arms, and her eyes flicked over Momonga, Binz, and Anne. Knowing Riffin well, she knew very well that Riffin was going to take out Gasparde's devil fruit at this moment. And this kind of thing, Robin naturally wants to hide it from the marine for Riffin. At this moment, if Momonga and others show signs of peeping and using observation haki, she will immediately use her ability. Momonga, Anne, Binz, and others frowned when they heard Robin's speech. Just when they were wondering what exactly Riffin was taking Gasparde to. A miserable scream came from the cabin. This voice, is it Gasparde's voice? Robin, what exactly is Riffin going to do? Jun opened her mouth and looked at Robin in surprise. Robin just smiled at Jun and didn't speak. Jun turned her attention to Makita, Nojiko and other members of the Black Pearl Pirates. However, they also stood quietly, completely devoid of any intention to answer her question. This scene made Jun feel uneasy. And her uneasiness was verified a little later. Riffin, did you kill him? Looking at Gasparde's lifeless body on the deck, Momonga couldn't help but let out a voice of surprise. Although Jun didn't speak, it could be seen from her frowning that her mind was not as calm as it appeared on the surface. Yes, I killed him. Riffin smiled and just told Momonga the result. As for the fact that he took the candy devil fruit from Gasparde's body earlier, of course he won't mention it. Riffin looked at Momonga, who was extremely dignified by Gasparde's death at this moment, and Anne, Binz, and the others, and smiled with satisfaction seeing their fearful expressions. He killed Gasparde in front of Momonga and the others just to deter them. In this way, it will also be convenient for him to talk with Momonga and others later. Riffin, can you tell me why you killed him? He is a traitor to the marine and should have been handed over to our marine for trial. After Momonga took a deep breath, he asked Riffin. It's none of my business to judge or not to judge. All I know is that this guy attacked my Black Pearl pirates. Also insulted me. I think I should have the authority to deal with this guy. What do you think? Riffin said with a smile. Although Riffin has a gentle smile on his face. But in conjunction with Gasparde's corpse, Momonga only felt his hairs stand on end. At this moment, Momonga realized. Even if Riffin appears in Marine's sight, and didn't do much to slaughter the Marines. As for the civilians, he didn't even kill or mess them up. But Riffin is a pirate after all, and he is still quite dangerous to Marines. Riffin, Gasparde is dead, and I have no plans to bring him back. Now I just hope that you will allow me to leave with Binz, Anne, and Shozo. You should be able to agree to this request. Momonga cautiously proposed to Riffin. Take it easy, Vice Admiral, Momonga. I saw it earlier with my observation haki. This Gasparde used Binz and Anne to threaten you and Shozo to destroy the ship you were on. Since that's the case, why don't you just stay on my Black Pearl? You can be my guest just like Hina and Jun. Riffin said, looking at Anne and Binz with interest. For him, keeping Momonga is false, and leaving Anne and Binz is the most real thought in his heart. He knew that these two were Zephyr's cherished disciples. If it was for them, Zephyr would definitely find Riffin. At that time, Riffin will have a chance to challenge Zephyr and defeat him. By defeating Psuru, Riffin got a rich reward. And Zephyr bears the identity of Marine Chief Instructor and the highest commander of Marine Guerrillas. And he's a legendary veteran. All these identities mean that defeating him may bring huge rewards to Riffin, who is a Reincarnator. Naturally, Riffin wanted to find a chance to challenge Zephyr, a reward box. And Zephyr is not the same as Sengoku, Garp after all. His strength has dropped a lot, and Riffin is confident that he can take Zephyr down. What? Riffin, are you trying to impede us? Momonga opened his mouth wide and asked Riffin in surprise. He knew the reason why Hina and Jun stayed with Riffin. If he, Bins, and Anne can't leave at this moment and they can't leave until Riffin becomes Shishibukai. How can I impede you? I just wanted to give you a ride. After all, your ship is gone, isn't it? The corners of Riffin's mouth rose, and once again showed a kind smile to Momonga and others. After speaking, Riffin took a special look at Gasparde. This, all right. However, before I do that I need a Den Mushi too. Momonga noticed Riffin's expression in Gasparde's body, and after a little thought, finally nodded. But just when he was about to say call and get in touch with Sengoku, Riffin spoke up immediately and interrupted him by the way. Very well, you agreed to stay here, Marine. Then let's get along well for the next period of time, everyone in Marine. Seeing that Gasparde's body had a deterrent effect, Riffin said to Momonga, Anne, and Bins with a smile on his face. Chapter 280, Chapter 278, Kashumi's Request. Black Pearl. Nojiko's room. Nojiko, when did you buy these clothes? It should be clothes suitable for children around 10 years old. Don't tell me you have already prepared the clothes for the child from 0 to adulthood in the future. Riffin looked at the denim shorts, suspenders and t-shirt outfit on Nojiko's hand, raised his eyebrows, and said. As expected of Captain Riffin, my love. Sure enough, nothing can be hidden from you. Nojiko chuckled, raised her hand and opened the closet not far away. Riffin took a closer look and found that there were all kinds of men's clothing inside. Clothing includes all ages of infancy, youth and adulthood. You really think long enough, Nojiko? Riffin shook his head. After all, Nojiko was someone he liked, and he would not refuse Nojiko's request. Letting knock his high interest, she used Bonnie's ability on him to become a 10-year-old. And then put on denim shorts with suspenders. Sure enough, Captain Riffin is also very cute in this outfit. Nojiko clasped her hands together and placed her hands on one side of her face, watching Riffin intoxicated and nodding repeatedly. Just when she was about to hold Riffin in her arms and make him intimate, there was a knock on Nojiko's door. Nojiko, that ninja named Kashumi wants to talk to Captain Riffin *. Vivi's voice came in. Kashumi. I remember Captain Riffin said she is Ayana's older sister, right? It seems that she is here to question you, Captain Riffin. Nojiko looked at Riffin with a smile on her face. Really, then I have to hear what she wants from me. Riffin raised his mouth and raised his hand to open the door. Outside the door, Vivi was standing quietly. Watching the 10-year-old version of Riffin who suddenly appeared inside the door, a gleam flashed in her eyes. You are Captain Riffin. So cute. Like a younger brother. Vivi blinked, and immediately did what Nojiko wanted to do earlier. She stepped forward with her legs and buried Riffin in her arms. In an instant, a fresh fragrance rushed towards Riffin's nose. Vivi, it seems you've also made some progress. And it seems that you have also used growth ointment. Your chest has grown a lot. Riffin feels the benefits brought by Vivi. Naturally, there is no meaning of rejection. Seeing Vivi kneel down and bury him in her arms, Riffin stretched out his arms around Vivi's waist and hugged her tightly. At the same time, Riffin kept rubbing his face against Vivi's arms, feeling the warmth from Vivi. You know, he and Vivi had a fake wedding in Alabasta. But since then, because of Vivi's shy personality, and because she really didn't think about having a child with Riffin. Therefore, when she gets along with Riffin, she is cautious. I'm afraid that it will really stimulate Riffin's desire and let eat her. It is also for this reason that even during this period of time, Vivi often appeared in the swimming pool to practice with Robin in a cool swimsuit because of practicing foxfire swordsmanship. Now that he finally has the opportunity to seize the benefits of Vivi, Riffin naturally intends to enjoy it. At this time, Riffin couldn't help lamenting the privilege of children. Now he can understand Momonosuke. Of course understanding belongs to understanding, this does not mean that Riffin likes Momonosuke. At the door of the room, when Kazumi saw this scene, there was a feeling of thought between her brows. Ah! Vivi felt Riffin's twisting head in her arms, and wanted to push Riffin away with a cry of surprise. It's just that Riffin hugged her waist tightly. For a moment, Vivi couldn't push Riffin away. Until the end, when Vivi's body was already blushing. It was only then that she remembered that she was a sand fruit devil fruit user. And used the elemental ability to escape Riffin's embrace. Is this the ability of that Shishibukai crocodile? Kazumi opened her eyes wide in surprise, and looked at Vivi. Shishibukai, to be precise. However, I regret letting Vivi eat sand fruit. Riffin rubbed his nose and looked at Vivi with her head down with interest. Captain Riffin. Vivi stomped her feet and said with a complaining face. Okay, I'm just joking with you. Speaking of which, as expected, all women love beauty. I have to say, Vivi, after you use the growth ointment. Physically, you're already on the same level as Nami. Riffin smiled, took a little sip of the smell from Vivi's body before and looked at it. With Vivi's even more flushed face, he turned his head to look at Kazumi. Tell me, Kazumi, what are you looking for me for? Hearing this, Kazumi opened her mouth. But after seeing Vivi and Nojiko at the side, she hesitated. Seeing this, Riffin immediately understood Kazumi's thoughts. She just wanted to talk to her as a reincarnator. As the natives of Pirate World, Nojiko and Vivi existed, it was not convenient for her to talk to Riffin. Do you want to talk about something private? At this time, Nojiko said with a smile on her face. This, can I? Kazumi pursed her lips, looked at Nojiko, and then at Riffin. I'm fine. It's just that I was going to help Captain Riffin take a bath. Since Miss Kazumi wants to talk about some private matters with Captain Riffin. I wonder if I could trouble you to bathe Captain Riffin. It just so happens that you can also shame some things privately in the bathroom next door. Nojiko raised the corner of her mouth and pointed to a door in the room. There is a bathroom that belongs exclusively to Nojiko's room. Because the Black Pearl is huge enough. Each crew cabin has a private bathroom. Of course, there are still large bathrooms for the collective use of male and female crew members. After Nojiko finished speaking, she blinked at Riffin with a deliberate expression. Riffin, of course, knew what Nojiko meant. This is obviously creating opportunities for him to get along with Kazumi. For such a good woman Nojiko, how could Riffin not love her? I understand, leave this matter to me. Kazumi nodded, and took Nojiko's task without any hesitation. In that case, Vivi and I will wait for you here. Don't worry, we won't eavesdrop on your topic. The smile on Nojiko's face was even wider, and she pulled Riffin and Kazumi into the bathroom next to her. She even introduced in detail how to use each equipment in one bathroom and where the bathing tools are stored. By the way, Miss Kazumi. You have experienced a lot of troubles along the way. Why don't you take this opportunity to wash yourself well? It's just a matter of washing the ninja suit on your body. Don't worry, because of Miss Ayane, Captain Riffin also prepared some ninja costumes for us. I'll prepare a clean ninja suit for you. After Nojiko took off the clothes she had just put on for Riffin and put hot water on them. She stood up and said to Kazumi behind her with a smile on her face. Is that so, does it have anything to do with Ayane? Kazumi looked at her stained and blood-lined clothing. Then she looked at Riffin who was already lying in the bathtub with his eyes closed, enjoying the moisture of the hot water. Nodded and said. Then I'll do it, sorry for the trouble, Miss Nojiko. After finishing speaking, Kazumi raised her hand calmly and put it on the collar of her shirt.
Thanks for listening.